So hey guys, this is your favorite fictional vortex. So in this video, we will see what if Naruto had the blood of Assassin's Creed Black Fox. But before we start, remember to subscribe and like this video. Now let's start. Hidden Leaf Village of Fire Country, 6 years after the attack of the Nine-Tails Fox. The rain fall hard in the Hidden Leaf Village as a young boy no older than 6 years of age cried as he held on to his mother who laid on the ground at this moment in time holding her wound closed, and she tried to comfort her young child. The red-headed green-eyed woman put her hand on his cheek and wiped away his tears. Be safe, be strong my son, we will see each other one day again. Until that day my son, be strong and survive. In time you will be gifted with our bloodline and will be able to bring those who did this to justice. I love you, I love you. Right at that moment she started to sing to him to calm him down. I remember tears streaming down your face when I said, I'll never let you go. The young boy held on to her tighter as she began the next part. When all those shadows almost killed your light, I remember you said, don't leave me here alone. But all that's dead and gone and past tonight. She then looked him in the eyes as she began the next part, despite how hard it was to remain conscious as she continued to comfort him. Just close your eyes, the sun is going down, you'll be alright. No one can hurt you now. Come morning light, you and I'll be safe and sound. Hold on to this lullaby. At that moment the light left her eyes as she passed away, as the young boy could no longer hold back the tears and emotions that assaulted him. The young blonde-haired blue-eyed boy looked up only to see several men in strange animal masks that were looking at him. He then looked up to one of them as the rain continued to fall down upon them even harder now. The look of fury upon his young face was directed at only one of them though. The leader of the group, who had a dog mask on and silver hair, then walked up to the young boy without a word punched in the face, sending him into the land of sleep. But for this boy it was the land of nightmares and truths to be revealed in time. Hidden Mist Village of Water Country, 7 years after the attack of the Nine-Tails Fox. A large number of PLE in chains are currently being escorted into a large courtyard where a gallows station has been set up for use. Many of the people are incredibly scared as they look out upon people once they thought they could trust. Many of them who were accused were in fact bloodline users. Next to the gallows stands a man reading off a piece of parchment to them as they are led in groups of 5 to their untimely ends. In order to effect a timely halt to the deteriorating conditions here in the land of water and for the common good of all, a state of emergency has been declared for this territory. By decree of Lord Lee Sc. duly representative of our daimyo, all persons found possessing a bloodline or of piracy or assisting the rebellion. Everyone who was present listened, hoping to find some way out of this situation as they were led on and watched as the first group was set to fall, ending their lives in the process as the men spoke once more for all to hear. By decree of martial law he following statutes and rights are hereby suspended. Right to legal counsel suspended. The sound of another group of people being dropped is heard by all as he continues. Right to a jury of peers suspended. By decree all persons found guilty of piracy, having a bloodline or aiding the rebellion, piracy or the bloodline users shall be hanged by the neck until dead. With this said, a new group of people who brought forward to meet their ends. Among them was a young man no older than 16 and held in his hand a small coin with 2 unique symbols upon it, one of them being an unusual A and in the center of it what looked like the symbol for the land of Whirlpool. The young man himself had spiky red hair and vibrant green eyes that told what rare clan he was from. He looked out upon the many more people and felt a defiant streak entered his body and began to sing. The Red Cross Knight and his men stole the Fox Queen from her bed, and bound her in her bones. The seas be ours, and by the power, where we will we'll roam. The executioner then began to put the noose around each of their necks as another person then began to sing, Yo-ho all hands, hoist the colors high. Suddenly everyone else began to sing as well, unnerving the guards around them. Heave-ho assassins, thieves and slaves, never shall we die. The singing continued as the guards became more concerned about the situation. In a small section not far away several men all stood, looking out upon the scene before them. A young officer ran up to them and said, My lord, they have begun to sing, sir. What shall we do? 1-0. The men wearing a mask with a single eye hole holding a cross with a red interior simply said, Nothing for now, continue with the executions. As the man walked away, one of the others simply turned to his companions and said, Finally brothers, it has begun. May the Father of Understanding guide us. At the center of this group sat a man in a regal-looking chair with a smile upon his face, in the him a sinister appearance, but it was his eyes and their different colors that sent a cold chill up other people's spines as he thought, first the assassins and then I will deal with you lot in due time, but for now I need you Templars to bring me the key of 10 that the six-path sage did such a good job hiding from me, and then maybe I can finally be with my beloved. The young red-headed teenager closed his hand around the coin and prepared for the end, knowing that this was not over even if he was not among the living anymore. Never shall we die. The executioner then walked toward pulling the lever back. The coin he had been holding then fell to the ground hard, making a almost musical note as it landed on the ground and came to rest. A young Naruto awoke from this strange dream and had an eerie feeling that it was more than that, as everything was still quite vivid in his mind despite feeling that for some reason he would forget soon. He then rubbed the middle of his back unaware of he strange glowing marks upon it as he tried to go back to sleep, which brought him into strange dreams of men in white fighting tyranny against a group wielding red crosses. Hidden Leaf Village of Fire Country, Hospital present day. How long has he been in this state? The voice of the fifth Hokage Tsunade asked a nurse. Both of them were currently looking down at a young boy laying in a bed with blonde spiky hair and what looks like whisker marks on his cheeks. It's been almost 5 days now, my lady, and we don't understand what is going on with him. What do you mean? It's like he's in some kind of enhanced state of some kind. And it appears that what is happening in there is where time is moving faster than out here, and we've already tried to have someone go into his mind to see what is going on, only for them to be shoved out, but that's not all. We discovered the remnants of a memory seal on his back that has been shattered, for the lack of a better word. Tsunade was surprised by this bit of information and then asked, has anyone tried to put a new one on him? Yes, my lady, by order of the Toad Sage himself, but it was destroyed as well. The nurse said to Tsunade, who was now very concerned about the future and already knew that she would have to make a terrible decision soon. On the first day of his coma, Naruto clearly remembered a message that played and felt a strong sense of the betrayal, especially to those he had come to respect. He then saw the image of a red-haired woman with green eyes and felt the memory seal break on him and instantly knew who she was as the message began. Naruto, my son, if you are experiencing this message, then I have passed on from this world and left you alone, and for that I am sorry. But know that while I cannot be with you, I will always love you. The next image that came before him was that of a young man in a white jacket. Thanks to this man, our ancestor Desmond Miles, we possess a rather unique bloodline called the Animus WH. It allows us to relive the memories of our ancestors as well as gain their skills and knowledge. You see, we are descending from a great order called the Assassin Brotherhood, who was charged with protecting mankind's freedom. The next image was of a man wearing a strange white robe and attacking a heavily armed man with a red cross on his chest. The first ancestor he relived the memories of was Altair ibn Lahad, a man who change everything for our order. The next image was of a young man in fancy-looking clothing walking down the street of the market. Then he relived the memories of our ancestor Ezio Auditore, who suffered greatly at the hands of our enemies but did much good in his time. The next image was that of a young man in clothing that looked like it had been made from animals, showed him progressing from child to adult, and finally he relived the memories of Rotonhake Tunner as he became known to many and helped birth a great nation. The next image showed 3 more people, but they were only the beginning. Through our bloodline you will experience many more, including my memories, son. Take what you have learned from them and go back to what is left of our homeland and restore it. Find a man named Raven near Snow Country who is currently keeping something of mine safe and sound, as he can help you along your way, and remember, my son, that the sea is our ally and friend and will guide you to our homeland. Remember to relive the memories of your ancestor Edward and if possible those of your grandmother, as it will help you and make a path for yourself as well, my son. 1 month later, Land of Fire, Konoha Hospital. It had been 1 month after falling into the strange coma that Naruto finally opened his eyes, only to see that no one was in the room to greet him or see how he was doing. However, before he could even set up, 2 Anbu entered the room and immediately grabbed him out of his bed and took him to the bathroom with a change of fresh clothing to wear. He was surprised after spending so long in bed that he had little trouble moving about and realized it must have been something to do with his ancestor Desmond and what had happened to him. In fact, he was still trying to come to grips with what he had seen but decided to keep it to himself just in case. After putting the new clothing he had been given on, he was immediately escorted by Th. E2 Anbu out of the hospital and into the Hokage Tower. He was surprised to see the shinobi and civilian councils as well as the elders and the Hokage herself all sitting in their places waiting for him. He also noticed the presence of a young girl with blonde hair that was spiked, looking at him with contentment as he entered the center of the room. Tsunade could only imagine what was going to happen as she then said, "Naruto Uzumaki. Rank Genin, you now stand before this Council of Konoha accused of insubordination and failure to carry out your duty, which was to bring back your former teammate Sasuke Uchiha, as well as your reckless behavior in using the nine-tailed fox's power while on the mission. How do you plead?" Naruto could only look at everyone with contentment in his eyes as he then said, "I am innocent, of course." However, before he could have any kind of hope in this strange meeting, he heard the young girl who was about his age speak, "Your fate has already been decided. This council has reviewed all the evidence and has come to a decision that I favor greatly, as it was what you carried that took my father from me." He turned his head to look at her with nothing but contentment as he then spoke in a darker tone, "And who would your father be?" "The fourth Hokage, but don't think you're beyond redemption, boy," she said to him with cruelty in her voice. Tsunade then said, "I'm afraid she's right, Naruto, and for that I am sorry, as I did try to stop this from happening. It is the decision of this council, not me, that you be banished from not only the Hidden Leaf but also the Land of Fire. If you return, you will be executed publicly. However, this banishment will only be for 3 years and you will be forced to return to us, but I also must tell you that D's law has been revoked effective tomorrow, as you are publicly banished as well as branded with a tracking seal." The young girl had a shit-eating grin upon her face as he then said to her, "You should have no say in this, girl." She was surprised by his tone of voice and then looked him in the eyes as she then spoke, "You were supposed to be this village's hero, its savior, and you chose to ignore that duty. I never asked for your father to sacrifice me, girl, and if he had been so noble he would have used you instead of me." She now had a look of shock upon her face at what he had just said to her. Even the council themselves were shocked by his statement as he then spoke once more, "None of you have my respect and never will at this rate. I was curious to discover that I have the remnant of a memory seal on my back that kept from me all these years the memories of my mother and how someone in this village murdered her in cold blood, maybe even one of you standing in this room right now did the deed, and I have had no justice in this matter at all, and to discover that no one has tried to even solve my mother's murder sickens me to my core. Everyone who knew about this incident as now very concerned as it could come back to bite them in the ass, and realized that their current plan had also backfire on them, as they then heard the young man continued, "So to everyone here, do your worst. But remember, from this day forward you have shattered all I held close, and I will never serve any of you again. I will not bend my knee to anyone in this room, and I will fight back because I know a few things myself." Everyone in the room now had looks of concern for their basis as he then spoke a warning, "And for those of you who were involved, I will seek justice on you even if it flow in a crimson river, if you get my point." One very fat council member decided to put his own 2 cents in. "How dare you threaten us, boy? You should be thankful to even be alive." To his immense surprise, Naruto cleared the distance between them within the second and brought his fist home right in the man's face, breaking his nose as he then proceeded to grab the man by the collar of his shirt, literally slamming him into the table, breaking it in the process, and then held one of his kurai to the man's throat and spoke in a deadly tone to get his point across, not just to him but to all of them. "You have no rights in these affairs, you fat miserable excuse for human being. And if I find out you had anything to do with the seal or my mother's death, there will be no force on this planet that will stop me from ending this miserable thing you call a life. And with that said, if anyone ever comes after me, I will end them as well. This village can fight its own damn battles from now on." He was about to go when he decided to also give another warning. "Oh, and as for Sasuke Uchiha, I intend to collect the bounty on his head whether he's dead or alive, just to let you know ahead of time." With that said, he walked out of the room, not caring to listen to any of them, and took the necklace that the Hokage had given him and dropped it upon the ground as he exited the room and disappeared among the crowd. As the young girl ran over and picked up the precious jewel and turned to Tsunade, who was at a loss for words, the Hokage then turned to one of her Anbu and said, "I want someone keep an eye On him at all times that we can trust and bring him to me before the ceremony." The Anbu nodded to her and went about his tasks unaware of what would happen. Before leaving the village he had decided to go see his teammates and friends, only to be even more disappointed and depressed upon hearing them speak as he used his ancestors' unique abilities. His pink-haired teammate and one-eyed Sensei H had been less than encouraging, as they had flat-out blamed him for everything, and it was clear how much he had been neglected in his overall training. Kakashi continued to talk to the other assembled Jonin and their teams as he then felt eyes were upon him and them. He then turned his head to see his only other student walking out of the bar with a disgusted look on his face as he went. Naruto cool. Feel the eyes of the popular upon him as he tried to make it back to his apartment, only to feel a hand grabbed him by his shoulder and instantly knew who it was by the lazy tone. "That's not very polite now, is it, Naruto? Listening in on other people's conversations. I think we should go see the Hokage about this." But before he could say any more, he and everyone was shocked as the young blonde red boy turned around and delivered a very strong and fast haymaker to his former sensei's face, breaking his nose in the process, which was then followed by a quick blow to his arm, breaking it as well. As soon as Kakashi could regain his bearings, he looked up to see the young man with a serious look on his face and what appeared to be tears coming from his eyes. His former pink-haired teammate was also surprised by this sudden turn of events, and at first had been quite happy to see him being scolded by their sensei, only to see it turning into absolute shock of his actions. They then heard him speak. "You were supposed to protect us that night, but instead you let her die. I had to watch my mother be murdered before my eyes, all because of you." Everyone who had stopped to watch the scene play out were now shocked at what the young boy had just said to his former sensei, and he was far from over. "I don't know why my mother ever respected you. You don't even preach what you say. If you ever come after me, I will surely kill you, and as for the man who took her from me, I will find them and end them. After all, you did their dirty work and left my world in darkness." Hatake could only look at his former student in shock, realizing that the seal was now gone from him, and tried to talk some sense into the young man, hoping to give Jiraiya a chance to talk with him. "Naruto, please wait." The young boy turned to him and screamed out for all to hear, "No, I hate you." He then turned and ran through the crowd and simply disappeared from view, leaving everyone in shock. He also wanted nothing to do with Jiraiya anymore, as the unlocked memories revealed what the old pervert had done to him after the death of his mother. There were only a few people he could honestly still trust in this village, but knew that it would be far too dangerous to go see them, and knew that his time was running out. But before he decided to pick up one item that he knew would still be in this place even after all of these years. And what was left of his old home he discovered hidden behind a wall, the small music box shaped like an eagle with the brotherhood symbol upon it. He then opened the box, listening to the music being played, and was assaulted by his memories once more, remembering when he and his mother would sit there listening to the music as he was trying to go to sleep. Both the tune from the box as well as the song that she sung on the date of her death haunted him still, as the tears fell freely from his eyes. It had eventually made the decision for him to leave the village easier for him, as he successfully made it out of the village, and noticing that much of the security was not up to par. Despite how well trained the Anbu were, they were still no match for Naruto's impressive stealth abilities, and with recently reliving the memories of his ancestors, these skills had taken a quantum leap. And wasted no time in fleeing the village as fast as he could, knowing that they would be watching him. Within an hour he made it to a small river and created hundreds of his clones and sent them in all directions, and continued upon his own, following the river to the secret baa that his mother's great aunt had set up when she had first come to this country, using the memories he had seen thanks to his bloodline. Within a matter of 20 minimum he was up the side of a cliff without the use of his chakra, as it could quite possibly reveal his location to his enemies. Within a few minutes he reached the entrance to the base and opened it thanks to his eagle vision, and entered the sanctuary. As soon as he entered, he was impressed to see how large the cavern was, as well as how well stocked it was on supplies. Naruto walked deeper into the room, noticing that there were everything from statues to storage scrolls all over the place, as well as books, and realized that he could stay here for quite a bit of time learning to hone his new skills. He walked forward to see a small den chest containing the most iconic weapons of the Assassin Brotherhood, a set of hidden blades and one hook blade. He placed both one of the blades on and then the hook and then activated them to see that they were still quite functional. The blades and hook were however jet black in color and flat, so they did not reflect light of either day or the moon's light of night. He could only smile and realized that he would be quite busy preparing for his future. He eventually found a set of scrolls that contained clothing and fabrics. Next to the scrolls sitting on the wall was the sword he had seen his grandmother use in one of the memories that he lived and knew that it was called the Maelstrom. He then noticed a set of weapons that resembled the old guns from his memories but appeared to be of later design with much more power behind and force and some more weapons of the Brotherhood and even a training and shooting course that he could use. He immediately created up to 8 shadow clones and went to work. Jiraiya the Toad Sage of Konoha was surprised to find out that one of the most important Jonins of the village had been so easily defeated by his own student. As soon as he entered the hospital room containing the copycat ninja, he was surprised to see the level of damage done to the man in question. "What the hell happened to you, Kakashi?" The copycat ninja turned to look at the older man, only for Jiraiya to see that the once blue mask was now stained crimson from his beating. As a doctor repaired his arm, he then spoke. "Naruto did this to me." Jiraiya was surprised by this and then asked, "What? Are you sure about this?" "Very. And he knows about his mother's murder, and I think the seal broke." Emotional stress. If it was strong enough, it could in theory break the seal as well as the others like a domino effect. The old pervert said as a group of Anbu entered the room and delivered a message to him. Kakashi was curious and asked, "What is it?" "She wants to see me and I think I know what it's about." The Anbu teams had just known that something like this was just going to happen to them, and had fun time for them to bring the young Uzumaki boy to the Hokage as she had instructed them to do. They now could not find the young boy at all now. One of the Inuzuka and her nin dog that had accompanied them on this mission had followed the trail only to come to a dead stop at a river and turned to the team leader and said, "I didn't know he was this good." Before all of them was a huge river where the scent trail had ended. The lead Anbu was still surprised. This had happened to them again, as one of his subordinates couldn't help but comment on this situation. "Sir, do you think he plans it all out or just makes it up as he goes along?" "I don't know anymore," the Anbu commander said as he watched the Inuzuka and her nin dog move across to the other side of the river and gave an even more shocked look. "Oh no, what is it?" The two partners looked around the other side of the river, realizing just how serious the situation had become. She then said, "His scent is everywhere and it's going all over the place. How is this possible?" The Anbu commander immediately knew the answer. "It's his shadow clones. We know that he can make up to hundreds of them, maybe even thousands, and I bet they have his scent all over them." One of the other Anbu then said, "So there's no way to know which one is the real one?" "I'm afraid so, and I'm not about to waste our time looking for him in this wild goose chase. He could be anywhere. We need to get back to the Hokage right now." Tsunade was not a happy camper as she read the report on Naruto's escape and realized that they had all greatly underestimated his skills. However, it was the realization of what the memory seal had been used for that was truly making her mad, and the realization of who had put it on him in the first place. Needless to say, a certain Toad Sage was currently taking himself out of the wall with the young blonde girl watching at the sides in total shock. Jiraiya was trying to figure out what had happened now and would have made her so angry in the first place, but was also not happy to see the young girl was here as well, knowing that something else had occurred. "You do know that hurt a lot, right, princess?" he asked her in an innocent-like voice. "Oh, shut up, you old pervert. I want to know why you put a memory seal on the back of Naruto's back and covered up the fact that his mother was murdered by someone in this village," she asked him in a somewhat sweet-like voice that did nothing to hide her anger at him at this moment in time. As soon as she uttered those words, the color drained from his face as he was about to make a suggestion that the young girl leave the room until his old teammate grabbed him by the throat and said in a much darker tone, "Oh no, pervert, she stays right here as she's also an issue at this moment." Jiraiya now realized whatever had happened, he had had a hand in it and felt his age catching up with him. "There are things happening here, Tsunade, that are much bigger than any of us, but how do you even know about the seal?" At this moment she released him from her grip and said in an even more menacing tone, "Not a whole lot at first, at least not until the seal itself broke and it was revealed to me." Jiraiya walked forward and picked up the scroll and began to read. To whoever is reading this scroll, please understand the terrible decision I was forced to make to protect one of the people under my care, the counsel, as well as one of them. Why students feels that this young man's memories are just too dangerous to be left intact. They all fear that he will become a dangerous threat to the village if he is not neutralized in some way, but while I have been forced to go along with this plan, I do not find it effective or even a good idea, as it seems to be benefiting a certain group of people in all honesty. Nevertheless, I am compelled by the law of our land and village to carry this sentence out, but my own desire to set things right have put another plan into action, and if which my other student plans to execute his own way, not caring about the consequences it may create in the process. While my student plans to release the seal over time when he is already a shinobi of this village for some time, my alteration to the seal will release over a longer period before my student can even get to seal, which will give young Naruto a fighting chance. I fear that my student will not restore everything to this young man. As such, I am using my skills in the sealing arts to ensure that everything is restored to him in full. I am well aware that this was not what we agreed upon, but I cannot victimize him anymore, knowing that no one will attempt to solve his mother's murder or even help them without some kind of agenda. I only pray that my actions have succeeded in giving him another chance that this village has so desperately tried to take from him. With his unique bloodline, he will be able to hunt down those responsible for his suffering and bring them to justice, even if it is in a crimson river of blood. Jiraiya and the young girl finished reading the note and were in shock at what they had just learned. "Oh my God, Sensei, what have you done?" Tsunade could not help but laugh at this as she then spoke. "It seems the old professor didn't trust you enough to execute your plan. This was my responsibility to bear, Tsunade. I had no intention of keeping everything from him, I just needed more time so he wouldn't be unstable. So that's why you didn't even see him for all of these years until now. I know my excuse, you old pervert, but what is use? And who the hell is she anyways? She claims to be the fourth's daughter," she said. He quickly turned to the young blonde girl, grabbing her by the arm forcibly and bringing her to him. "What did you do, Akima?" "I just wanted." "What the hell did you do, granddaughter?" he shouted, shocking even his old teammate. "Granddaughter? How?" He looked into both of their eyes, honestly trying to find a place to begin. As you know, Tsunade Minato was set to marry Kushina when he first found out that she was pregnant with Naruto. However, when he became the fourth Hokage, many of the guys took him out to celebrate that night, and that's where he met my daughter. The two women listened intently as he continued his story. The two of them were old friends thanks to me, but that night they got so drunk that one thing led to another, and as can see, Tsunade, my granddaughter, was conceived that very night. Tsunade then looked at the young girl and said, "I have a feeling that when Kushina found out about this, she was beyond angry. Oh, she was, and then called off the wedding. As soon as she found out about what had happened, but needless to say, she did not blame my daughter, she blamed Minato, and as you can imagine, he did not take it too well. I bet. However, the three of them worked something out. But as you all know, all hell come to us sometime later in the Nine Tails attack upon the village, and you know the rest." Tsunade could only nod her head in response and then said, "So I take something happened to her mother and their carefully laid plans went to ruin." Her old teammate closed his eyes in pain and then spoke. "Because of the Nine Tails attack, she had received a set of injuries that proved to be too severe even for someone like her, and after giving birth she passed away, leaving my granddaughter here in the care of her aunt." But before any more words could be said by the Toad Sage, a group of fire samurai from the capital of the Land of Fire entered the Hokage's office with a clear objective about them, as they then grabbed the old pervert and held him in place as a more regal-looking man entered the room and gave the old pervert a disgusted look as he then spoke. "Jiraiya of the Sannin, by order of the Lord of the Land of Fire, you are hereby ordered to report to him at once due to the reporting banishment of one Naruto Uzumaki. This order is non-negotiable and will be enforced by any means necessary." Jiraiya was absolutely speechless, as he could only nod his head in compliance and walked out of the room with the fire guard. The elegant-looking man then turned to Tsunade and gave her a show of respect and spoke once more. "Lady Hokage, the Fire Lord would like to extend his gratitude for attempting to stop the banishment and wish to inform you that you will have all the support to do with the civilian council if you decide to take action against them for this travesty." Tsunade nodded her head and thanked him as he then turned to the young girl and spoke. "As for you, young lady, for instigating all of this, you shall be punched." We are also aware that your mother's sister was primarily responsible for this action, as she will face the most severe punishments that we see fit to give her. You however will have to deal with Lady Hokage here, as she will decide your fate. With this said, he then walked out of the room, closing the door behind him, leaving a stunned young girl wondering what she had done. 3 days later, Township of Phoenix's Nest Harbor. Land of Fire. Naruto had decided to spend at least 3 days in the cave, not only working on his new clothing but also practicing with some of the scrolls and IP meant that was present, as well as getting the feel for his hidden blade and hook blade. He had also spent some time getting adjusted to the firearms that were present, and after a day have become an excellent shot with the pistols, but knew he could still improve. He knew that if he stayed in the Land of Fire any longer, it would only make matters worse for him in the long run, so he made a decision to leave the country as soon as possible, heading for one of the many places that he had helped in his short shinobi career. One of his first thought was to head to the Land of Wave, but then decided against it, as it was still too close to Land the Fire and would be one of the first places they would look for him. He then remembered his mother's message and decided to go to Snow Country, now known as the Land of Spring, to find this man named Raven. He had decided to also travel incognito, knowing it might be his only chance to leave the country without being captured. Ever since waking up, he had noticed lines of red appearing in his hair, and also used a simple makeup kit to hide his whisker-like marks upon his cheeks as he walked about the town. He had even come up with a good alias, calling himself Fox, asked his first name and giving a family name of Kenway. As he walked through the town, he noticed that there was a large amount of fire samurai patrolling the town and were obviously looking for someone. It was at this time that he noticed wanted posters with his face upon them. Out of mild curiosity, he walked up to it and read, "Wanted for questioning, Naruto Uzumaki. High reward for information upon this young man's whereabouts." Thanks to reliving so many memories from his ancestors, he instinctively ripped the wanted poster off the wall and then crumbling it in his hand and tossing it into a nearby trash can. He did this several more times before making it to the dock where the ships were. He then walked up to the harbor master and asked, "Excuse me sir, do you know if there are any vessels that are headed to the Land of Snow by any chance?" The harbor master looked at him a bit surprised, then came to a realization and then spoke, "Oh, you mean the Land of Spring?" "Yes, so far as I have heard, but I want to see it with my own eyes, as I used to live there long ago before all of the trouble started. Are there any ships headed there at this time?" The harbor master then pointed to a 2-masted ship and spoke, "That one, the Blue Sea, is headed that way, and I hope you find what you're looking for." "So do I sir, and thank you." This said, he then walked over to the ship hoping to gain safe passage and find this mysterious Raven that his mother had spoken of. As he approached the loading ramp of the ship, he noticed that many of them were quite busy loading large quantities of cargo. The Congo appeared to be Fire Country sake, which he knew thanks to his mother was a highly prized commodity among the other nations of the elemental nations, or as the seagoing area had become known as the Neo-Caribbean among its many sailors. One of the sailors, who appeared to be quite old, noticed a young man just standing around waiting and looking for someone to speak to. He then decided to see what this young traveler wanted and approached this young man, and catching his attention as he did, "May I help you, young man?" Naruto was surprised by his calm and kind demeanor, as it was not something that he was truly used to, and then spoke, "Oh yes, I am looking for passage to the Land of Spring, sir." "Oh, and where are my manners? My name is Fox Kenway." The old sailor took a moment to give him a once-over and found the name he used quite interesting, and then spoke as he motioned for the young men to follow him on board the ship. "Well, it is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kenway. My name is Solomon Dornez, current quartermaster of the Blue Sea. Now this way please, I'll introduce you to our captain." Naruto nodded his head in a polite manner as he followed Solomon to the back part of the ship where the captain's quarters were located. Solomon then knocked on the door, awaiting a reply which came, allowing them to enter the cabin. Upon first glances, Naruto could see an older gentleman, and with slicked back black and gray hair and a strong goatee. Next to him was a much younger woman who appeared to be just entering her 20s with long black hair and violet eyes. Solomon then spoke, "Mr. Fox Kenway, allow me to introduce you to the ship's captain and his first mate, who happened to be his daughter as well, Captain Cyrus Rail, and his daughter Sortiera." Naruto nodded his head in respect and then heard the captain speak. Tell me, young man, what do you want with me and my ship? Naruto then spoke with an air of confidence about him. I seek passage to the land of snow, I mean spring, sir. I used to live very long time ago and I have the money to pay for passage, but I also won't mind catching up with my sailing skills again if you allow me to also be a temporary member of your crew. Cyrus nodded his head in understanding and then spoke. That can be arranged, Mr. Kenway. I'm actually curious to see her abilities on my ship, but I know how to inform you that we will not be heading to the land of spring right away. I have several other ports of call to attend to first. Is all right with you? Naruto gave a genuine smile and then said, It is most generous, sir. I must also ask, you, sir, do you know if someone named Raven has survived in the land of spring? This caught the captain's attention as he then came to a realization of just who this might be and smiled even more as he said, I might know someone by the name, but we will have to get the land of spring first. Naruto was now hopeful that he would be able to meet this man and then heard the captain talk to Solomon. Mr. Salt, please show this young man to one of the passenger cabins so he may deposit his belongings and then take on deck and begin his refresher course on how to sail a ship he also knows nothing of. Our own vessel, so please teach them what he needs to know to operate her properly. Yes, Captain. Follow me, Mr. Kenway. Naruto turns to the captain and gives him a bow and then exited the cabin as the young woman and says to her father, Do you think it's him, father? He turned to look her in the eyes and said, I believe he is one of them, my daughter, but what disturbs me is that he is clear. Why fleeing the land of fire? Something has happened to him and we will not push the issue at this time. Volcano City, capital of the land of fire. It had been 3 days since Jiraiya had been brought before the fire daimyo by armed samurais who were under direct orders by the Fire Lord himself to ensure that the Toad Sage not only cooperated, but did not cause them any problems, however that have been 3 days ago, and he had currently spent a great deal of time thinking over what was going on. As Jiraiya sat partly on the couch being brought before the waiting room of the feudal lord and had to add it that his patience was beginning to wear thin, but he kept himself in check, knowing full well that even someone of his caliber was no match for the sheer number of bodyguards and high-level samurai that inhabited the residence of the Fire Lord. Just at this moment the door opened to reveal a young man in rather regal-looking clothing was now walking out of the room and then standing directly before him. Jiraiya of the Leaf, the Fire Lord will now see you. The old pervert immediately got up from the couch he had been sitting on and walked into the room, hoping to discover why he was here in the first place, but at least had some idea as to the reason why, and including his cursed luck as things have not gone according to plan. The Fire Lord himself sat behind his desk with a pair of glasses on, reading several reports that did not seem to improve his mood at all. The Fire Lord then took off his glasses and sat back and then leaned back into his chair even more to get comfortable in. Gave the old pervert a once-over before he spoke. Tell me, Jiraiya, do you know why I have made sure that you were to wait to see me this long over this matter? I do not know, sir. The Fire Lord let out a small growl of annoyance as he then spoke once more. I made you wait so I would not have you executed right away upon seeing you, and do you know why that is? The old pervert could only nod his head in a negative as the man spoke once more. Then perhaps you can tell me what you think this is all about. Please enlighten me. The feeling of dread that had gripped Jiraiya's soul returned with a vengeance. I assume it has something to do with Naruto Uzumaki. You assume? Yes, my lord, I assume that is why you wished to see me. The Fire Lord then looked him in the eyes and said, and you would assume correctly. Do you have any idea of what kind of political backlash we are going to get because of not only your decision to seal his memories so long ago, but also of the decision that the Hidden Leaf Councils has made regarding him, which has resulted in his banishment order? So maybe you can tell me what the hell is really going on. It's very complicated, sir. Jiraiya said, realizing that a great deal of things were going to be revealed this day, and he would be lucky to walk out of this with his life as well as his limbs. Personal diary entry or log of Uzumaki Naruto. My first day aboard the ship was spent getting to know the many crew members who lived upon her. Needless to say, I was both curious and excited to see if I could truly master the knowledge that had been passed down to me thanks to the bleeding effect of my bloodline. Unfortunately, I was also subjected to a bit of anxiety as I learned we would be spending the night in Bay for a little bit longer. Ch made me a bit more concerned about being captured. Thankfully we set sail the next morning, where I learned that we would be making several different stops along the way, and our first destination was to a small island called Minos to pick up several supplies that had been chartered to be delivered to the land of waves, which put a smile upon my face knowing that I would be able to see an old Friend again and tell her about what had happened to me. On her way to the first stop we spent 2 days at sea, which as it turned out was quite beneficial for me in mastering the skills my memories had taught me. Once we were en route to Wave, which I learned would be another 2 days until our arrival. During this time I learned how to handle everything forward, even down to both steering and navigating a vessel, and had to admit I had become quite good at it. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't perfect or anything, but I was good and getting better all the time. However, I felt that my captain, his daughter, and Old Salt knew more about who I was than they let on, and decided to just wait until they came clean about it, but at the moment it would have to wait as I look out upon the sea and see the coastline of Wave itself. For some odd reason I felt the need to be on guard here as we pulled into ports, and immediately went down to try on my assassin outfit and the weapons I had come to know so well thanks to my time in that vault or cave. I walked out onto the deck of the ship and told my captain that I would be in the town seeing an old friend who might also want to come with me, and made my way in, not knowing the adventure that awaited me. Assassin's Creed Black Fox. They all remembered that particular day all too well, as they had watched so many of their friends being cut down trying to escape. The woman who was called the captain quickly downed her shot of rum and was about to speak to them when a young member of the crew came running in and handed her a newspaper with a smile upon his face. Captain Morgan, you have got to read this. Morgan took the newspaper from him and began to read the headline. Every single member of her crew watched her eyes widen as she put it flat on the table for them all to read. Land of Snow liberated, renamed Land of Spring by rightful ruler. Everyone was in shock at reading this. The young man who'd spoken earlier then said, "By Neptune's beard, she's alive. And she had helped killing that son of the bitch." Another member of the crew then read the article for himself and then said, "It says here he was killed by some young kid named Naruto. To Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf village of Konoha in Fire Country." Another member of the crew at the table then said, "Wait, are you saying he's an Uzumaki? But I thought they had been all wiped out by the water government thanks to the purge. Do you think he's related to her?" Morgan was also now very curious about this young man. "I don't know, gentlemen, but if we do meet him out there, I want to thank him personal." All of the young man at the table felt a bit of jealousy towards this young man, but also a strong sense of respect towards him as well. Morgan then let out a sigh of joy, realizing that her young niece was very much alive and had help in taking down her corrupt uncle, freeing their homeland from this oppression. She then looked at her crew and spoke, "How long will it take to prepare the Frozen Queen for sailing?" The young man who had spoken first, who went by the name of Ken, then began thinking over what he knew of the ship's condition and what it still needed, and then spoke to his captain. "She still needs some minor hull repairs to be totally seaworthy and ready for combat, just in case. I would say about 2 to 3 days, and then we can sail, Captain." Morgan smiled and then said, "Good, that give us enough time to get the ship truly ready for this and check everything. I want to be absolutely sure that we make it back home in one piece, but I also agree that we need to be able to fight as well. Now get started." Everyone nodded their heads and got to work immediately. Morgan could only smile as she then thought to herself, "I'll see you again soon, my little niece, and if these bloody water bastards get in my way, I'll show them just how powerful the Snow Lord of the Sea really is." Cherry Blossom Restaurant, Hidden Leaf village of Konoha, Land of Fire. Akima, the daughter of the 4th Hokage, was still trying to come to grips with what she had learned a few days ago about the person her aunt had told her to stay away from, and who had in fact been her half-brother all this time. And because of her own actions she had quite possibly just made him her enemy for life because of the corrupted views she had been fed her entire short life about him. She also had to come to grips with the fact that her grandfather, the legendary Toad Sage himself, had had a hand in his suffering as well, and was now very curious to learn everything she could about him. To this end, he was shocked to see her brother's former pink-haired teammate walking into the restaurant she had been eating at this day. The two of them instantly locked eyes almost immediately as Sakura walked over to her table and sat down right beside her and asked, "How are you doing, Akima?" Akima found it hard to respond to her but ultimately found the courage and resolve to do just that. "How do I feel?" "That is a good question you asked me, Sakura, because I honestly do not know the answer to that one, not after what I have done." "So what did you do?" she asked of her old friend, both out of curiosity and concern. Akima could only let out a laugh as she then said, "I was the one who led the charge and eventual banishment of your teammate Naruto after he woke up from his coma, but I did not know what I have done." Sakura was now truly surprised by this statement, "But I thought he ran away." "No, Sakura, he ran because of the banishment order," she said with a bit of sorrow in her voice. "Why would you do that to him, Akima? I mean, I know he's a bit obnoxious at times," Sakura said. "Because I thought I was avenging my father, only to discover I had banished my own half-brother in the process and didn't even know what he had gone through until it was all over," she said. It was at this moment that Sakura's eyes went wide with realization about what she had seen that day when her former teammate had assaulted their sensei. It can't be true. Sensei would never knowingly let someone die. "Are you talking about Kakashi Hatake?" Akima asked her old friend with a bit of curiosity now. "Yeah, that's him all right. Why do you ask?" "Sakura, he is the only survivor from my father's team." Sakura was still trying to process everything she had learned and felt she needed more information. "Are you sure that Naruto is your half-brother? Because this all just seems a little too coincidental if you ask me." "He is my half-brother, Sakura, and I heard it right from my grandfather when L.A.D. Tsunade confronted him about the memory seal on my brother's back and what other implications this would have on all of us. And that's not all, Sakura, both my brother and grandfather admitted that his mother had been murdered by someone either inside the village or from outside its very walls, with someone conspiring against the village, and that no one has done anything about it." Upon hearing this, Sakura's eyes went wide, realizing what she had heard her old teammate say, Akima, the day he confronted Sensei and left. He accused Kakashi Sensei of letting it happen in the first place, and from the look on Kakashi's face, it wasn't a lie at all. "We need to talk to him and find out what the hell is really going on. I'm going to get my brother back somehow. I just hope that he will forgive me for what I have done." Long day dock near the Great Naruto Bridge, Land of Wave. Naruto felt not only good but totally free walking off the deck of the Blue Sea and onto the dock itself, knowing that the ship would be in port for at least 2 to 3 days, as the cargo was both unloaded and a new cargo loaded for its next destination after this, which he would be in the Land of Spring, but for the moment he would enjoy his shore leave and use this opportunity to test out his weapons gear and armor that he had made when he was in the sanctuary cave. He walked through the village admiring its beauty, as it had clearly recovered from its time with Gato trying to bleed this land dry for his own purposes, and was very happy that the old Templar bastard had been killed by Zabuza, but he eventually found the old church had a rather high bell tower with a perch at the top and decided to go climbing, as he could get a rather good view of the village and surrounding area of the island, much like his ancestors had done during their time. After taking a leap of faith into a nearby hay bin, he then took this time to test out his hidden blade and hook blade to see how well they functioned once more. ND was delighted with his progress so far. After a few minutes of testing, he then sealed away all the rest of his equipment and weaponry except the hook and wrist blade, as to travel lightly and not attract too much attention at the time. After a little while he eventually came up on the old bridge builder's home and smiled, but before he could even make a move towards the house, he felt a sharp object poke him in the back. Despite being at the point of a weapon, Naruto could only smile as he then said, "It's been a long time, Inari." The young boy in question instantly recognized the voice of this young man, Naruto. Naruto then turned around and pulled down his hood, giving the young boy a good look at his face. "Been some time, Inari, how have you been?" The young boy in question dropped his weapon and ran up to the young assassin and embracing him in a big hug, and was very happy to see the young man before him once more. The two of them then heard laughter as they saw an old man with a bottle of alcohol in his hand walking up to them, which Naruto could not help but comment on. "You do know it's kind of early to start drinking." The older gentleman just shook his head and muttered something about no respect, and then responded, "I'm an old man, kid, I can do what I want up to a point, besides this is the really good stuff." The old bridge builder then noticed them both were rolling Their eyes at him as he spoke once more and, "Didn't expect to see you here anytime soon with what I heard happened to you all some time ago." Naruto then put his hood back on and then turned to face the old drunk and spoke. "Trust me, a lot has happened to me recently that you all need to know about, but before I tell you all what happened to me I need to know where she is." Tazuna instantly knew that something bad had happened to their young hero and then turned to his grandson. "Go tell your mother to have a good size lunch ready for not only us but 2 guests as well." Inari nodded his head, and ran off to let his mother know about what was going on and saw his grandfather turned back to the hero and speak. "She's not far from here. She set up her own home not too far from the graves and that field of herbs that she gets a good deal of her medicine from." Naruto nodded his head to the older man and walked off to find her. "Thanks old man, I will see you soon." The old bridge builder old only ponder what was going to be told to them and let his curiosity get the better of him. "What the hell happened to you, kid?" Naruto stopped in his tracks and turned back to look the old man in the eyes and said, "Too much, old man. Too much. I'll tell you. Everything over the meal. Hokage's Tower, Hidden Leaf Village of Konoha, Fire Country." Jiraiya had just entered the Hokage's office with a bit of trepidation. At his side was none other than the former sensei of Team 7 Kakashi Hatake, who had been able to return to active duty despite his surprising injuries at his former student's hands. The two of them were uncertain as to what would happen now as they needed the Hokage's assistance in trying to track down young Naruto. The two of them sat in the lobby clearly wondering what was going to happen as the banishment order had been rescinded and a retrieval order had been issued by the Fire Daimyo himself. Jiraiya was by this time now very concerned and nervous about the Kami meeting and looked over to Hatake to gauge his condition only to see him reading one of the old pervert's books, but despite this he could still see a slight bit of concern on the younger man's face despite his attempts to hide it. Kakashi let out a sigh and then put away his book and into its pouch and then turned his head to the Toad Sage and spoke. "What do you think is going to happen now?" Jiraiya had been secretly wondering that himself as his plans to uncover who had murdered Kushina in the first place, although he had gone along with the orders to seal away Naruto's memories of not only that event but of his mother as well had been his plan and was put into action, but now he realizing just how messed up everything had been thanks to his sensei not trusting him in the first place. The only question that Jiraiya now had to ask himself was what was going to happen. Secret Sound Base 21, Land of Rice. Orochimaru sat down in his throne observing his latest project and progress of his new student one Sasuke Uchiha, who was currently practicing his latest moves with a determined streak about him. As the Snake Sage watched his new student's progress, he was surprised to see one of his special informants walking into the room to deliver a report. Orochimaru motioned for Sasuke to stop what he was doing and come over as he motioned for the young ninja bee to give his report. "Lord Orochimaru, as you ordered, I have been keeping my spies busy in the Hidden Leaf ever since the retrieval mission failed for them. However, as you requested, I have kept a special eye on the Nine Tails host, and it is not a good one, my lord." This caught both Sasuke's and the Snake Sage's attention almost immediately. "What has happened?" "Upon being returned to the village, my lord, he was left in some kind of coma-like state for well over a month now, my lord. However, 5 days ago, my lord, he finally woke up." Orochimaru had to admit that he was quite surprised, to be sure, and motioned for his ninja to continue. However, upon waking he was immediately brought to a council meeting where he was forcibly banished from the village due to his failure to bring in Master Uchiha here. Sasuke was honestly surprised by his old village's actions. In all honesty, Orochimaru was also surprised by what he had recently found out and listened even more intently than before as his ninja continued to speak. However, it was during this time that everyone learned there was some kind of memory seal on the young man's back, sealing up his memories and also covering up the fact that his mother had been murdered when he was 6 years old. He also confronted that your former sensei Master Uchiha knew about this issue and managed to break the man's arm as well as his nose in the process and accused him of letting her die. He then after this disappeared from the village and has not been seen since. That was 5 days ago, my lord. Everything the informant had just told them was a serious shock to them as it brought up more questions. Orochimaru looked the man in the eyes and said in a serious tone, "Tell your informants that I want all the information regarding these events as soon as they can safely bring it to my attention. Is that understood?" "Yes, my lord, as you command." The man then bowed his head and left the room to carry out his mission as soon as possible. Sasuke still could not believe what he had just learned as he turned to his new teacher with a look of shock upon his face. The snake sage simply looked him in the eyes and spoke, "It would appear that your former teammate Haku's dark past very similar to yours, my apprentice, and yet I wonder why he had a memory seal upon him and you did not." Sasuke was thinking about the same thing but was wondering what else was being kept from them all and why the loser seemed to have such a tendency to attract trouble, and yet was growing curious as to what was really going on as he still viewed the blonde as his friend. Hokage's Tower. The hidden leaf village of Konoha, Fire Country. Jiraiya had to admit that he was extremely nervous at this time, waiting to see his old teammate who was now the Hokage of the village and was in overall command of the operation he had been ordered to oversee. The operation or mission itself was to retrieve Naruto Uzumaki, who had been banished not by the council but also by his granddaughter Akima, who had set everything in motion in the first place. The Fire Lord had made it clear that this young man's retrieval was of the highest priority to not only himself but the country as a whole and its potential allies. Another priority handed down from the Fire Lord had been to discover the conspiracy that had taken the life of the young man's mother and also resulted in the order to place the seal on him in the first place, as it had not been authorized by the Fire Daimyo. All he knew for sure is that Tsunade had fought tooth and nail to protect Naruto from the banishment in the first place and was even more shocked by the realization of his mother's death. Besides punching him into a wall, he knew to tread lightly with his former teammate in this case. As the two men continued to ponder their current situations, one of the many secretaries opened the door and motioned with two men to enter the office. Much to their surprise, they saw not only the Hokage sitting behind her desk but also one of the village elders who had been the rival of Jiraiya's teacher, who went by the name of Danzo and was also known as the leader of the Foundation, or as it was more commonly known as the Root Division of Anbu Special Forces. Danzo then turned his head to look at them with his one good eye, sizing them up for the coming debate. Jiraiya and Kakashi had to admit that having to face the old ninja, now one of the three main advisors to the Hokage, was a bit intimidating to say the least. Danzo turned his attention back to the Hokage as she then began to start this meeting and began to speak to them. "Good, now that you are all here, we can begin the meeting. Now, as all of you know, the Fire Lord has rescinded the banishment order and issued an immediate recall for Naruto. Now, with that said, this operation is of the most importance to not only the village's security but also that of the Land of Fires." Everyone else nodded their heads as she then continued. "Now Jiraiya, as you know, I am in overall command of this operation and will be able to give you the much needed support either upon request or if it is absolutely needed, and as such you are the primary field commander. Now, who is your first choice for your team leader?" Jiraiya turned to Kakashi. "I've chosen Kakashi here to be the primary squad leader. His knowledge and experience with our target will be invaluable." Jiraiya could just make out the looks of doubt upon the room's earlier inhabitants. Despite this, he then continued to speak. "I would also like to assign, when possible, your new apprentice to this team as well, since she also has a connection with Naruto." Tsunade nodded her head at this statement then and spoke. "I can understand that, however, who else would you choose for this team?" "There are many fair candidates that I must consider at this time. Anyone who would be sent on this detail must be aware of just who they are going after." Danzo, who had been mostly quiet during the meeting, then decided to speak. "And from the way you are talking, you have an intimate knowledge of the target, do you?" Jiraiya and Kakashi were both surprised by the statement. "Of course I understand him. I made him my apprentice after all." Danzo rose from his chair to his full height and looked them dead in the eyes as he then spoke in a deadly tone. "And that is where you are wrong, Toad Sage." Tsunade then opened a drawer on her desk and pulled out a rather large file with the name of Naruto Uzumaki upon it. The thickness of this file was compared to at least 2 encyclopedias, the big ones. Tsunade then put her hand on the file and spoke to them in very simple words so that they would understand her perfectly. "This is Naruto's real personnel file and it contains all of his medical records and his real education information from his time in the academy as well as working and being taught by Kakashi. It also contains information about the alterations that the old man made to seal as well as his continued training of the boy up until the date of his death. It also lists what little information there is on the Uzumaki bloodline codenamed Animus and its unique abilities. The revelations hit the two of them like a ton of bricks. What does it exactly say in there about his potential level? That he is clearly above the rank of Chunin, maybe even low-level Jonin for all we know. One thing is for certain now. And that is, Kakashi asked the older man. Danzo turned to the copycat and spoke without any form of respect to him, as if he was an insect who could not keep his word, let alone his own ideology. The boy is now an unknown, which makes him incredibly dangerous, especially for you two. The both of them felt quite insulted by his choice of words. We still know him better than anyone. And he will not be a danger to us. Danzo actually smiled at them and let out a sinister-like laugh as he then said, "Is that so? And do tell me, do you really know him at all, or do you know the boy the seal created? Because I can tell you they are two completely different animals." The two of them were at a loss of words as Danzo then continued. "First of all, the boy knows that you, Jiraiya, are responsible for putting the seal on him in the first place, despite whatever plan you intend to put into action, or for that matter if you were going to use him in some way, which if I was him I would be thinking about it very seriously." Quote, Kakashi just know that the old war hawk was right about this and had a very good point about their current target's mindset, but Kakashi also knew that the Ba-D news was just going to keep on coming this day. And his mental prediction was proven correct as the Hokage then spoke to them once more. "It is because of these reasons that I and Danzo have decided to assign your remaining team member positions. One of them has been drafted into service under the Emergency Personnel Protocol Act, which is part of the village's charter to deal with situations of war or a political situation such as this. The EPPA had only been used a couple of times, and that had been during the last wars that the Leaf had been to fight in." The old pervert let his curiosity get the better of him and asked, "And just who are you going to recruit into the ninja services?" The look on her face instantly sent a concerned feeling to him as she then spoke, "Your granddaughter." Both Kakashi and Jiraiya were in absolute shock at what she had just said to them. Jiraiya still could not believe what he had just heard his former teammate say to him. "Please tell me that's a joke, princess." She looked him dead in the eyes and spoke, "I'm not joking with you, pervert. She is responsible for setting all of this in motion in the first. But she is not a trained shinobi, Tsunade." The look on her face only hardened like steel as she stared into his eyes and said, "And I know that you are lying. I am well aware that you have trained her to defend herself and that she is easy. Lia Chunin level shinobi. All that she lacks now is the experience that many of our younger soldiers already possess." Jiraiya actually felt like getting on his hands and knees and begging his our teammate to reconsider, but had a strong feeling that it would not work for him at all came to his mind, and he decided to plead his case once more to her. "Please do not do this. It is already done, Jiraiya. Tomorrow she will be informed about my decision in this matter. Your other teammates will also be presenting themselves tomorrow as well." She then picked up two large folders and then handed them over and spoke once more. "These are your copies of Naruto's real personnel file, however some things have still been blacked out, they are still heavily classified. Then get out of my sight, you two are dismissed." Two of them took their copies of their young target's real personnel file and left the room feeling defeated and wondering what was going to happen from this moment on. Danzo watch. Head the two men walked out of the room knowing that this was all over and felt a great deal of pity for his young student who would be placed on this team. The forest of the land of Wave. Naruto had decided to take his time searching for Haku for several reasons. The first reason had been to clear his head after just his short conversation, the old drunk realizing just how much had been done to him in his short life and just learned to clear his head a little bit. The second reason was that In just knew that she was probably already aware of his presence here, as he walked through the woods. He then remembered an old song that his mother would occasionally as to when he was younger. She was still among the living and felt that the lyrics of the beginning of the song seemed to sum it up. Saint of his life and in a way Haku's as well. He then let out a small laugh and shook his head as he recalled the lyrics and began to sing himself in the hopes to provide some form of relief. "Once upon a time I swore I had a heart. Long before the world I know tore it all apart. Once upon a time there was a part of me I shared, years before they took away the part of me that cared." Those last lyrics that he spoke aloud had just reminded him even more of what he had lost so long ago, even more despite the images of his mother he continued sing the next couple of verses knowing that they would despite the pain clear his mind and help him out a little bit more. I've been 1,000 places and shook 1,000,000 hands. I don't know where I'm going but I know just where I've been. I've flown 1,000,000 miles and I rode so many more. Every day a castaway, a vagabond, battle-born. After the last verse he stopped dead in his tracks and could not help but think just how accurate many of those words really were to him. The irony of it all was that he had started singing so that he would feel better but had to admit that he felt a little bit worse in the long run, but at least some things were returning to normal for him, or at least as normal as he was going to get for the time being. He then did his best to control his emotions and then wiped away tears. He was surprised that he had been crying at all and felt a bit of relief knowing that so much had been taken from him and that so much had yet to fully return to him. Right at that moment he heard the sounds of footsteps that were directly behind him and heard the voice of a young woman speak. You sang that song with such sorrow and emotion in your voice, Naruto. You also look so different from what I remember of you. He let out a small laugh and turned to face her and then spoke. It's good to see you too, Haku. She had to admit that this newer look fit him to a T. She then walked up to him still carrying a small basket filled with many herbs to help with healing and then spoke. It is good to see you to Naruto, but what has happened to you? He then rubbed the back of his head and let out a sigh as he then looked her right in the eyes and spoke. To tell you the truth, I don't know where to even begin myself. She could understand his statement and then notice what direction he had come from and then asked, you went to see the old drunk first? He gave her a true smile and looked her in the eyes as he held out his hand and spoke with warmth and kindness in his voice that he thought would never be there again after what had been done to him. It's been a while and I didn't know where to look for you. I also asked him to make us all a lunch so I could tell my tale of woe. A lunch sounds pretty good and I definitely want to hear about what the hell happened to you. The two of them walked side by side back towards the house, engaged in simple conversation. So, what's with the new look? I made most of is stuff I just scavenged the other things here and there in a cave of all places. It's actually kind of a standard-like design that my ancestors use a lot for when they had to their missions. Who was curious about just who his ancestors were and why they needed to wear clothes that make them look so dangerous. You must have some serious badass in your family line. He just smiled at her and then said, you have no idea, Haku. Hell, I didn't even know who they were until a couple of days ago myself, to tell you the truth. She was surprised to hear this from him. What do you mean? When I was 6 years old, Haku, I watched my mother being murdered by 7 men who had somehow infiltrated our village without detection. They had their own bodyguards to protect them and to intimidate her to doing what they wanted. What did she do? He gave a small smile then said, she said if they so much as came within a foot of me she would tear their balls out through their ass. Haku was quite surprised by that statement and realized that she would definitely get along with his mother. I'm starting to like her already, and I take it that he did not take her warning seriously. Nope. They sent in their bodyguards in to do their dirty work for them. Unfortunately they didn't count on the fact that my mother had been training me how to be an assassin and a ninja. So she died protecting you from them. Yes and no. They came at us and I'm just let my training take over. Remembering what she had told me about these kinds of situations, it was something that samurai like to use. What is that? No mind. To put it basically, do not think, because if you think you're going to die in the heat of battle, I killed 8 of them that day and it still wasn't enough to save her in the end. Who understood what he was saying as it was similar to her own training. What happened next? As soon as they gave her the fatal wounds that would end her life and take her from me, they began to advance upon, only to be stopped by a man who was wearing a strange mask with only one eye visible. He said to her, remembering every detail about that night as best as he could, but secretly wished that he could forget it altogether, and cursed his photographic memory. He then began to speak again. He's so angry with them for what they have done and threatened to kill them if they did not leave the very instant. They then disappeared, leaving me with her until she passed away thanks to her injuries. I'm sorry to hear that. He turned to face her with a look of true sadness upon his face when she realized that there was more to the story and she had already learned. But that's not the end, Haku. The Anbu soon arrived, led by my former sensei, who then rendered me unconscious, took me away from her. They put a memory seal on me, keep everything quiet about what had happened that night. About a month ago the seal finally broke and everything came rushing back to me of what had been done to me. Bu. Before Haku could ask any more questions, they've heard the sound of screaming off in the distance. Naruto immediately activated a set of sails on his clothing, unsealing all the rest of his weapons ND gear, and using his free-running skills then ran up a nearby tree, remembering what his two ancestors had done and what he had also perfected in his own time training in the cave. Haku was surprised by just how fast he had moved and disappeared into the trees themselves. She then quickly followed in his wake, hoping to somehow aid him in whatever was to come. Bridge Builder's House, Edge of Wave Forest, Land of Waves. Chizuna, the old bridge builder of the Land of Wave who had helped lead the charge in freeing his country from the tyranny of Gato, now lay upon the ground bleeding from a cut to his head as he watched the 6 men who had come to his home to take him and his family for whatever reason. He knew, however, from the look in their eyes that whatever this reason was, it would not be pleasant for any of them. 4 of the men were standing watch over them underneath a large tree, while the other 2 patrolled a nearby area looking for any kind of intruders. The old bridge Beweal knew that Naruto and the girl were still out there and had probably heard their screaming by now and would probably be coming to help them. He just prayed that nothing would happen to them. The men were all wearing heavy body armor that remind him of what higher range ninja would wear, except for the fact that these ones were a dark blood red in color with a strange black cross on their backs with a red interior. Chizuna could instantly tell that these were not the run-of-the-mill mercenaries who dared to call themselves samurais and wielded their swords like clubs. No, these men were trained in the art of death. What's worse is that one of the 4 men who was guarding him seemed to be searching for something or someone. Right then and there Chizuna saw one of the 2 guards patrolling the outer area be literally pulled into a bush by a figure in black. Within the span of a minute the second guard was also hauled in much the same way. It was clear to him that they would not be a danger to his family anymore, as he suspected they were no longer among the living, and secretly thanked God for sending that crazy kid to him once more. The 4 guards had failed to notice the loss of their comrades and were totally unprepared for next attack by the figure in black. Without warning, a strange spear-like object embedded itself in his chest, surprising everyone who was present. The strange object had a rope attached to it, and when they all looked up to see who might be attacking them, and they saw a figure dressed in black with a hood concealing his face from view, then fall to the ground with the other end of the rope embedding it into the ground, leaving their comrade hanging from the tree as his life ended. The hooded figure then rushed forward with his arms extended in what appeared to be strange blades attached to his wrists, embedding them in their throats. The last survivor then pulled out his set of twin crossbows and began firing at this individual, only to watch as this dark angel of death used his comrade's corpse as a shield, successfully blocking all of the shots until the crossbows were empty. As soon as he could no longer fire a shot, he saw the strange man drop the body that had been protecting him not a moment earlier, and then threw a small throwing knife at him, which then embedded itself right between his eyes, killing instantly. Naruto immediately activated 10F his wrist blade and walked behind Chizuna and undid his restraints, as he then said, "You know, you old drunk, you have a way of attracting trouble, you know that, right?" Chizuna just couldn't get a breath as he then rolled his eyes and began to help untying his family, only to see Haku now running into the field where they all were, and then noticed the look of shock upon her face as she stared at the dead bodies lying around. She quickly turned to Naruto, pointing at the bodies, trying to form words as he walked over to the anybody and cut it down to retrieve his weapon from the corpse, and noticed the look on her face and spoke to her. "You know who they are, don't you?" She nodded her head as she looked at the bodies and realized that her fear of running into things people again had come true. She felt a bit better knowing that Naruto could so easily dispatch them. "I do. You know who they are. They are known as the Red Mercenary Organization and are generally tasked hunting down shinobi of any kind, and are also known to work for the highest bidder." Naruto nodded his head as he looked at the bodies himself and then noticed the flash of metal around one of their necks. He reached down and pulled the object from its dead owner and immediately knew that they were in a serious amount of, as he heard the old drunk then say, "So these guys hunt ninjas, that's not good for any of us." S is a standard retrieval team consisting of 6 soldiers who are at least high to mid-chunin level. There's always a sensitive operative with them so they can hunt their targets more easily. The problem Is there will be another team just like this one not too far away acting as a backup just in case something is to go wrong. Naruto knew that his fighting this day was done as he turned to them and said, Haku, take them to the grave site and I will meet you there after I deal with the other team. Are you out of your mind? These are trained killers. He turned back to look her in the eyes and then spoke. Trust me, I have no intention of dying this day. RSS. Warlock. Shipyard Harbor Town of Wave, Land of Waves. The deck of the RSS. Warlock was alive with activity as the ship's crew moved about frantically tending to their duties as the ship was firmly anchored. On the deck at a small communication station, a group of men were eagerly awaiting news of their first retrieval team's current condition. At this same time, a rather regal-looking gentleman wearing instead of expensive glasses with a unique-looking goatee walked forward as he heard the chatter over the radio. Still no sign of Retrieval Team 1. We are almost at target destination. Be advised the targets are still priority. A reply came over the radio in response. Understood, Red Control. The regal-looking TLE man turned to the current commander of the ship and the man who was also in charge of the Red agents who were currently trying to take their target, the old bridge builder and his family. I take it from your tone that something has happened. We have lost contact with Retrieval Team 1 and they are overdue, that is all. Trust me, Commander, it's never that simple. Just then they could hear activity over the radio. We have arrived at destination. It's not good, sir, they're all dead. The commander had a rather surprised look upon his face as the communications continued. Sir, I have never seen injuries like this before. Stay on the lookout for any hostiles. Wait, where the hell are the 2 sentries? Just then the sounds of fighting and then screaming filled the radio. Kenny is down. I repeat, Kenny is down. Who the hell is this hooded freak? Engage the enemy right this AAHHHHHH. Holy shit, he just killed the sensitive Red Control. The commander immediately began to issue orders to the 2 remaining operatives. Subdue the hostile target together and continue to give us a description and an understanding of his abilities. Acknowledged, Red Control. Twin formation. Let's kill this son of a bitch. The sounds of walking through the grass could be heard and then the claim of metal upon metal sounded through the radio as one of them spoke again. Target is wearing a long black trench coat with what appears to be a 9-tails fox and an eagle upon his back and is armed to the teeth with multiple weapons upon his person. The next sounds that came over the radio were that a blood-curdling scream which turned out to be their own agent who had just been cut down and the frantic talking about their only remaining agent. How the hell did he counter the attack? Why won't you die? Just then the sounds of movement also came over the radio and then were followed by the sounds of gurgling and choking as a young voice then spoke. May you find absolution for your dark deeds in the next life. Requiescat in pace. And as for the rest of you, I will be coming, you Templar bastards. With those words said, all the lines from the team went dead within a minute, leaving T. He read Commander with a look of shock upon his face as the gentleman turned to him. Did you send your weakest teams out there to do the job I hired you all for? Those 2 teams were highly experienced Gato. The second team was low to mid-Jonin level opponents equivalent to ninjas. The fine-looking gentleman now known as Gato then spoke. What is your current plan to deal with this threat, Commander? Well, for one, it would be suicide to send any more of my men into that forest area where this individual clearly is the tactical advantage. I would recommend placing at least 2 teams on the 2P of the warehouse that you are currently using to keep the captured villagers in until you for the money ship to sell them off to the Neo East India Company, that is. Gato nodded his head and then spoke. I like your plan, Commander. But I also recommend that it might be a good idea to have the high-level prisoners taken as well. The commander nodded his head and immediately went to work, knowing that he was going to need all the help he could get. Gato then turned to the radio operator. I would like you to put a bounty on this man. We still don't know who it is, sir. Leave that to me, just get everything ready. Cliff Graveyard, Land of Waves. Tizuna and Haku were waiting patiently for Naruto to return to them, hoping that he was all right. Just then they saw a figure walking out of T. He Woods and felt a sigh of relief as he emerged, just a little harder to beat than the first squad. Haku and Tizuna as well as his family could not help but roll their eyes at him. Just then they heard more noises and noticed several more people from the town emerging from the woods, with several of them making like they had seen battle. Haku immediately rushed over to them and began treat the IR Injuries is the leader of the group then spoke to the old bridge builder. They came at us so fast, they killed a good number of people and are imprisoning the rest in the central warehouse. Chizuna was surprised to hear this. He then spoke, how did they get here? After the Blue Sea finished docking, 2 more ships then appeared and attacked the village with those strange mercenaries, but the man who has started all of this goes by the name of Gato. Every one of them was surprised by this, but he's dead. It was Haku who then spoke, I think I know who it is. Everyone turned to her as she then said, this may be his only surviving son, Gato III, and he makes his father look like an angel in comparison. Naruto realized he needed to know more about this enemy. Haku, what can you tell me about them? She realized where he was going with this but decided to ask a question of the survivor. You said 2 ships came in. He nodded to her and then spoke once more, yes, one of M was clearly a high-end transport ship while the other was clearly built for combat and had blood-red sails. Well, that's good. At least a standard ship will only carry 6 teams on board and it's X men to a team and 1 sensitive to each team. 36 red operatives and now they are down to only 24. Okay, that's good, but how do you know so much about them, Haku? The land of water set them after me and Zabuza a lot. If it wasn't for his hidden mist jutsu we would be dead. Naruto was surprised to hear this. He then thought up a plan. It interferes with the sensitives, doesn't it? Yes, it is. How we always escaped and even took out a few of them. He quickly turned to Chizuna and asked, how long until nightfall? About 5 to 6 hours. Why? Naruto looked her in the eyes and said, I need you to teach me the hidden mist jutsu right now. You can't possibly learn it in that amount of time. Haku, I learned how to do the shadow clone jutsu in about 2 hours and I get the memories back from my clothes when I used to. Take me, I can literally learn things a lot faster thanks to this ability. Now please teach me how to do this. GSI. Traveler. Wave Harbor. Land of Waves. The radio operator from the Warlock walked on to the deck of the Traveler and up to Gato, who handed him a sheet of paper which he then read. Name. Fox Kenway. Alias or moniker. Black Fox affiliation. Wanted pirate. C. Rhyme. Murder of innocent civilians and 12 red operatives. Bounty. $1,000 dead or alive. The radio operator was surprised by what he read and then looked up to his employer and was about to ask. These people who dare to defy us must be hunted down, and I think this moniker fits him like a glove. As the sun went down and the operator returned to his post, Gato looked out upon his new territory, only thinking of what would soon be his only to watch a large amount of mist wall into the small town. He knew right then and there that the fight was just about to begin. Here they come. The rain falls in a city street almost as if it is as blackest as sackcloth all around them. An eagle flies overhead letting out a mournful cry as it looks at the scene below it. Below the eagle's flight, sets a young woman and her child who cannot stop her bleeding from the attack she had just received. She then attempts to comfort him as her life fades away, leaving this young boy all alone in a world he had no choosing in. He then looks from her blood-stained body as a man in a dog mask with white spiky hair then punches him hard in the face, rendering him unconscious. As soon as his world goes black, his eyes shoot open and they're dark deep blue, piercing as a Caribbean water itself, staring back at everyone and then narrow it at the memory itself, feeling so helpless back then, and looked down at the small music box in his hand that was shaped like an eagle. On the inside of it was a picture of a young red-headed woman and her blonde child eating a birthday cake together. He then closes box tightly and puts it in his inner pocket to keep it safe from harm, and then he walks up to the rail of his ship and looked out upon the city before them as he moved the ship into position to attack a large fort. During this time, the song begins to play in the background, starting first with the guitar and moving forward as he looked out upon this troubled land that needs their help so badly. No one knows what it's like to be the bad man, to be the sad man, behind blue eyes. The next scene shows several people on the inside of a large fort built for combat being herded around in chains. One of the man who was clearly in charge was wearing the fanciest clothing that these people had ever seen in their lives. He then examines them as if you were looking at livestock. And no one knows what it's like to be hated, to be faded, to telling only lies. The next scene shows many more troops entering the area as well as wealthy patrons who pulls out large stacks of money and then looking at some of the people who were changed to a wall. But my dreams, they aren't as empty as my conscience seems to be. The people around them for all carrying a small piece of jewelry that looks like a blood wreath. D-cross with sinister smiles upon their faces. The scene then cuts to a nearby rooftop as 5 individuals look down upon the scene before them. The young man with blue piercing eyes looked at these people, disgust and hatred in his eyes, as well as what can only be described as desire for vengeance but also for justice. I have ours, only lonely. My love is vengeance. That's never free. Right. At this moment one of the people who was changed against their will became quite defiant and received a slap to his face. However, what little control these people thought they still had ended right at that moment as the sounds of heavy gunfire ring out for all to hear and part of the wall was quite literally destroyed. Discover L.I.M.P. Right at this moment a set of 5 figures are seen jumping OFF the building and engaging the many soldiers in the area below, killing them with absolute efficiency. This sent a level of fear for all those in the area up even further, only to see more people run into the courtyard planning to do some damage to them, many of them members of the water resistance, including its leader herself. Discover L.I.M.P. Many of the resistance fighters and the other street range warriors were cutting the soldiers of the fort down and setting these people free as they went. Discover L.I.M.P. The main soldiers who had survived the main attack quickly assessed and run over, as many of their opponents then begin throwing smoke bombs into the crowd of soldiers who were still too close to the civilians for their liking. Discover L.I.M.P. Among this group of potential slaves are none other than several hidden leaf ninjas who were watching the scene play out before them in absolute shock, hoping that they will also be set free. Within the span of just 20 seconds the remaining guards are reduced in numbers extremely, except for 4 of them who are easily dispatched, still standing guard and protecting their leader as several of the freed people and warriors advance upon them. Right at this moment 2 of the assassins come flying down, killing last 2 guards, but the man who was the main target suddenly feels a cold piece of metal enter his back and turned around only to see the black hood of an assassin, which he then grabbed and then proceeded to pull down to reveal the face of a young man with a blue eyes and blonde hair and what appears to be a 9-tails fox upon his back. He then falls the ground bleeding out and dying slowly. No one knows what it's like to be mistreated, to be defeated, behind blue eyes. Among the leaf ninja is a pink-haired young girl, an picky blonde-haired girl who now feels as if the world has been taken away from them and all of their emotions returned to them over what they have done as they stare into a long-lost face they thought they would never see again. The person in question begins to walk away as he pulls the hood back over his head and leave behind a wall of smoke disappeared into. No one knows how to say that they're Ori, and don't worry, I'm not telling lies. As soon as the restraints are removed they both begin running after him and him as into the smoke, hoping to emerge just behind them only to see a set of PS leaving this small ports and on the deck is the young man in question looking back at them with his piercing blue eyes. Behind blue eyes. Reclaim your past. Assassin's Creed Black Fox. Edge of Wave Forest. Land of Waves. Naruto. Haku and the remaining inhabitants of the village of Wave who were at this moment free looked down upon their village that was at this moment in time occupied by the deadly Red Mercenaries organization. The Reds who had taken their home away from them and so many of their friends. Naruto looked through his spyglass at the warehouse, noticing 12 men standing around a clear unobstructed view of the entire village, and the best possible approach routes were also covered by this vantage point. He instantly knew that the 2 remaining teams were in the area below, just waiting for the opportunity to ambush them or anyone else that should attempt to infiltrate the village or to rescue the hostages. He then turned to the old drunk and asked, "Looks like they are waiting for us when we go down there. Is there another way in, you old drunk?" The old drunk, or a super bridge builder Tazuna as he preferred to be called first, and then rolled his eyes. He then pointed to a small building. "Would you please stop calling me that, and the entrance that we seek is right over there in that small blue building." Naruto nodded his head and then got up and began using the hidden mist jutsu alongside Haku. The young ice user still found it amazing that he had learned this technique in such a short amount of time. Upon her back was none other than was the execution Our blade, or for the matter what was left of it, as she had left most of the blade to mark Zabuza's grave site. Just a little blood on the blade was need to reform it thanks to the unique abilities of the blade itself. Naruto just had to look at what was left of the blade once more, catching her attention. Trust me on this one, okay? It will be back to normal in no time. All have to do is beat the living hell out of someone and then cut them up pretty good. I still find it hard to believe that blood can be used to reform the blade at all. So was I the first time I saw him do it. She said to him as they began to walking to the village under the cover of the hidden mist. The green old tree bar and grill, hidden leaf village, land of fire. Jiraiya could not help but feel a bit defeated after everything that had happened so far. All of his carefully laid plans regarding young Naruto were all coming undone before him, and it was all thanks to his sensei's interference and lack of trust in him. As he read through the real personnel file on Naruto, he could not help but feel that he had let the boy down considerably and had failed to anticipate certain events that had affected everything that he had put into action. In fact, the information he was now reading from the file only reinforced his feelings of concern, as he realized the boy might actually be even more powerful than he thought. GHT, and the steady fear of he had the him being extremely unstable for a time was only reinforced that much more. After reading so much, he had to put his drink down and pinch the bridge of his nose as he let out a deep sigh, catching the attention of his companion. I did not think that this was going to get to you that badly, Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi said to the older man. Jiraiya looked the younger man right in the eyes and then spoke. Believe me, Kakashi, if you knew what he knew about the boys' family tree, you would be taking what's in this report very seriously as well. You can't honestly believe this stuff about a bloodline that can allow you to literally relive your ancestors' memories and even gain their skills. It's just not possible. Jiraiya could not believe that his former student's own student could be this delusional. In all honesty, this stuff, as you like to put it, was all heavily classified. You don't heavily classified something unless it has a shred of truth to it, and considering who his grandmother was, I would really hope that he does not get any of her memories, because if he does, we will all be screwed. Kakashi was surprised by this statement, as he then asked, okay, why are you so scared of a dead woman? Quote, you have got to be kidding me, you don't honestly know anything. Washi Uzumaki, the woman they called the Red Maelstrom, or another name you might know her by, which was the Red Reaper. Kakashi's one good eye suddenly widened in shock as he realized who the old pervert was talking about. You're telling me that she was his grandmother? Jiraiya could only nod his head in a confirmation of the younger man's question, then spoke to him. Remember, I was in my last year of the academy when I saw her for the first time up close and personal. She was just a few years younger than my sensei at the time, and then because of his actions she then proceeded to beat the crap out of him for peeking on her in the hot springs. Was she really as terrifying as they say? Jiraiya let out a small chuckle as he then said, you have no idea how dangerous that woman was. If I had known everything that I know now, I would never put that seal on him in the first place. So what we do know? Kakashi asked. Jiraiya looked deep in thought for a few seconds and then spoke. We do what we can, but right now first we need to find him, and I have my contacts and spies looking all over the elemental nations. Since they pose as workers and tourists for the most part, all we need to be prepared when we do find him. Main warehouse, the land of waves. The main warehouse use of the land of waves was at this time was currently acting as a makeshift jail filled to capacity with many of the citizens of the village. They were now being held prisoner inside makeshift cells, so that they could be sold to anyone who had the money. Standing watch over this human cargo of suffering were 4 of the best fighters from the red mercenary warship known only as the Warlock, as EY were the only ones who were at this moment available, as the rest of the red operatives waited just outside to strike down anyone who tried to rescue this precious cargo. The only thing the 4 sailors had not been expecting was the strange fog to have entered the building as well, that was making it difficult to see anything or to detect the enemy if they had entered the building, which was driving them up a wall. They had to put up with the prisoners who were not making things any easier, as several of the young men who were occupying one of the many cells together refused to be quiet or cooperate with them, as they continued to launch insult after insult at their tormentors, making them both quite angry and, as it turned out, made them quite sloppy, as they had failed to notice the new presence inside the warehouse. Naruto wasted no time in hunting his new prey down as he used the young man in the cells as a distraction so he could pick them off one at a time, within just the first 30 seconds. He had already killed 2 of the enemy sailors quickly and quietly and was now directly behind the third, which he wasted no time in putting his hidden blade into the man's back, silently ending his life. By the time the final sailor came to any kind of realization of what was going on, he turned directly to face none other than Naruto, who quickly brought his wrist blade home, shoving it into the man's throat, and with one quick movement opened the rest of his throat open with a quick jerk of his hand, and with a quicker motion quickly snapped the man's neck, ending his life even faster. Naruto quickly relieved the following guard of his keys and began to unlock as many of the cells as he could. By this time both the old drunk and Haku were busy leading everyone to the secret passage. 10. The captives pointed 2 unique cells which contained 2 people in each cell. The first cell had a much older but beautiful red-headed woman in a blue dress and a battle-hardened gentleman with a black eye patch next to her. The other cell, however, contained a young red-headed woman with red eyes and a pair of glasses on. She was not much older than him, and next to her was a white-haired young man with what looked like shark teeth that reminded him of his few encounters with water ninjas from the Hidden Mist village, like Zabuza was sporting when he first saw him, without the wrappings that had concealed most of his face at that time. He quickly began to unlock the cells, knowing that these people could come in quite handy as they still have to take the 2 enemy ships just resting in the harbor. He moved into the cell quickly and unlocked the red-headed woman's restraints and could feel her chakra lash out as it was no longer contained by the restraints. He repeated these actions until he saw me to the younger red-headed and felt something he had only felt in the presence of his mother. It was like a knowing that she was related to him. At the same time she also had the same look upon her face that he had. She then reached out and pulled down his hood, revealing his spiky blonde hair with shades of red in it, and felt a strong connection to him as she then asked, "Are you an Uzumaki?" He nodded his head to her as they both heard the older woman then speak in a surprised sort of way with a bit of curiosity intermingled. "You 2 are Uzumakis, but we thought the purge had killed all of you." The distant relatives turned to her with a look of shock upon their faces as they both asked her what she meant. She was surprised by the question but quickly responded, "I saw the bloodline users and pirates who just wanted us to be free and rebellion members being executed. One of them was a young red-headed boy who I later learned was an Uzumaki." He just started singing this song with a look of defiance upon his face. The 2 relatives looked each other in the eyes and turned to her and began to sing the song that they had heard and seen in their dreams that one night so long ago, he Red Cross Knight and his men stole the Fox Queen from her bed, and bound her in her bones. May was now in total shock as she realized they had somehow experienced that execution so many years ago. "How do you know about that song?" At the same time they both said to her, "We saw the whole thing in our dreams, but we thought it was just a dream we had." "That was no dream, you 2 had those people were executed that day." "How do you even know about that song or what happened?" The 2 cousins simply looked at each other and then turned their heads to look her in the eyes as they then said, "It must have something to do with our bloodline, the Animus." She was a little surprised by that answer, never realizing that the Uzumaki clan actually had a bloodline. "Okay, the way you 2 talk like that is a little creepy. And while I have quite a few questions to ask you 2, but at the moment what are we going to do about the red operatives who are just outside?" Naruto and his cousin quickly turned to Haku and the young man who had been occupying the cell with her, only to watch Haku walked up to him with a look of recognition and then quickly punched him in the face. While this was surprising in its own right, the fact that his face literally turned into a pile of water which then splashed onto the floor and then returned to his body and reformed his head as if nothing had happened except for the look of a rather annoyed young man. He then spoke to her in a rather annoyed tone. "What the hell was that for Haku?" Naruto and his cousin were still trying to figure out what the hell was going on. "You know him?" At first she didn't answer as she pointed at him and then said in a dark tone, "That was for leaving us all along. We could have used your help on that one mission." "Look, Ice P. Princess, don't blame me, okay? He told me to go back to May over there. Unfortunately that pale-ass son of a bitch of a snake captured me and then experiment on me, okay?" Naruto crossed the distance quickly and grabbed him by his collar and slammed him into the bars of the cell and said with a kind of voice that inspired fear to all who heard it, "What the hell do you know about Orochimaru?" "Look man, All I know is that crazy son of a bitch experimented upon me and he was also going on and on about getting some kid from the Hidden Leaf. Karen, you want to get your crazy and dangerous cousin off me now? He asked her with a sense of concern in his voice. Naruto then dropped him and turned to her and said, sorry about that, introduction are in order. Naruto, that's my name and yours is Karen. Shish. E nodded her head at him and then pointed to her former companion in the cell and said, that's right, and this is Suigetsu. What was your mother and father's name? I don't know my father's name but my mother's name was Kushina. Karen then gave him a big smile as she then said, that was my aunt's name. So your father was my mother's little brother. It is nice to have family once more. As the two relatives became acquainted with each other, May decided that they needed to escape this temporary prison as soon as possible. I'm sorry to break up this little family reunion, but we really need to get the hell out of here, she said to them. The two of them turned to her and then back to looking at each other as they apologized. Naruto then created a few clones which then began to draw ALS all over the place as he then said to his cousin, how far are you in your memories from the Animus? I just finished reliving the memories of Ezio when he was in Constantinople. I just started to relive the memories of Hatham Kenway, she said to him as he then pulled out a scroll and unsealed a weapon she was most familiar with. A hidden blade. As he handed the weapon over to her, he then said, I take it you know how to use this, right? I do. This won't be easy for me to kill someone, but I've had to do it before, and I just knew I was going to have to again, she said to him as she then placed weapon upon her right wrist and tested the blade out to see that it was functional. With this done, she and her former cellmate joined in behind him and Haku as he then said to everyone who was present, everyone listen up, I've got plan in motion. Right now my clones are preparing a little surprise for the two teams of red mercenaries outside of these walls, both above and on the sides. I guarantee you they won't survive what I have planned, but their deaths will only a distraction so that we can take out the real threats on those two ships and end this invasion once and for all. No. Who's with me to take out these sons of bitches, shout I, and those who are opposed whimper. Nay. To his immediate surprise, virtually everyone, those who could fight and those who could not, shouted I. He then let loose a small laugh as she then spoke once more, and those who are opposed. He was met by only silence as he then began to walk to the secret exit and spoke softly, now if only countries were this unified. A few of the people let out laughs as May and her second in command Ao walked alongside him. She then asked, what exactly are you going to do those guys outside? He stopped. Eden turned to look at her with a smile that she had only seen a few times from her soldiers in the army who had been notorious pranksters. It was the kind of smile that told her that these people had an idea. They had a wonderful, awful idea they would spell someone's doom. With that same smile as he looked her in the eyes and said, why spoil the surprise, my lady? As soon as we left the warre house where my clones were currently setting up my little ambushes surprise, we then proceeded to the first ship that we had decided to take out was the Traveler, which happened to be Gato's own personal ship. It had turned out to be an excellent idea as several more of the Mist Rebellion members were currently being held in the hold of the ship as it was clear they were all here for a reason. Ched Azao then volunteered to stay behind as May had told him the few times that she was being interrogated by Gato III she had managed to overhear them discussing some kind of plan for the mental nations as this also caught my attention greatly. I have to admit though the crew aboard this ship had obviously not been properly prepared for this kind of surprise attack that we launched against them. Many of these slavers had pleaded for mercy but were shown none in return. As soon as we finished taking the Traveler and swelling our ranks a little further, we moved on to the Warlock to finish this battle once and for all. Without them even realizing it, we had made it to the upper rigging just waiting for the opportunity to attack them. We didn't have to wait too long as the radio operator on the deck began to send out requests for updates for the two teams of red mercenaries who responded that there was still no contact with the enemy. However, when it came to getting an update from the guards inside the warehouse, everything went silent. I readied myself to go into action right at this moment, preparing a rope dart and knowing instantly who I would attack as there was only one Ed member left and he was the man standing next to Gato. I then looked over at the blue sea which had brought me back to the land of waves in the first place, only to see that the crew had begun to eliminate the enemies on the ship one by one in a manner befitting an assassin, with what appeared to be the use of wrist blades as well, which only sent the questions I needed answers from them up even more. After just a few minutes the commander had become impatient as well as his boss. I then gave Gato a good look over as I studied him and realized how different he was from his father. Gato the third was clearly much taller than his forebear for one as I gave him a good look over and noticed much like his father that he was and that he also wore a set of glasses but were made of very strong materials and looked like they had seen quite a bit of use. His suit was also handcrafted and looked like it was made to endure a lot of punishment. In his right hand was a keen which I instantly realized Zed was a hidden sword and by the looks of it was quite expensive. He also had on his left hand a strange ring with 5 holes in the center which attracted my curiosity about it greatly. By then look at his face I could see small scars on his face. Clearly he knew how to defend himself in the event he did not have any bodyguards. As these thoughts bombarded me I heard the order to breach given by the Red Commander and just a few seconds later a large explosion not only obliterated the warehouse but also much of the surrounding buildings. The force of the explosion could be felt on the ship and even a few pieces of debris could be seen hitting water not too far from us. It was clear even if any of them had survived they would not live very long. I had a feeling everyone was there in the reading was probably looking at me with a look of surprise at the amount of devastation I had caused, but to be honest I'd rather go for overkill in this moment than not at all as I needed an opportunity to strike. Before any of them could even recover from the shock of the explosion that I had caused I then struck hard letting my rope dart fly right into the Red Commander's back and out of his chest. And then I dropped off the back of the yard arm of the sail sending the commander's body flying high into the air as I hit the deck of the ship embedding the rope into the deck itself. I quickly drew my guns and began to fire round after round into my opponent's heads right between their eyes ending their wicked lives. In a matter of seconds I had killed 10 men saving the last 2 shots of my 6 shooters for later. I took a quick moment to notice all of my companions were busy tearing their enemies apart as I looked out upon the deck of the Warlock. Haku and Karen were proving to be a deadly combination together cutting down enemies left and right. Suigetsu had been given what was left of the executioner blade by Haku and easily demonstrated the weapon's unique abilities as there was only a small part of the blade left. But after several dead men later the blade had returned to its normal length and strength as he went about slaughtering these slavers and I felt no sympathy for them at all. After all they had chosen to take the freedoms of others. Gato, as much as I hated to admit it, was rather intelligent and had hid behind a section of equipment at the back of the ship to avoid being killed by me. As he emerged he had already unsheathed his sword and stared me down with a look that screamed death and destruction. Time seemed to stand still around us as we looked at each other as predators staring each other down waiting for the right moment to attack and rip each other's throats out, as I stared him down until he was quite calculating the minute I activated my wrist and hook blade. He took this as a signal and we ran at each other trading blows like it was nothing. He was quite skilled, I had to admit. In a way I respected him, if only on a certain level. He did his best to keep me at a distance, not wanting me to get in too close. With my iconic weapons he realized fighting me up close and personal was suicide, like taking on a member of the Hyuga clan, something which I had personal experience with. Eventually he managed to push me back far enough and then pulled up his left hand which had the strange ring on it. It took me only a second to realize it was some kind of firearm, which he then pulled the trigger, resulting in a loud sound of thunder going off as I felt the impact of where the bullet had hit me, only to realize that it had hit my hidden blade as the sound of metal upon metal at high speeds sounded through the air. I took a look at my hidden blade only to see that it had been quite possibly damaged beyond repair and was stuck in its combat position, unable to retract. Luckily I wasn't the only one having equipment problems, as he couldn't fire the next shot in the ring, and I wasted no time and ran at him as he brought his left hand up in a defensive pattern, which I then proceeded to stab him, hoping to hit his heart. Unfortunately my blade became stuck in his arm, and as the two of us wrestled for a better position I heard the damaged area of my blade break and fell back upon the ground. When I looked up I noticed the look of shock and pain upon his face and did not wait any further before running up and kicking the blade in his left arm into his chest, hoping to end his life. Needless to say, the look of shock that was upon his face was, for the lack of a better word, priceless, as he first fell to his knees and then onto his back, breathing hard and spitting up some blood as I realized the blade had pierced his heart. I then walked up to him and looked down at him as he laid upon the ground waiting for the end to come. He then looked up at me and said, "So I meet my end at the hands of an assassin, but I can tell That you're not a member of the Assassin's Order but maybe of the Brotherhood of Assassins. I was surprised as I heard him saw. Why this, and a bit curious as well, as I then spoke to him. What do you mean by the Assassin's Order? So you don't know about them then? Won't you be in for a shock? He said to me as I became even more curious about what was going to happen. Whoever said I was an assassin? After saying this, I noticed him having a huge smile upon his face as he started to laugh and then said to me, well, that is new. But I can tell you are of the old ways. You are of the Brotherhood of Assassins, and I feel some bits of pride and respect towards you, knowing that at least I fought you with everything that I had. I nodded my head to him and said, I can respect you for fighting back but not for what you did to this place. It just goes to show you how petty us humans really are. The Templars always claim that we are the ones to guide humanity, and look at what we bring. As much as I hated my father, I still wanted to avenge his death on everyone other than that boy who contains the 9 tails. I was surprised by this as I then pulled back my hood so he could get a look at my face. The surprise and realization was easy to see upon his face as he then spoke to me. So my father's sins are visited upon me in the same place where he died. That's ironic, I guess. Not as ironic as you might think. You chose to come here and do this. I said to him with a bit of anger in my voice. Perhaps you are right, but I felt the need to avenge him. Just as I know you feel the need to avenge your own mother. Part of his words ring true to me, but the truth was it wasn't exactly true either, as I looked down at him, knowing that his time on this mortal coil was slowly slipping away. I still had some questions and answers that needed to be sought out. Part of me does want to avenge her, but it's not my only driving force in life. Why did you have those mist ninjas in your possession? What is their purpose to you exactly? I asked the stricken man, hoping for an answer. He let out a pained kind of laugh as he then spoke to me. The answers you seek are on the Traveler, and that is all I will say. Assassin, I know I have no right to ask, but at least give me some kind of sending off like you assassins supposed to do. I nodded my head to him as I then spoke. May you be judged fairly for your actions in life and find redemption in the next one. Rest in peace. It was as if he had been waiting for me to convey him this form of last rites and show some respect before his body eventually failed due to his injuries. I then closed his eyes and removed the strange ring from his hand and then checked his body for any other important materials, finding a few things and around his neck the pendant of the Templar Order, which I left alone. Unfortunately, I still had to remove the damaged section of my hidden blade from his arm and chest. Them with one quick jolt it was expedited from his arm and chest cavity, leaving only blood as I rose to my full height and sealed away all the broken parts of the blade and the main unit itself into one of my many scrolls, which I then pocketed, hoping I would be able to find someone or something to repair the blade. As I stepped back and looked around me, I noticed how much things have changed. Everyone was looking at me, and all over the ship was the Blue Sea's crew and the ship itself to our side. The Blue Sea's sails blowing in the wind as I had climbed it and traversed them regularly upon my journey here. I turned around and noticed Captain Cyrus and Old Salt standing side by side, and just a little further away was Sordiera with a shocked expression upon her face. As I looked at them for the first time once more and really looked at them, I noticed that Cyrus and Old Salt carried themselves with a sense of purpose and understanding, as well as a bit of experience in the way they moved reminded me of how my ancestors and I moved, which was a sense of purpose to it. But when I looked at Sordiera and a couple of the other crewmen who had come aboard the Warlow CK, that I noticed that they carried themselves similar to that of an assassin, but they seemed less organized and disciplined to me when I looked at them. But in her case she seemed almost nervous and jittery. That's when it dawned on me that the lives she had taken on board the Blue Sea had been her first kills, which surprised me greatly as I realized that someone who had this kind of skill should have been used to taking lives, but was clearly not, and it was affecting her greatly. And I also noticed that there seemed to be a bit of arrogance about her as well. Within a few seconds everyone had registered their presence, including May and her few remaining resistance fighters, as well as Haku and my cousin and her sword maniac of a friend. Needless to say, everyone was on edge as they looked at me and I looked at them. Sordiera was the first to speak out of them, and it was with a sense of shock and awe and just maybe a bit of wonderment. He's an assassin, father. This is incredible, but how did he do it without being trained by one of the older teachers? Her father, however, gave me a look over and then spoke to her. He hasn't had any training by one of them sortiera, it's all because of High's bloodline that he can do what he can do. He experienced the bleeding effect. I noticed the look of shock upon her face as she then asked, I've never heard of it progressing this fast from someone so young. He can't be much older than 14. Something happened to him, my daughter, but I can tell he's been trained in the old ways, our ways. He sipped her with a bit of pride in his voice, but the expression upon her face was something I did not expect. It was a bit of resentment and even disgust and hatred, and this confused me greatly. The Brotherhood is a thing of the past, father. You should be embracing the Assassin's Order now. Not living in the past of what had been. One must look to the future, and having a real life Uzumaki on our side will make this even easier. She said to her father with a bit of arrogance in her voice. It made me a little uneasy. She turned back to look at me with that arrogant grin as I lately removed one of my many throwing knives and tossed it into the air, cutting the rope connecting the dead red commander to the rope darts I hung him with. His body hit the deck of the ship hard, getting the younger assassin's attention as I then walked forward and kicked man onto his stomach and then reached down to remove the deadly part of the dart and then pointed at them with it as I said, first of all, little girl, I don't know who the hell you really are or what you're all about, and the second thing is I respect your father a hell of a lot more than I do you right now. I instantly caught the look of shock upon her face as well as those who were on her side as she then said, you can't just say no to us. Young man, we have every right to induct you into our order whether you like it or not. I actually let out a laugh at that. So that's defending humanity's freedoms and the peace of the world by taking it from others. You sound more like a Templar than you do an assassin. I saw it instantly that she was not amused by my comment. There are no more Templars, you young idiot. They are extinct. I was clearly not in a mood to hear this as I then walked over to Gato's body and removed the small piece of Templar jewelry that identified him as one of the Templar Order and held it up for her to see. She and the others had a look of shock and almost disbelief as I then threw it to her father, who caught it and also had a look of pure fear in his eyes, knowing that soon we would all be in massive trouble, and I couldn't blame them for thinking that. She then walked forward to her father and lightly touched it, thinking that it was some kind of illusion I had created, until she realized it was indeed very real, but I could also see that she was still trying to deny its existence. Just because he has some really old jewelry does not mean that our greatest enemy has returned. If they had, we would have heard something by now, father. She then turned and walked up towards me with a clear intention to try to impose her will upon me. She should why consider just who she was messing with. You will stop trying to create panic and terror among us. They are extinct and the wars are over. I however narrow my eyes and let out a small guttural growl at her and pulled up my hood as well as activated my hook blade as I slowly advanced upon her. Part of what was inspiring me to do this was a speech Blackbeard had given to my ancestor as well as to Steve Bonnet that day on the Queen Anne's Revenge. I wanted her to understand what I have gone through. Part of it was just my own feelings come to the surface mixed with my anger at what been done to me, and also the simple fact that I knew the Templars still existed, and yet she refused to acknowledge this simple truth. The fact, so I let her have it, as I would later be told I had achieved a praise NCE among them. There was absolutely terrifying, even though truth be told that wasn't my intention at all. It was just to make a damn point to her. People tell me later that was when the dangerous and deadly pirate lord who sought freedom and justice for the wronged and vengeance upon the guilty was born that day. I later found out they would call me Black Fox. I almost laughed writing this down, but her words still ring and a defiant tone in my head, and I just had to get the last word in. I know for a damn fact, little girl, that they still exist. I have killed 3 of their highest ranking men. Everyone, I was told later, had a look of true fear upon their faces as I continued to lay into her. How are you? Me, my knowledge and what has happened to me. Have you watched 7 Templar lords were up to you and your mother and demanded that you be handed over to them so that they can do to you whatever it is they want based so fucking desire? Have you, little girl? Because I have. I watched Hem send their 50 bodyguards to kill us that night when I was just 6 years old, and I saw them laughing the whole time until we started killing. Their pathetic excuse for men who follow greedy man and who take the freedom of others without giving a damn to the consequences. Everyone would later tell me that I was getting my emotions sorted out there and that I was taking it out on her. Her father would later tell me it was something she needed badly. I watched my mother died In my hands bleeding out and trying to comfort me, it may not have been your mother but at least you didn't have to walk. Tch her die because some Templar decided he could control the world. Right now you're playing the fool girl and it's only fools and idiots you will attract and you will not believe they have returned. Until it's too late and you're being herded into cages. I then grabbed her by the front of her shirt and held her close to me as I held the hook blade to her throat, until you understand what is LLY going on here. Do not tell me what to do as I have the right to make my own choices in this world, not you. Am I understood? She simply nodded her head to me in the quick motion demonstrating her ear at that moment in time of me and she wasn't the only one. Good, now excuse me, I feel like drinking and some sleep. After I said all this to her I then retracted my hook blade from her throat and walked away, needing some time to cool my head and blood before I did something rash and violent to her. Closely following me were my cousin, her friend, and Haku, as well as Old Salt himself. What I did not expect was for the water resistance members to also follow me, but one of them however came to attention as I said to him, "What's your name?" "Ken, sir." He responded to me. "Mr. Ken, remove the unwanted filth from the deck of the ship and prepare her for sailing to the land of spring immediately upon our return," I said to him, watching him also nod his head to me as I walked away back into the village to get what little sleep I could and rest for the coming trials. Traveler Captain's cabin, the land of waves. Ao and a few men that had accompanied him to the traveler were admitting to themselves that this man kept a lot of files about all of his dirty deals. Needless to say, the room was proving to be a treasure trove of knowledge. The problem was finding what their leader had slightly overheard was proving more difficult than they had anticipated. "Sir, there is so much here that I don't even know what the hell I'm looking for, but after reading just a handful of this stuff I'm glad he's dead," one of the fighters said after reading only a few documents. Just then one of the men pulled back a hidden panel that was part of the compartment to reveal a rather large safe with multiple locks upon it. "Jackpot, gentlemen." Ao quickly got up and came over to the hidden cabinet containing the vault and used his own hidden Byakugan to examine it in great detail. He let out a small curse word as he then turned to his men and said, "It's got decent construction, but I can't see what's on the inside. We're going to have to open it fast and carefully." One of the men, who had a rather large cigar in his mouth, motioned for everyone to back off as he went to work on safe, examining it for weaknesses in planting a small explosive charges. As soon as he was satisfied with his work and he moved back, lit the cigar and then triggered the explosives. Almost everyone knew him as Boom in the Resistance since he had a predication to large-scale explosives. Man clearly knew what he was doing to crack a safe without damaging the contents, and then said to Ao, "Man, this cheap bastard safe was no challenge at all, man. I mean, really, can you give me a real challenge sometime when the fate of some country isn't on the line?" Everyone present could not help but roll their eyes at him as he then proceeded to open the safe and examine its contents in great detail. Within just a few minutes a particular set of documents were discovered which everyone began to read at the same time, sending their eyes as wide as dinner plates. Like I said, Ao, thank God it wasn't hard when the survival of some country is on the line. Everyone in the room could only agree with him as they read the document and realized they were all about to be extremely busy and needed to get this to May and that kid as soon as possible. The Drunken Dragon Inn, Land of Waves. Naruto and Karen had been sleeping peacefully for the most part in the end, thanks to the many villagers and the water resistance members who were currently keeping an eye on the more suspicious Blue Sea crew members, including Sortiera, who had still not gotten over how easily this young man had overpowered her in the first place. Her father and Old Salt sat at the board speaking to the old man who had been identified as Tazuna the bridge builder, or as Naruto had come to call him, the old drunk. She still found it hard to believe that such power was being wasted on these children, and the fact that they were even being considered being given a choice, but at the same time part of her was beginning to wonder, is doing something else with your life really that bad? While Sortiera pondered her own thoughts, both good and bad, the two Uzumakis dreamed peacefully about several ancestors and their lives, but had to admit that they were both seeing a new ancestor and city that they had never seen before. All around them were plenty of peasants looking as if they had been starved for the most part, and the language for the most part was absolutely exquisite to linguists, in all honesty. Naruto and Karen knew that they had spent enough time that dreams to be experiencing bleeding effect from this new set of memories, and were King the most of it as they watched this new ancestor perform amazing new feats of free running they had never seen before, as well as new stealth tactics that would come in quite handy in their team. Orc was unimaginable unless you had been in a ninja squad. But it was new hidden blade that caught their attention as they heard it called a phantom blade, able to fire a small part into opponents at long distance with quite decent accuracy to boot. A few times then heard their new ancestor's name mentioned as the crowd also cried out for justice, in some cases blood of their nobility who had taken so much from them, and in many cases when looking to Arno and the assassins to bring it to them. The last image that to solve was of a greedy noble man begging them to spare him and blame the peasants who were suffering for his well-deserving fate, as threw him off a balcony into the hungry crowd below, which then proceeded to beat the living crap out of him and finally severed his head from his bod, while placing it on the spike as it finally died. The two of them quickly awoke after this and looked at each other, realizing it not been a dream for them, and realized the soul had many questions that ed answers, including how they were able to experience others' dreams of their family and even that event when they were 7. Naruto quickly grabbed a bottle of rum into the swig and had to admit it as quite good as he had been told the night before they had decided to rest their eyes in the bar that it was a drink called Captain Morgan, and realized he had to get a little bit more this road. Right. At this moment Ao came running into the room along with the other members of the resistance, who had been looking the traveler over with a fine-toothed comb with a look of concern upon their faces. Naruto was one of the first to notice and quickly ran over to him alongside Mei, who immediately asked, "What is it, Ao? What did you find?" As he brought the large case that had been in the vault over and placed it up on a nearby table. Upon its top was none other than the wax seal of the water daimyo himself upon it. As soon as they opened the container they were shocked at what they began to read. Everyone in the bar was beyond scared as they realized that this little invasion of their island was nothing in the grand scheme of things. Naruto only needed to read a few paragraphs to know at all hell is about to break loose. As he continued to read the entire page, he instantly knew that more people he cared about were about to be in serious danger, and he wasted no time getting ready. "Mr. Salt, Captain," he responded very quickly and came to attention as a young man then turned to him and said in a tone of command was unmistakable, "I want the warlock armed and ready to sail in about 4 hours, no more no less, and get it done, Mr. Salt. We are burning daylight and we are leaving." Mr. Salt immediately nodded his head after reading the document as well and went to work with several her men, knowing that they had to get the ships ready as soon as possible. He then turned to Mei, who had continued reading, and realized they needed all the help they can get, as he was about to ask her, but she beat him to the punch. "If you're about to ask for my assistance and my people, you got it, Black Fox." What she called him had caught him by surprise as well as everyone else as she handed him one of the documents from the safe. Needless to say, he had one hell of a smile on his face as he then said, "I like it, Black Fox Creative, and thank you for your help." She nodded her head to him and spoke softly, "You saved me and my people, and the honor is mine to help you and those people who still need our help against the land of water and its tyranny." Cyrus and his daughter then walked over and looked at the documents as well, and both felt a level of fear they had not known was there, as a realized one of their homeland's only financial revenue was now being threatened, and realized no more what they would have to become involved in some form or another. Cyrus then walked up to the young man to see him preparing to leave, as well as his young friends who also looked like they were giving up for war. "Don't be rash about this, young man, you need help. I trust not her and this council of the Order of the Assassins. How the hell do I even know they will be willing to help the and of Spring when they won't even willing to admit that the Templars are even still around and a credible threat? What makes you think that they are going to even believe you, even with the documents you have in your possession?" Yes, a young man hoping to see him stop and think for a moment. Naruto however stopped what he was doing for a moment and then said to his first captain, "Because I know the daimyo, and remember I'm a hero there. Besides, I'm not going alone, and I would really appreciate it if you'd come with me, Captain." Cyrus gave the young man a genuine smile as he looked at his hands and realized one of the hidden blades was damaged and missing. "Well, you're not doing very good going like that without a wrist blade." Naruto then looked at his own and let out a small curse word as he then remembered his latest ancestor and then decided to inquire, "Have you ever heard of the Phantom Blade before?" Do you think Raven would know where to find one or how to repair my original wrist blade? Sordiera had to admit to herself that she had never heard of this kind of weapon before and was extremely curious as her father then spoke to him in return as well as removing one of his wrist blades and handing it over to the young man. Use this one for the time being, young man, and it's the land of spring as fast as possible. I trust you to help them fight this coming invasion, and I will bring your uncle Raven to see you both when we arrive in the land of spring. Sordiera had become quite concerned by this. What are you talking about, father? It will take more than a day to get the counsel as well as to retrieve the old man and get to the land of spring. He gave his daughter a big smile as he then said, you forget how fast the blue sea really is, my daughter. By the time these TWO ships that are here thanks to our enemy's actions arrive in the land of spring, I will have already have picked up mentor Raven and informed the council and be there as well to meet you all. Who knows, I might even beat you all there. It was only then she realized how fast the blue sea really was as she then turned to her own skeleton crew and commanded them to take control of the traveler to get it to the land of spring to help them in the coming war, as she would be aboard the Warlock, keeping an eye on the young people who had changed everything for her in just a few hours as they all walked out of the bar, watching everyone going about repairing the damage that had been done to the village and wishing them good luck on their journey. Naruto, however, was busy writing something in the scroll. With the old bridge builder's help as they talked, she then noticed the small toad taking the scroll with what looked like directions to hand it to the leader of the hidden send village or someone named Gaara. As soon as the document was handed over, the toad disappeared in a cloud of smoke as she watched the young man walk over to the Warlock and climbed aboard the ship and directing the crew as they prepared to leave. She wasted no time getting aboard the ship and deciding to help since it was clear he did not want her there in the first place. Naruto knew from the sea charts that they would arrive in the land of spring by tomorrow morning if everything went according to plan. He still cannot shake his own doubts and fears, but also that he wanted to make his own decision and would not have others make it for him. No matter what, he wanted to meet Raven and decide his future on his own terms. All he had to do now was wait. Gaara was trying his hardest to understand what was going on as he and his siblings read the report that their sensei had just handed them regarding a certain Bond young man. Kankuro could not help but speak out about what they were reading. This kid has a way of getting into some serious trouble. His sister simply rolled her eyes as she looked at him and said, is that all you can say after reading this? I mean, in a way he's been through even more shit than us. Both of her brothers looked her in the eyes with a look of absolute surprise. Gaara could not help but left his eyebrow at his sister's comments. Before any of them could open their mouths to comment, they were surprised by the sudden appearance of a small orange toad. The small toad took one look at Gaara and took the small scroll that he had on his back off and then handed it to him. Gaara was actually surprised by this change of events. Thanks. It's no problem, Sengai. Naruto told me that everything in this scroll is really important. The small toad said to them. Kankuro was still trying to figure out what the hell was going on, but we are told by the hidden leaf that he is unstable. Little Toad could not help but let out a laugh of amusement. Okay, that's funny, man, but don't believe everything they've told you. Gaara had already opened the scroll and began to read its contents. As he read the contents, he instantly knew that everything was going to change. You'll all have to read this. The three of them became curious as Gaara unrolled the scroll so they could read its contents for themselves. Dear Gaara, I hope that this letter finds you safely and that it has not fallen into the wrong hands. Undoubtedly the hidden leaf has tried to convince you all to not only find me but hand me over gift wrapped. Whatever they tell you, do not believe them, especially Jiraiya. When I was 6 years old, I watched my mother being murdered by a group of men with unimaginable amounts of power at their disposal. Unfortunately for me, the village and these people decided it was safer for them to seal my memories away. When I fought the bastard, the seal broke. That was over a month ago, and I've spent all that time in a kind of coma, not only regaining those memories but really ving new ones for my ancestors thanks to my bloodline. They then called me to a council meeting upon waking up and banished me from the village, but told me I would have to come back to serve them. Like I am going to do that. I have managed to escape before they could put the tracking seals on me and made my way to the sea. I'm writing this scroll in the land of waves. However, my famous luck for getting into trouble seems to be a constant, as I have just had to help stop an invasion of the land of waves. Luckily Gato III and his army of red mercenaries did not live to see the sunrise, and their plans to turn these people into nothing more than slaves has been stopped. Unfortunately, once again my famous luck has struck. Upon checking their ships we discovered that they were part of an advance force to invade the land of spring by the land of water. There are documents sealed in the bottom of this letter. They're copies of the ones we discovered. We are currently en route to the land of spring, hoping to get to them in enough time to prepare them for this coming battle. I have also talked to the village leaders of the land of waves, and they have agreed that having a foreign Melita Rai presence in their country might be beneficial not only to their safety but also to help you with your need for trade. If you can send some kind of help to the land of spring, I would appreciate it. Greatly, but be careful as I don't trust the leaf right now. I hope to tell you guys more in time, but right now I need to be absolutely careful, and I wish you luck and hope to see you sometime in the future. All four of them were surprised by what they had read and quickly unsealed the documents. Needless to say, although these were copies, they were in shock with what it detailed. I really don't want his luck, Konkuro said out loud, with everyone agreeing with him. What do we do now? Tamari asked. Baki picked up the documents but handed the scroll back to Gaara and motioned for them to follow him. We see what we can do and hope for the best. Afternoon, Shinobi Academy, Hidden Leaf Village, Land of Fire. Akima could not believe what had happened to her recently thanks to her recent actions in trying to have her brother exiled. When she had been told that she had been drafted into the shinobi forces under an emergency act because of her actions. Needless to say, she had to reevaluate everything she knew about her life and what she had been told, and now felt only remorse about her actions. She also looked around the academy classroom and could not help but feel as if the entire military force was present here, and had a sudden sinking suspicion that her brother was at the center of this storm. Right at this moment the door at the front of the classroom opened, revealing Jiraiya and T's Unade entering the room with a look of seriousness about them. The whole room began to quiet down almost immediately as Tsunade then cleared her throat and spoke so everyone could hear her. Good afternoon. As of this moment the Hidden Leaf Village is officially acting under wartime conditions. Everyone in the room could not help but look at each other and begin to talk, realizing that something big had happened. As you all know, we have officially lost 2 genin, one of them being Sasuke Uchiha. In Sasuke's case things are very different, as we know who is responsible for taking him away from us, but everyone was becoming even more curious as this special meeting continued. The members of the retrieval team who were present, some still recovering from their injuries but no longer in danger and able to finally return to duty, were also very concerned about what was to come as he realized one of their members was not present. Tsunade waited a few seconds for them to be done talking and then spoke once more. But the retrieval mission was responsible for our main target leaving this village and the events that triggered it. A new retrieval will be set up just for him. Kiba had a very bad feeling and he just had to ask, "Who's this person, Lady Hokage?" The Hokage cleared her throat and then spoke, making herself quite clear to everyone present. Naruto Uzumaki, and that comes as a personal request from the Fire Lord himself. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events. At this moment I'm turning the meeting over to Jiraiya Village Spymaster. Thank you, Lady Hokage. Good AF. Turnoon to all of you. First, understand why young Naruto is so important to this village and why certain events that have been done or now are becoming a national crisis, forcing us to operate under wartime conditions. You first need to know about the subject. Everyone was listening intently, realizing there was more to the young blonde than they ever realized. Now Naruto was born on October 10th Ost 14 years ago, and it was the day of the Nine Tails attacked the village. His parents were Kushina Uzumaki, his mother also known as the Red-Blooded Death, and his father was Minato Namikaze, also known as the 4th Hokage. Jiraiya swore he could hear a pin drop. That's right everyone, his parents are some of the most dangerous ninja we have ever produced. The Uzumaki clan, for example, were known for their abilities in the art of sealing that rivaled the best people in this village, including myself and the 3rd Hokage as well as the 4th. Everyone was looking at each other as he then continued. His mother was easily cage level and, for the lack of a better word, could kick the 4th's ass like it was nothing. But know this, technically as far as we know he is the last of his entire clan, making him extremely important to us. One of the ANBUs was surprised by the statement but had met his mother and decided to ask a question. So when she died he became the last known member of his entire clan. Aren't there any others? It is possible that there are more out there, but at this moment he is the only confirmed surviving full-blooded member of the clan that we know of. He's also a member of the Whirlpool Lord's family, making him pretty much on the same level as a daimyo to us here in the village. One of the chunin in the room then remembered something he had read in class and spoke out loud for all to hear. Isn't the Uzumaki clan related in some way to Lady Tsunade's clan? They are indeed, in fact, and without their help we would not even have this village, the land of Whirlpool convinced the Fire Lord of the time to support this village. Now you know how important this clan is to us. Jiraiya could see the look of shock in all their eyes as he continued, what most you may not know is that right when the Nine Tails attacked, his parents were forced to seal it into him to protect this village. Unfortunately, many of the people here in the village saw him as nothing more than a demon. That was very bad mistake on our parts, as he could unleash it upon us in some form of revenge. His mother survived the attack and recovered, as well as begin to train him in their clan's ways. However, at age 6 he had to watch her being murdered by several men who somehow found a way into this village. This surprised everyone greatly and began a new round of talking amongst themselves. Jiraiya had a feeling this was going to happen. Unfortunately, because of these events and because of several things that happened, he blamed the village for her murder, and be perfectly honest, we think someone helped them do it. And this is where the seal comes in, and it was a memory seal. Everyone now understood why he was like he was. It meant that something really bad had happened to him that night so long ago. That seal basically meant that all evidence of her murderers were lost to us. We were hoping to slowly remove it over time because of his negative feelings towards the villa. But unfortunately, before we could even begin the retrieval mission, put just enough stress on him to completely destroy the seal, which is the reason he spent a month in a coma. This time they did hear a pin drop and noticed the open mouths of just about everyone in the room. I know it's a little scary, but that's not all, I'm afraid. Without the seal, every event and memory that made him a young prodigy have returned with full force. When he was 6 years old he was already a genin level ninja and had even made his first kill that night. In fact, it was 8 of them. One of the ANBUs in He room with long purple hair then said out loud so that everyone could hear her, well, that's all good, but what are we dealing with right now? To put it mildly, he could easily be a low-level jonin for all we know. He has a photographic memory and the bloodline which is capable of allowing him to identify a friend from foe, find things that is well hidden in the environment, and its enhanced Heli-ing abilities. There's also said to be a third part to this bloodline which I'm still having trouble believing is even possible. Everyone was surprised by that comment. The third part of his bloodline is rumored to allow them to literally relive their ancestors' memories and in some cases even gain their skills, and considering who his family line is, we could be in a whole hell of a lot of trouble. Tenten had been mostly quiet during this, but decided to speak now as he was one of her few friends. Who are some of his ancestors, and are you afraid of them? Jiraiya was beginning to feel his years catching up to him. His grandmother for one. I met her when I was just graduating from the academy, and her name was Washi Uzumaki, and she was better known as the Red Reaper of the Sea. Everyone who knew about this woman was an absolute shock, and she was one of the most dangerous women to ever be, either a ninja or sailor. Some even said she was an assassin on like some holy mission, and she even stopped the Second Ninja World War from breaking out almost a decade and a half early. Tsunade then stepped back up and spoke to them. As of this moment you are all under SS rank security secret of this village. Which means absolutely no gossiping about what you have learned here today, as the penalties could be either imprisonment for life or will just kill you. Everyone was even more surprised by her seriousness as she continued. You will all be given information on the targets and be ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. You'll all be training and working together to successfully bring him in unharmed. Am I understood? Quote. Everyone nodded their heads or vocally respond to her. The room was then silent as the grave. She then continued, there is something else as well. If him and Asuke ever patch things up and begin working together, we will have 2 of the most powerful genin out there to deal with, and considering that their mothers were best friends as well as their fathers the fact that the Uchiha clan when they were still around were in charge of the police force and were still investigating his mother's murder, we would have some problems on our hands if they team up in one revenge. Everyone in the room was still trying to process what was being said to them as she then continued, remember, this is not over, it's just the beginning. Dismissed. Territorial waters of the Land of Spring. Ship Warlock. Naruto walked the deck of the Warlock with a sense of purpose about him as he watched the crew check and recheck everything, making sure that all of the weapons in cannons were in proper operating condition and ready for action. He eventually came to one of the guns and noticed a young boy maybe just a few years younger than him checking the cannon with his cousin. She looked him in the eyes wondering what was to come. The young boy in question was clearly nervous and had to stop every once in a while as his hands shook thanks to the pressure that they were all under. The boy actually jumped near a little bit as he felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see none other than the Black Fox looking down at him with a smile upon his face. Naruto N patted him on the back who began urge him along to the sleeping quarters of the ship. Go get some sleep, boy, you need it badly. But I'm fit, sir, and I can do this. The boy spoke to his captain Hopi. To prove himself on this voyage to the young man was now urging him to rest. Naruto let out a small laugh at that and then said to him, "You're not the only one who needs rest, I assure you, kid. You won't be the only one to go to sleep, and if our enemy does come, well then you will just wake up to do with them." The young boy nodded his head and then walked below the deck to get some sleep. Right. At this moment Sordiera walked up behind him and then spoke. "You chose wisely. It would not have been my choice to send him below at a time like this." Naruto rolled his eyes in annoyance and then turned to face her. "So you would keep them awake all throughout the night, not giving them a moment's rest, is that what you're telling me?" Sordiera could not help but feel the eyes of the crew upon her. "I consider it, at least. Right now it was not warranted." Naruto and Karen both gave her a dirty look as they walked past her. "We are retiring to our cabin. The ship is yours until morning, and W.E. had better be on course to the land of Spring's capital or I will throw your ass overboard myself. Am I clear?" She actually swallowed a bit, especially in fear, and nodded her head as she said with a sense of dread in her voice. "As the grave, sir." "Good, and you two had better stop fighting each other or I will break something you to find necessary for life." The majority of the crew was surprised by this comment until they looked back and saw both Haku and Suigetsu frozen in place in mid-attack. The two of them were at a loss for words and said at the same time, "How the bloody hell did he do that?" Within a minute the two cousins were sleeping peacefully on the captain's bed in the main cabin of the ship, drifting into the land of dreams and memories. The two of them opened her eyes. We were shocked to see what looks like an evacuation of some sort. "Where the hell are we now?" Karen asked her cousin. Before her cousin could even answer her, there was sounds of explosions going off in the distance. Right at this moment, a man carrying a child ran past with a small red-headed girl right beside him. The two of them suddenly realized that they were seeing their parents on the day of the attack upon Whirlpool and followed quickly. The man stopped in front of the large ship where a red-headed woman and a black-haired man stood, but it was the features of the two people he had stopped by that caught their interests. The red-headed woman was clearly an assassin, whereas the man seemed to have the looks of a Templar about him. Standing next to the man was several men in armor with a gold and red Templar cross upon their chests. The two cousins were still trying to figure out why there were Templars on Whirlpool and why the assassins were not trying to kill them. The man who had stopped head in front of a woman and young man who could put the way down and spoke. "We got out as many as we could, but the assassins of the order are not helping us one bit, sister." One of the Templar soldiers let out an educated groan. "I can't believe they are not trying to help defend their home, those traitorous bastards." The black-haired man then spoke. "We have to do something about them, Washi. There is no telling how many people have died because of their actions today." Washi hated to admit it, but she knew that her husband was right. "I know, but I just wanted peace at the time and it ended bloodshed and stopped the war for a time. I mean, the assassins and the Templar managed to achieve peace and finally work together to achieve peace and freedom. Why can't they have worked with us instead of against us?" One of the Templar soldiers then spoke. "Do not feel bad, my lady. It took us a long time to realize while the majority of our ideals were not wrong, we went about them the wrong way. We still have to hunt down the dark ones of our order and stop them from plunging this world into darkness once more. Things have been better and it's all thanks to you and him." The young man nodded his head and then turned to the younger red-headed man who had the young boy was next to him and said, "Raven, please get our children and your family out of here. Get into the safety of the Hidden Leaf as soon as possible." Washi then looked around and noticed that her sister-in-law was missing. "Raven, where's Anna?" The little red-headed girl also noticed her absence and also looked into her UNCL's eyes and instantly realized when it happened but did not want to believe it. She's coming right. She watched him close his eyes and the pain that was upon his face and let the tears fall from his eyes. She then looked around and noticed all the adults had a similar look of anger and sadness upon their faces. Washi walked up to her brother and put her hands on his shoulder, forcing him to look into her eyes. "Get what's left of our family out of here, brother." The children and him instantly realized what she was saying. "No, you are both coming with us, both of you." She quickly grabbed him by his cheeks and put her forget the innocent, spoke softly to him. "Please get our family out of here right now. Need you to keep an eye on the order and take them out if you have to. Now please go, please." He nodded his head to her and she looked down at her children and saw them practically pleading for her to stay with them. "Don't go, mommy, please don't go." She hugged them both tightly and spoke softly to them. "Do not worry, my little ones, I will be with you always. Protect your brother and please survive." Before anything else could be said, an explosion rocked the area, causing everyone to go on alert. Raven quickly grabbed both of the children and ran for his nearby ship. All three of them turned back to watch both assassin and Templars fighting together to save their collective future and hope for peace and freedom. Naruto suddenly felt himself pulled out of the memory and into the main containment room of his mind that contained 9 tails. He pulled himself out of the water and walked up to the cage and looked mighty entity right in the eyes. Fox actually had a huge grin on his face, baring its many teeth as it then spoke. "You assassins are quite interesting, I must say. I must admit that damn seal made you quite annoying." Naruto rolled his eyes at the comment, admitting that the fox was a little bit right. "I assume there's a reason I'm here, right?" The fox actually let out a laugh at this. "Definitely not an idiot anymore. I like that. So what's your deal anyways? Why were the Templars so interested in getting a hold of you anyways?" he asked. The fox had a feeling this was going to come up sooner or later and simply lay down and put his head on its paws. "I'll simply go with an abridged version of my origins. To put it mildly, all 9 of us were read originally as an energy source with 10 tails. Naruto instantly had an idea what he was talking about. The story of the Sage of the 6 Paths. The 10 tails was something the first civilization created. Large Fox nodded his head and then continued. "Exactly, all 9 of us convert the energy from nature itself into what you humans now call chakra. Human sages can also do it, but they have Oh, be careful because it can kill or transform them into something else entirely." "You mean like the pervert?" Naruto asked the fox, but with no real respect for his former sensei. Naruto swore he wrote a growl that sounded like it had come from a female. "Don't even get me started on that pervert, but in essence you are correct. So what you're saying is that all 9 of you were originally Ted is a renewable energy source even though you were a sentient lifeforms in a sense, and he still used you to power a what super weapon?" he asked. The fox then rolled his eyes. "No, you think, but and though they possessed the technology to control it, they could not guarantee it would last, as it had a mind of its own as well. And then like 500 years ago, Sage comes in and liberates all of you from that prison. What happened? The Sage became the first human sacrifice to contain us all and safely hidden away the body of the 10 tails, hoping that it would never be restored. He gave us the knowledge of everything we need to know, and as you know gave birth to the 2 founding clans of the Hidden Leaf. But he is also a direct relative of yours by blood." Naruto was surprised to hear this. The fox however decided that their time was up for the moment, as there was things needed to be done in the outside world. "Now kid, I need my sleep and it's time for you to wake up." Naruto shot up the wake, quickly noticing the look of concern on his cousin's face. "What happened to you?" "Had a little talk with the fox, learned some interesting things about her." Karen suddenly felt a bit of pride. Knowing that one of the most powerful entities in the world was a female. Way to go, us girls. "So, what did you learn?" Before he could even say a word, they heard the lookout shout, "Land off the port bow." Without shouted out, he quickly got out of bed and quickly began to arm himself once more as quickly as possible. "I'll tell you later, right now we got a lot to do." She nodded her head as well, as she also quickly armed herself, and both of them headed out onto the deck. Spring dock of the capital city. Land of Spring. The Warlock moved slowly into the harbor as one of the many military ships came up alongside. "Hello. We need your papers to clear you to dock." Before Sordiera could say anything to the port authority officer, Naruto quickly walked up to the side of the ship as the men Su. Dimly remembered who he was from the last time he was here last and shouted out, "We need to see the Spring Lord immediately, it's a matter of life and death." The officer immediately recognized the Ong man in question and nodded his head as a nearby dock was being cleared for them. He then motioned for Mei to follow him as well as Sordiera, much to her surprise, as they each carried a piece of documents they had recovered the morning that of the coming battle in their hands. After a little bit of time at the port and informing them the 2 more ships were still on the way, they made their way to the palace quickly. Upon entering the main throne room of Koyuki, the daimyo of the Land of Spring. Upon looking up, Koyuki was surprised to see the face of a young man who had given her hope once more. She immediately got up from behind her desk and walked over and gave him a bone-crushing hug. Once she was done hugging him and giving him a little room to both take a breath and move, she noticed he held up a rather official looking documents with the seal of the Land of Water upon it. She had a rather bad feeling crept into her gut at seeing the documents and instantly knew that something bad was going to happen. She then looked him in the eyes, hoping to God that it was a terrible hoax. "You better get your military here as soon as possible and read up, it's important." She nodded her head to him and motioned for her assistant to gather the necessary man as a meeting was called. She then motioned for her guests, followed her into a rather large room that had clearly been built for times of war. All 3 of them were quite impressed as they walked into the room. Koyuki quickly opens all of the documents and began to read them through, hoping to find a way out of this predicament. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no way out of this coming fight. The good news was they knew when the attack would take place, but the question was, would they even stand a chance? "They're sending one of their super dreadnoughts here. The only thing we have that can even take it on at this time is our advanced fort," she said with a bit of concern in her voice, as many of the generals and admirals had entered the room at this time and began to study the documents as well. Naruto remembered the airships as he had been captured on one by her despicable uncle. "What about the airships?" Ra was surprised by this statement and couldn't wait to hear the Spring Lord's response. "Normally that would be an option first, but at this time the 2 airships we have are undergoing a massive refit at this time, and even if we were to speed up the process, they will be not ready for at least another 2 weeks. Mei realized why the Land of Water was attacking now. They knew that the main weapon they would have to deal with was out of action, making an invasion of this land possible without committing too many of their forces to the endeavor. Naruto was surprised by the comment, but also realized that things were about to get a lot tougher. "What kind of military forces do you have at this moment?" One of the admirals then spoke. "We have exactly 8 fast attack cruisers and 6 heavy battle cruisers and 3 battleships in our navy that are all here in port export right now. They are receiving upgrades that will likely be done in 2 days. Another of the admirals looked at the document and felt as if he had just seen their deaths coming. "Well then, we all have a big problem coming. It says here that they have 10 heavy cruisers, 8 battle cruisers, 4 battleships and 1 super dreadnought on the way." One of the generals did the math. "We have 17 ships to their 23 warships. Everything they're bringing is in a heavier category than we have." One of the other generals in the room then spoke. "Our only hope is the fort, but that will be their main target when the battle commences. We need help, my lady." Naruto sensed a need to act. "The Warlock can be added to your fleet. She as once a red mercenary ship, so she's quite well armed for combat." One of the admirals however then spoke. "That is very gracious of you, sir, but even with its presence we are still outgunned by at least 5 ships and who knows how many ground troops." One of the generals then made a suggestion. "We could call for help." One of the other generals then made a rather uncomfortable sounds as he spoke. "There's no guarantee that they will help us at all, or we won't pay for it dearly in time. Let's not forget what the Hidden Leaf has done to him." Right at this moment a voice spoke out that GHT the attention of Naruto and his companions. "Then perhaps I can help you." Sordiera instantly recognized the voice of her father and quickly ran over to give him a hug. He quickly returned his D's affection and then walked forward to stand before the War Council of Spring to address them. "Sorry it took so long to get here, but my important passenger isn't exactly a light traveler. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to the current daimyo to the Land of Whirlpool and my mentor of the Assassin Brotherhood, Raven Uzumaki." Almost every single member of the War Council had their mouths open in shock at seeing a living legend walk into the room. His hair was cut short and was mostly gray with hints of dark red about it, and his face was clearly wrinkled with age that gave him a kind of wisdom and logic about it. The older gentleman turned to Naruto and gave him a smile and walked forward to stand before him and then spoke. It is my personal pleasure to finally meet you in person, Naruto. Naruto was still in shock at finally meeting his distant relative. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, mentor. Have you seen Karen yet? Not yet, young warrior, but I'm happy that Seer Us was able to finally find you two before our enemies could. The old man said as he turned to look the Spring Lord in the eyes, only to be interrupted by Sordiera, who seemed absolutely shocked by his presence here. She looked between her father and the old man and was about to speak when her father quickly pulled her aside. Not now, my little princess, I really don't want to hear about it now. Everyone in the room was shocked by his outburst but also realized he was showing a great deal of respect towards his mentor. Raven then walked forward to Koyuki and then bowed to her as he spoke. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, my lady. I hope that the assistance of me and my associates were beneficial to your resistance movement. Several of the generals instantly knew who this was and were at a loss for words. Oh my god, he's real. It's the legendary Raven who helped warm the resistance. Even Koyuki was at a loss for words as she had heard the stories from several of her people. Unfortunately, Sordiera had a look of sheer unbridled fury upon her face. The council's decision not to interfering in this war was absolute and to be followed to the letter even by you. Raven turned to H.R. with a look of intensity upon his face that spelled her doom if she even opened her mouth once more without permission. I do not answer to the council of the order. Do not forget I am also the current daimyo of the land of Whirlpool and also the leader of the assassin brotherhood, which grants me servant advantages and rights which your order does not have any say in. Sordiera instantly shut H.R. mouth and backed up to stand behind her father as Raven turned back to the Spring Lord. Please forgive the interruption, but what can we do to ensure your country's survival, my lady? Everyone in the room was surprised by the elder assassin's words as one of the generals then walked forward, bowed his head to him and spoke. Unfortunately, Lord Raven, we do not have enough ships to even attempt to mount a decent enough defense. We have at this moment 17 ships compared to their 23, including one of them being a super dreadnought. Raven nodded his head as he walked forward towards the documents and held out his hand. May I? One of the generals was almost in shock as he then picked up the folder and handed it to what many would call a living legend. Raven then proceeded to read the documents and handed the folder back over. The old assassin was clearly in deep thought as he then came to a decision. I believe with the addition of both the Warlock and the Blue Sea you might stand a better chance in this coming battle. But you will still need quite a bit of help if you want to survive and emerge victorious, and even if you emerge the victorious, you will still have to heal from the injuries will be inflicted upon you. Suddenly everyone in the room began to feel as if there was a shot at survival. One of the generals became even more curious. How can you even the odds out for us? Raven nodded his head and then addressed the assembly of generals in one. Spring Lord, remember I am a Uzumaki and we were known as the ultimate seal masters of this world to such an extent had we were feared by practically everyone. One of the seals we possess is a type of shield powered by nothing but chakra and strong enough to withstand multiple hits from a standard warship. But what about the dreadnought? One of the generals asked. The shields might be able to withstand one of the big weapons being fired at them, but that is all. However, that might be all you need to either abandon the ship and save the crew, or if you have the opportunity to quite possibly continue the fight for a little bit longer. Raven said. Everyone in the room was clearly interested in this technology. Is this seal similar to the one they use in the Land of Winds, the Hidden Sand Village? Raven nodded his head. We actually helped them design the original seal they use and they've improved it in their own way, but we possess some of the more advanced forms of this technology and have reinforced it in ways you could never imagine. Your technology at this time is the only thing at this time that can only compare to our seals. Naruto then decided to speak. The traveler also on its way. It may not be the fastest ship, but we can defend itself. May not being much, but it's better than nothing. Raven then walked over to his great nephew and put his hands on his shoulder as he then motioned that it was time to go. We have much to do, younger one. After all, there is one ship that might be able to take out the dreadnought, and it's yours. Mine? He asked, puzzled until he realized just what the old man meant. This is undoubtedly what your mother told you I was holding for her, UNF. Fortunately it is yours now and might be this country's only hope. Raven said with a sense of urgency. Koyuki quickly talked with her generals as she watched the two Uzumaki about to leave her room and quickly stopped them as she then said. Do you need anything from us to make all this happen? Raven turned to Cyrus and asked, is there any kind of special equipment we could use? Cyrus nodded his head and then walked over to one of the generals. Can I see a supply list and possible weapons you have at your disposal that we can equip to our ships so that we can aid you in the coming battle? The general quickly nodded his head and went to work helping Cyrus acquire the necessary supplies. Naruto followed Raven out of the room wondering what kind of course his life was going to take. Blue Sea and the Warlock. Harbor Land of Spring. Suigetsu, Haku and Karen were currently waiting at the dock of the Warlock or the return of Naruto. The three of them had watched Captain Cyrus disembarked from the Blue Sea in the company of an older gentleman. That had been nearly 30 minimum ago and the three of them were becoming concerned wondering if anyone in this country would even believe them. Suigetsu however was becoming very concerned about what to do with his own future. Haku was also becoming very concerned as she noticed many military and engineers approaching the ships and realized that her blonde friend had succeeded. Looks like he did it. I'll believe that when I see it, Ice Princess. Suigetsu said, not caring about the others around him at the time. In all honesty he had to admit that the prospect of a coming battle with the Land of Water was not something that he wanted to think about or even experience as he had just gotten his freedom back. Right at this moment Naruto, Cyrus his daughter and the old man returns to the dock and it was clear something was going to happen. Naruto immediately walked up to several members of the crew and then directed them to the Blue Sea. Naruto then turned to Karen, Haku and Suigetsu him and spoke, we are leaving the Warlock here, we're all heading to the land of Whirlpool for training and to pick up something that could not end this conflict, so. He then motioned to the Blue Sea for them to follow him only to see Suigetsu was a look of absolute stress upon his face as he said, oh no, count me out of the one, I am not going on some crazy adventure with you guys that's going to get me killed, no way, I'm staying right here. Naruto simply rolled his eyes as he then came up with a simple tactic, yeah that's a good idea Suigetsu, stay right here. And in about 7 to 8 days if we fail to stop the Water Navy you'll get to see what half-burnt vicious Water Nation soldiers who want to kill you by the way. Look like, Yu began to consider his options and hated to admit that he owed people but also considered the opportunity to get even with some of the people who had tried to make him into a weapon and had let him be experimented upon. Well, what the hell are we waiting for then? Both Karen and Haku were absolutely surprised by what they had just seen. Them both said, how the bloody hell does he do that? Naru, to turn to Mei who had just walked up to him and said, are you going to stay and help them prepare? She nodded her head, they need all the help they can get right now, but what about you? I'm going to be all right. This is something I've got to do it if I want to learn more about my family's past and what my future holds. He said to her. She then put her hands on his shoulder and looked into his eyes. I hope you find what you are looking for, but don't forget to come back and help us. I won't promise. Blue Sea, open ocean en route to the land of Whirlpool. Naruto and Karen now street-ed before Raven on the deck of the Blue Sea. Raven then looked them both over and walked over to Karen and gave her a warm smile. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Karen, your father was always interested in helping people and I believe you have inherited his traits in that. She gave him a sad smile realizing how true that statement was. My father always talked about a caring uncle. Naruto remembered a few stories that his mother had told him about his great uncle Raven. I remember when I was about 5 years old my mother telling me about you a little bit. The old Uzumaki let out a small laugh at that and then spoke to them. It is my personal pleasure to meet you too and to know that our clan survives, but at the moment if we are to truly survive I must know how skilled you are the ways of the brotherhoods. Raven then pointed at Karen and motioned for her to come forward. I will now test you in the art of combat, come at me with the intent to kill but only use your skills as an assassin. She nodded her head as she activated the wrist blade and rushed forward at him. The small flight only lasted about 40 seconds in total but gave the old man a bit of information about her. You are still experiencing the animus, are you not? He asked her. She got back to her feet dusting herself all and nodded her head. Yes, I'm up to hate them right now. He then gave her a friendly smile. Only hate them and you are already this skilled, do not worry, you will master more in time. She could not help but smile at her uncle as he then turned his attention to Naruto. Same rules apply, although I'm beginning to feel my age with you. Naruto then pulled his hood up and walked forward. He had no intention of rushing headlong into folly but instead decided upon caution instead. The two of them stared each other down like a set of predators savoring the meal to come. Without warning to those around them, they sprung into action, trading blow after blow. Each attack was countered by both parties, each one unable to find a clear advantage. On Naruto's side was a bit of experience along with the advantages of youth, and upon Raven's side was the unknown and his greater experience. It was clear to Naruto that Raven was in fact holding back, but not by much. The older Uzumaki eventually had to stop the fight to prevent injury to the both of them. Raven took a moment to catch Hi's breath and then took a good look at his niece and nephews, felt a great deal of pride. He then motioned for them to sit down right next to him. I assume you have many questions. The two of them quickly nodded their heads as Naruto then asked his first set of questions. What the hell happens to us, uncle? Why is there an assassin's order in the Brotherhood? Raven had a feeling this is going to come up. I will give you the abridged version. After all, when you both begin to relive your grandmother's memories, which I believe will happen, you will understand everything. Karen looked over to our cousin and then back to her great uncle as she then asked, why do they act so superior? Raven could not help but laugh at that comment. I have asked myself the same question so many times. Glad to see it's not just me, but to answer your question, they came into being because of the First Ninja World War. So they just decided that they could do whatever they wanted, and to hell with the creed. Naruto asked him. Yes and no. At first they just wanted to prevent another war from breaking out like we did, but then it went too far, embracing the ways of the old Templar order. He said to them, are you telling us, uncle, that they became Templars? Karen said aloud, trying to come to grips with what he had just told her. Unfortunately for us, they became more dangerous than the Templars. Your grandmother and my father were some of her first victims, almost plunged into a lamentable nations into another war trying to gain their so-called control and peace. Raven said to them. Naruto was curious to know who this her was. Who is this woman you are talking about, uncle? The way you said her was with a great deal of disgust and hatred, something that I know all too well. Raven let out a small laugh and came to the realization that the Brotherhood might have a chance at returning. She was the daughter of my uncle, one of them anyways. My father had a twin brother, but also a younger brother who became quite power hungry. What did she do to you and our grandmothers? Karen asked him. They were responsible for the Brotherhood almost becoming extinct, but their actions also gave us an ally that we never had before. You were talking about those Templars who were helping us defend Whirlpool? Naruto asked him. Raven was even more surprised, realizing that they had relived a few memories from their parents. Your grandmother was the one to lay the groundwork for peace, but not all of the Templars wanted the war with us to end, and with the Assassin's Order at the time competing with them for control over this world, we were practically trying to stop the bleeding of a patient who was still being assaulted by an enemy. How are they different? Karen inquired. For one, they realized that freedom was something that they could never control, and any attempt to do so only created more suffering, and in rebellion, they realized that their ways were not flawed but had been used by greedy man who only desired control over all who live upon this world. Raven said to them. Everyone was listening to this conversation, including the few members of the order, wondering why they had never heard any of this before. It took a few months in the year for us all to begin to truly work together, but they realized that each of us had a role to play. Their role was to maintain order, control, and peace during the times of peace, but to still allow freedoms to not only be expressed but also experienced, so that everyone could live a happy and safe life without the threat of war or death. Aiding them was us, the Assassin's Brotherhood, working from the shadows to maintain that peace on both sides and to prevent the horrors of the past from repeating. Naruto was beginning to understand as his uncle continued. Thanks to this new system that we had worked on together, we were able to prevent many innocent people from dying or being used as slaves, and eating us was a third grow up from the shadows called the Freemasons. They kept an eye on both of our groups and identified any threats that might lead to another war or the death of innocent people. Naruto was surprised to learn that they had developed a kind of symbiosis to each other, thus ending the Great War that had lasted for more than 1,000 years. but I take it the two groups refused to evolve wanted to ensure that the war would never end. I'm afraid so. The Order was the first to be dealt with, but we knew that the Templars of the old ways would one day return and we would have to fight them. Karen was fascinated by what she had learned, that she also realized that there was still a massive question about how the Order was living with them. But if they were your enemies, why are they living with you? That would be things to your grandmother. In one major engagement we managed to stop the Second War from breaking out early, and in the process tried to make peace with the Order, and it worked as the in members who had begun to instigate the war were all dead. What was left of the Order changed their ways up to a point, but we knew there was chance they would still remain a threat to us. Naruto turned his head and looked at the few Order members who were on the deck watching them like dogs, and remembered what he had experienced in his mother's memory. They let you in the Templars do the fighting, then took a good deal of power. Quote, Raven nodded his head and then spoke to them. Only a few of them wanted to preserve the peace. They may have a good deal of power, but it's come at a price. Sin. I am still technically the daimyo of what is left of the land of Whirlpool. Should we be concerned when we see them? They both asked him. Yes, you should. There were only 3 of the old guard left that we will have to deal with, and their power, and they will do anything, even killing us, to keep it. Naruto nodded his head and realized they needed to be ready for a fight, if they want to fig. HTS, I won't deny them, but I won't start it either. Raven nodded his head at this and then said, Good, I have asked the captain to go a little slow. We will arrive in the morning. Rest now. And I will see you in the morning. Uzumaki compound, land of fire. Danzo and 2 of his root bodyguards stood before the well-hidden compounds of the Uzumaki clan, waiting for his 2 visitors to arrive. The first of them to arrive was none other than Iruka Yumino, one of the top teachers in the Ninja Academy of the Hidden Leaf. The next person to arrive, much to their surprise, was none other than Akatsuki members and secret spy Itachi Uchiha. The 2 root bodyguards walked a good distance away to give the 3 men a bit of privacy. Danzo nodded to them both and then spoke. I only wish this meeting was under more agreeable circumstances. Itachi simply gave a nod of his head and then spoke, knowing that his time here was short, as do I. However, we must make this meeting rather short, I'm afraid, as I have very limited time to spend here. Quote, Iruka nodded his head in understanding. I also agree we have to keep this short. Jiraiya has already dispatched his spotty network to locate Naruto. Itachi old not hide the look of disgust and hate upon his face. We were trying to avoid him leaving the village. This only makes him a bigger target for the Templar Order. Do not forget about the Assassin's Order. They have become a little more active recently, and we still have no word if Raven has survived. Danzo stated, remembering the old sharpshooter of an assassin who just happened to be Naruto's great uncle. Iruka could not help but feel as if everything they had done had been nothing. Those 2 groups are going to get us all killed. Can't they see once we started working together that this world is so much better? Itachi walked over to the young academy teacher and one of the few remaining members of the Templar Knights who sought peace and order as well as freedom for all. You will see Naruto again and will have the opportunity to tell him about his past that he does not know at this moment more than I will. I may have been his teacher, but with everything that has happened, he may see me as only one of the Dark Templars who will do anything for their order and control. We must not mourn the past but look forward to the future that is. What Raven would say, as well as your teacher, the 4th Hokage. If it had not been for that attack upon his wife when she was giving birth to Naruto, we would have restored peace and freedom to this village and disposed of the Dark Ones. Danzo said to them, hoping to get them a bit of hope as well as a direction for their attention to be focused upon. If Naruto is anything like his mother, my mentor, and we will be quite safe, but we need to help him and guide him. I only wish my training in the assassin arts had been finished before her death. Itachi said, as he looked at the small necklace it taken from around his neck with the symbol of the brotherhood upon it. Danzo nodded his head and then spoke, knowing that their time was running short. You have a point, however, you're the closest thing we have at this moment today, full-fledged assassin, until we can make contact with our old allies and pray that they are still among the living. Follow the creed and keep an eye on our enemies as best you can. It will be done, Lord Mason, but one of my mother? Itachi asked the old warhawk. She is still in a coma. Tsunade may be the only one who can save her, but at this moment it is still too dangerous to bring her into our little circle for the moment that is. I think we can trust her. It's Jiraiya. I'm worried about everything he's done. Reminds me of the old Templar ways. Iruka said. Danzo agreed with the young Templar knight. Since you are part of the mission to recover Naruto, use it as an opportunity to keep an eye on him and try to find candidates for both your order and the Assassin's Brotherhood. Should the Opport Unity present itself, and make sure that he is not one of the enemy. I stand, Lord Mason. I must return to my home now and prepare for the next day. May the Father of Understanding and Freedom guide us all. Conan stood next to her favorite friend and pet Snuffy the seal. All right Snuffy, all of you have to do is find a way in for us. The little seal nodded his head to her and went to the top of the boat to jump into the water that surrounded the land of whirlpools, as this was where the remaining Jinchuriki were said to have gathered. Oddly enough, no one else seemed to want to be too close to this island. One of Pain's bodies was on the deck with her, as well as Hidan, who looked as bored as can be, and Kakuzu, who oddly enough was holding a rather large high-definition camera as if he was expecting to see something, and constantly was muttering under his breath, I am going to make so much money off of this. Just then Snuffy jumped off the bow of the ship but never made it to the W. Ader is a large 25-foot great white shark with what looked like a headband around his body. Was a symbol of Whirlpool on it. Jumped out of the water and swallows the small seal with one bite. Conan, for the first time that anyone could remember, let out a girly-like scream. When she looked over at the others, she knows that Kakuzu was hanging over the side of the railing recording the whole thing, and a cell phone, his other hand going. Yes, work it shark, work it. Oh yes, Discovery Channel, I have a great idea for a new week-long thing. Hidan had conveniently somehow changed into what looked like a shish arc costume and was holding up a sign that said 10.5. Pain, on the other hand, could not believe what he had just seen, as he realized this was going to be the longest week they had ever endured. Holy shish. Shark Week. It's a bad week to be a member of a Katsuki or a seal. But for everyone else it's pretty fucking awesome. Yes, I like Shark Week, okay, but it gave me some ideas for some uniquely them. Ed stories featuring sharks and everybody's favorite evil organization, with the sharks being the heroes, of course. And I like to see if anyone else come up with their own set of short stories based up on this concept, as I do intend to make a story out of this pretty soon, but I just thought this because of Blue Sea, just off the coast of Whirlpool. The morning had come faster than anyone had expected, but Raven and Cyrus were ready for what was going to come this day. Are you sure you want to do this, old man? Both of us know they have gained far too much power, my old student. Raven said to his former student. They put their claws into too many people for my liking, but burying their heads in the sand has had an unfortunate effect on their power and abilities. Raven nodded his head and then said, that it has, my student. Now it's time to end this conflict once and for all, as we have a real enemy to fight. Right at this moment Naruto and Karen walked upon the deck and stood before them. Raven turned around and walked forward to them, knowing that he had to prepare them for what was to come. Within a couple of minutes we will arrive at the town of Maelstrom of the land of Whirlpool. Naruto, I believe it would be beneficial to give you your own hidden blade to replace the damaged one. Naruto was surprised by the comment but quickly took off Cyrus' wrist blade and headed back him. He then watched as Raven pulled out a box and opened it, revealing 2 brand new wrist blades, but he instantly realized what they really were. Are those phantom blades? Raven then picked one of them up and handed it to his young nephew. I have a feeling this will come in quite handy. Naruto then put it on his arm as Raven handed the second one over to Karen. She then quickly put it on and began to test the new weapon out. I got a bad feeling this is going to come in quite handy today, Karen said out loud as she admired her new weapon. Much to her shock, the old man then handed her a set of weapons she remembered all too well from her childhood. As I recall, this was your father's personal favorite weapon. She then took a hold of them, admired the weapons her father had a great fondness for, hook swords. Just then the lookout shouted for all to hear, land ahead. The town of Maelstrom, land of Whirlpool. After docking, the Blue Sea Raven and Naruto's motley crew of friends quickly walked through the village on their way to where the Central Council meeting room was located in the main tower of the village. This was where most of the governmental responsibilities of the village were handled. It was also where the Assassin Order had decided to set up their main base of operations. Naruto took the time to observe the town in its current state. He could not help but comment about this to his uncle. It looks a little better than when I first went to the land of waves, but is it supposed to be like this? Raven understood what his nephew was saying as he then replied. Because of our current isolation from the rest of the world. Unfortunately, this has also meant that we have been unable to rectify certain things or have the town or village if you will grow. Naruto understood what his uncle was saying as they entered the tower, not knowing what was awaiting them. As they entered the meeting room, they could see all 5 of the personal council guards standing at attention waiting for anything to happen. In the center of the room was a slightly raised table with 5 separate seats. They were currently occupied. 3 of them were somewhat close to Raven's age. The Nay in the center of the table then gave a devilish smile. Welcome back, Lord Uzumaki. As always, it is a pleasure to see you before us. Raven could easily sense the sarcastic nature in his voice. It's not every day that I receive such a warm welcome. Do you even know the reason why I left so suddenly? We only know it has something to do with the land of Spring Elder. One of the younger members said with a great deal of respect. But this brought a look of disgust from the older men of the council. That it does. As the current daimyo of the land of Whirlpools, I have answered the call of Aussie. Stance that our new ally the land of Spring is requested of us. Raven said, gauging their responses and trying to anticipate what was going to happen next. The 3 elder members of the assassin Ord looked at each other and then let out a small chuckle as the one in the center then spoke. Unfortunately, we will not be aiding them in this endeavor. Naruto was surprised by this comment. On whose authority? The 3 elders were so surprised that this young man would dare to question them. This council does not recognize you boy as having anything to add to this meeting. I'm afraid he does. This is my nephew and niece and you will show them the proper respect. Raven responded, a far more forceful tone than before. The mentioning of a niece and nephew only made the 3 elders' smiles grow into a devilish grin that would upset any demon who saw it with jealousy. We were unaware that you even had family left, Lord Uzumaki. Raven ignored the insult and decided to instead probe further about their comment they had made. I was also unaware that any of my relatives had survived until now. Well, it is good that there are more than one of you now, but you have not discussed this is. Sue of assistance with the land of Spring with us. This is a decision you cannot make on your own, my lord. Not without our cooperation, that is. One of the order elders said with a cruel smile upon his face. Naruto that could not help but feel his anger rising and realized that something was very wrong about this meeting. Raven also picked up on these signals as he then spoke in a commanding tone. Unfortunately for you are only here to handle the assassin order's business and affairs. You have no say in what I decide for what is left of this country. The 3 elders could only smile as they put their planning action. I'm afraid you've overstepped your authority, Elder Raven. We have decided you no longer serve the interests of our order or what is left of this country. As such, your members of the Assassin Brotherhood will be absorbed into our order and retrained in our ways, and as for you, Elder, you will be forcibly retired from service. One of the other elders said, standing to his full height looking at them. Naruto and Karen both instantly recognized that the shit was about to hit the fan and began to back up slowly. Raven, however, began to walk forward, no longer using his keen for support, and then spoke. It would appear that you need a lesson in violence of just who you're messing with, so let me to show you how we brought the pain in my days. Raven gave a confident smile. And then remembered the song Back in the Saddle that he had once heard when he was younger. The 5 guards then moved in on him, hoping to subdue him without a fight. And of course the dumb guard just had to make a smart-ass comment. Alright, old man, just come along quietly. Raven, however, gave him a bit of a look that just said, oh no you didn't. Old man. With those words leaving his mouth, Raven instantly exploded into action. The first 2 of them on his left were the first to feel his attack. He quickly threw this walking stick into the air as he then drove his hidden blade into their chests, killing them. He then quickly performed a back kick into the middle member and then quickly turned around and drove his hidden blade into the man's chest, also ending his life in the process. The last 2 were surprised by how quickly this old man had dispatched their 3 comrades, only to watch him rise to his full height, still holding their comrade. As he did so, they quickly used throwing knives to try to kill the old man, only to watch him use their dead comrade as a human shield. As soon as they ran out of weapons, Raven let the body fall to the ground, revealing that he now had a rather large handgun in each of his hands. he then quickly took aim and pulled the trigger, sending the bullets crashing into their skulls, ending their lives in the process. Leaving everyone in the room stunned as they all heard him then say, "Old man, my ass." The 3 older members of the order could not believe that this one old man had killed 5 of their best trained soldiers and had been unable to subdue one old man. Unfortunately, their fears were only going to get worse as the 2 youngest members of the council now stood by Raven's side with looks of hatred upon their faces. "How dare you betray us?" one of the elders shouted out. The young man, however, simply looked him in the eyes and then spoke calmly with a sense of purpose about it. "You betrayed us first, you kept a Eat deal from us, and now you choose to destroy the delicate balance we've had for so long." The other young man then spoke. "Your desire for power has already destroyed you and you don't even know it." Right at this moment, one of the elders noticed that both Naruto and Karen were no longer standing behind their uncle. He turned around only to watch them both killing one of the elders without batting an eye. The elder who seemed to be in charge instantly went on the attack, reducing a medium-length knife to defend himself. Naruto was holding a set of kunai in his hands and was quickly proved to be quite adept at using them. The elder found it quite difficult to defend himself against this young child, for the lack of a better word. Several times he received deep cuts to his arms and torso, a few times able to deliver a blow that connected to his young opponent, leaving 2 light wounds upon the young man's face. The elder watched helplessly as the young red-headed girl with glasses then proceeded to cut his only surviving comrade to pieces with her hook swords. He had by this time decided that he had had enough and knew that he needed to make his escape. He had quickly managed to CK Naruto back a few feet from him and then quickly threw a small bomb at the young man, which then exploded into nothing but flames on his left side, covering most of his arm and part of his upper body and part of the hood itself. The elder quickly used this distraction to then make his escape out of a nearby window. Naruto had quickly managed to roll around on the ground, killing the fire before it could spread or cause any permanent damage to him. Naruto was thankful that some of the materials he used to make his battle robe were able to resist fire for a bit. He quickly looked up to see his uncle was gone, and then looked to his cousin who was helping, as they both nodded and went for the window. The elder found himself on the street with what remained of his order, realizing how severe the Brotherhood's influence had truly been. He then looked over to see Raven standing not more than 5 feet from him. There were only a grand total of 10 members of the order left standing beside he elder, as he then decided to try to manipulate the surrounding people. "Lord Raven is a traitor to us all. He has killed the other members of the council, and if we do not stop him right now, he will do the same to you all." This was however interrupted by the sounds of screaming coming from his own man as he watched the 2 young assassins cut into his men like it was nothing. Naruto was by T's moment using the Maelstrom sword in one hand and one of his kunai in the other, easily dispatching these so-called assassins. The elder became enraged by this, only to watch as Sortiera and her father now stood guard protecting the civilians as the other assassins and ninjas of the Whirlpool fought his ragtag group of warriors. Before the elder could even make a move at the young assassins, he fell a strong punch to his head, which sent him flying up to 10 feet away, hitting the side of the building. He looked up only to see a man who some might describe as more machine than man. The sounds of both metal and wood could be heard as the older gentleman walked forward and looked at the older and then over to Raven, taking off his hat and said, "Now you treacherous dog, you wouldn't happen to be trying to, I don't know, trying to kill what's left of my family, would you?" The elder, however, a look of fear upon his face but also one of pure anger. "Stay out of this, Silver, it's none of your concern, Templar dog." The man, now known only as Silver, gave him a rather angry look as he then said, "My brother was a Templar knight who, I might add, made a promise to protect people, just like his assassin wife." The elder could no longer control his anger and rage and brought himself to his full height and made an attempt to stab Silver through the gut, only to be surprised when he saw a black sword with red highlights and what looked like a whirlpool on it sticking out of his chest. The next second following this was followed by another sword emerging from his chest. Naruto had by this moment walked up to the elder with the look of absolute hatred upon his face. He then looked the man in the eyes and said, "Is all this death really worth all of your ambitions and desire for power? How many people have you sacrificed for your brand of justice and control?" The elder could not help but be more infuriated as he listened to the boy. "My only goal was to protect what little we had left, and To see if your brotherhood would finally die out. And you failed. I know that my grandmother gave your people a chance to put their differences aside and work for a better future, and instead when land of whirlpools needed you the most, you all just walked away. So many innocent people died, and then you buried your head in the sand pretending as if nothing was happening outside of this island. Naruto said to him. The elder then let out a cruel laugh. All of the Templars, from the ones who follow the blood-red cross and those of the knighthood, are dead and gone. There is no one evil left in this world that our form of order cannot stop, and there is no enemy left to fight. Naruto then reached into the pocket on his left side of his jacket, although it had been burned but it was still mostly intact, and pulled out a small piece of jewelry and held in front of the elder for him and all to see. I really wish your statement was true, then my mother might still be alive. The elder realized in his final moments that he had been wrong about something, but he was still a stubborn old man who still refused to change. Then kill them, assassin, maybe you can fix what's wrong with all of us. Naruto then nodded his head to the elder and spoke in a reassuring voice. May you be judged fairly in the next life for your actions and desires. Rest in peace. The old elder simply nodded his head and then closed his eyes as his body then hit the ground, no longer moving as the last bits of his life faded from this world and onto the next. Naruto reached down and pulled the maelstrom from he corpse as he then put the man's arms on his chest as a show of respect. By this point he finally managed to take a look at himself and realized he was going to need some new clothes, hoping he could salvage what he was wearing, and then came to the realization he cannot. Oh man, these aren't even a month old and already destroyed, for lack of a better word. Raven, however, gave him a genuine smile and a pat on the back as he looked at the field of carnage, and then said just loud enough for everyone to hear, I'm too old for this crap. Everyone let out a laugh and began to clean up to square as the old leader of the village and strange man with a mechanical arm motion for the two cousins and their friends to follow them. Ninja Academy, Hidden Leaf Village, Land of Fire. Jiraiya was NTLY observing the many teams that have been put in his charge. He had been quite impressed with their progress so far, but still could not help but feel a tiny bit of apprehension knowing that their primary target would be quite hard to locate and capture. Right at this moment a young ninja clearly of the rank of Chunin approached the old sage with a piece of paper in hand. Lord Jiraiya, this just arrived for you from a courier ninja. Jiraiya quickly took the envelope and feigned the young man as he then began to read the contents. He then quickly snapped to action, getting everyone's attention. All teams fall in right now, we have our first possible lead. Kakashi innocently realized that something was going on as he walked up alongside the Sannin. So what happened? I don't have all the details, but one of my contacts was traveling through the land of waves and says something really big just happens there, in that we need to check it out much more thoroughly. Kakashi nodded his head as he then asked his next question. So how are we getting there? Jiraiya gave him a big grin as he then said, we will be heading to Phoenix Nest Harbor first to board our ship. What, a civilian ship? The one-eyed ninja then asked. No, a fast attack cruiser, the Phoenix. Kakashi then realized how important getting Naruto back was for this country, immediately went home to pack for this unique journey. Uzumaki Estate, Land of Whirlpools. Naruto was actually quite happy that he had not sustained any serious injuries, but was however quite saddened that his battle rope had been, the lack of a better word, ruined. Raven was also admiring the clothing and had to admit that they at least done their job in protecting his nephew. You made them yourself, did you not? Raven asked him as he could tell that these were not a professional tailor's job. Yeah, I made it myself with some of the materials that were still sealed inside some of the scrolls. I have to admit they were something that I had become quite attached to. Naruto said as he admired his old clothing and watched his two uncles walk down a corridor and then backing him along. Naruto then turned to his new uncle, who he only knew as a Silver. So what's your story? Silver walked alongside him and then spoke. It's a very long story, lad, but the quick answer is that my brother was your grandfather and a powerful Templar GHT who along with your grandmother finally stopped the bloodshed between the two orders. Raven nodded his head and then spoke with a smile, remembering his brother-in-law. Thanks to the assassins your grandmother and I were being hunted down like dogs with orders to be killed on sight. It was thanks to him and his brother that I was not killed when they captured me. They got to me before she was able to rescue me. Naruto was impressed by this. That's cool, but why do they call you Silver? Well, my full name's Jonathan Smith, and as for my brother, he was William Smith. Naruto stopped walking and remembered a story his mother used to tell him and then had a huge smile on his face. Long John Silver from Treasure Island, that's where you got your nickname. That's right, lad, I always did like him in the story, and just like him I became a pretty good ship's cook and a sailing master. Raven nodded his head at this and then spoke. Unfortunately, during the attack on the old village he almost became like Silver by almost losing his leg. Thankfully Tsunade's grandmother was an excellent medic and was the one who taught her everything she knows and was the one who saved his leg. As he two men walked down the corridor, they came to a hidden door and walked through the entrance leading down into a large underground compound which have been dedicated to the Brotherhood's training. He then noticed that the compound was quite large for being underground with so many things to see and do. He then noticed his uncle walking to a very specific corridor which led further down into the ground of the mountain that the estate had been built on top of. After walking just less than a minute, they emerged into a large cave area that could easily rival several dozen aircraft hangars of enormous size, and sitting in this area was 3 ships. One of them he recognized as the Blue Sea, but the other 2 were a complete mystery to him. The 2 ships were sitting in a special dry dock being worked on. The ship on the left had clearly been to sea and looked like it seen quite a bit of action, as some of the visible damage it had sustained had yet to be repaired. While the ship on the left had clearly sustained some heavy damage, it was still from the looks seaworthy and was being prepared for battle if it came to defending the island. However, it was the ship on the right that caught his attention, as it looked, for the lack of a better word, brand new and never once seen the open ocean. Raven pointed to the ship on the right and spoke. This is your ship now. It would have been your mother's if she was still alive. Naruto then remembered several stories his mother had told him about a powerful ship that her uncle was holding for her and came to the realization this was it and was now even more curious to know more about the ship. What is she? Raven himself gave the ship a good once-over and then said, the ship belongs to a class of vessels called Rebirth. Her exact classification is a fast attack battle cruiser. Naruto was impressed as he looked at the ship a good once-over himself, taking in every little detail that he could see. So she's built to be fast and do as much damage as possible in a fight. Raven nodded his head and then pointed to the ship's hull. As you can see, Naruto, she's built to be extremely fast thanks to her design when she's in the water, and he ram on the bow also helps her cut through the water with ease. Her stern is equipped with 4 heavy-duty reinforced propellers which allow her to easily reach a cruising speed of over 30 knots without a problem. Silver then pointed to the masts. She may only be equipped with twin masts, but that doesn't mean that when she's using sails she's not extremely fast. The hull is reinforced steel, titanium and carbon fibers in all the right places, making the hull significantly lighter than in the normally be, but also extremely strong. Raven then pointed over to the Blue Sea. The Blue Sea is much faster and more maneuverable than any Rebirth class ship, but these ships are built to do a hell of a lot of damage if they ever get it into combat. Naruto looked his uncle in the eyes and asked, how many of these ships are there? Raven could not help but feel a little bit sad with his next statement. There were 4 of them. Your grandmother and grandfather had the first 2 in the class but were lost in the opening of the war. Quote, Silver then pointed at the 2 ships that were currently docked. Old Raven's ship here was the 3rd ship to be built, and this one was for your dear mothers, and was still under construction at the time when the war started. So she's been ready for active duty for about 5 years now, but there are a few things we've been working on to get her up to a thou level right now, and she could do a whole lot of damage to an unsuspecting fleet. Raven said, you said that she was the only thing that could take out the dreadnought, is that true? Naruto asked. Raven then motioned for his nephew to follow him on board the plain-looking ship. She still needs a good paint job and a figurehead, but for the most part is ready to go right now, but she's only equipped with few of her weaponry at this very moment. Raven then pointed to a nearby gun. There are currently only 10 of these guns on board right now. These are the primary guns, 5-inch high explosive contact round. Naruto was actually quite impressed as Raven then continued. These rounds can cause a serious amount of damage to the dreadnought's hull, but they won't be enough to sink her on their own. These however can. Naruto looked over the side and saw a rather large set of guns are like nothing he had ever seen before. Those are the main weapons of this ship. They are called railguns, or RGs for short. How powerful are they? Naruto asked his uncle. Very powerful, my young warrior. There are currently only 3 of them on this ship with a spot for a 4th if needed. Raven said as he then pointed to another weapon. These are the modern high-yield swivel guns here, and these over here, these are the 50 caliber machine guns. Ships only has 2 swivel guns, but she is supposed to have up to 4 of these 50 calibers, but we don't have the necessary resources to make 2 more of them. Naruto then noticed at the front of the ship what appeared to be more placement for weapons but were empty except for one bit of equipment that looked unfinished. Yes, you noticed the mortar is not finished, but while we do have the supplies to finish the construction of its components, it would just take too long to get it operational, but we are building them at this time. Silver then pointed to an entrance to the lower decks and motioned for them to follow him. Here we go, lad, this is the main gun deck and weapons locker for both information and weapons of war. All the extra ammunition is located behind these reinforced bunkers on this deck to protect the ship and not create an explosive situation. Everyone then went below the combat deck to the recreational and crew quarters deck. Naruto was impressed by what he saw and noticed that this area also had heavy-duty armor plating on the inside from both the quarters and the inside of the quarters, designed to protect the crew and their areas of pleasure and relaxation. At the back of the area was the main galley, which was quite impressive and had been well designed to make the crew feel quite comfortable while eating their meals. Naruto and Raven then noticed Silver admiring the kitchen and the surrounding area. Silver at all RGE smile on his face as he admired the dining area and the connecting quarters for the ship's cook. He was also impressed by the large cargo area for the ship's food supply. I've been wanting to put this kitchen to its test for some time now. I have a feeling you're going to get an excellent chance for that, uncle. What about the deck below us? Naruto asked them. They both looked at each other and then to the staircase leading to the deck below, and then motioned for him to follow them down into the depths of the ship. Once there, they noticed 3 men directing several others as they worked on several things, including a set of seals that were being integrated into the ship's systems. The larger of the 3 simply pointed at the seals that one of the technicians was working on and spoke. Make sure you get all that just right and check your damn work, otherwise it will blow up in your face and take out half the ship's electrical systems in the process. The young man nodded his head and went back to work, being even more careful than before, knowing that a lot of people depended upon his work being just right. The 3 men in charge noticed their visitors and walked up to them, knowing that there might be something special the captain might want done. So you're Raven's nephew. I have to admit that you don't look like the kind of person to be a captain of this kind of vessel, but then again Cyrus speaks quite highly of you. Naruto nodded his head and then spoke. I do what I can. Tell me, can you do some kind of special work for me with the time we have left? The 3 men who looked at each other and had to admit that they were quite curious about this request. What exactly do you have in mind? Naruto quickly explained what he had in mind, hoping that they could even do it. To his surprise, not only was it possible, but even they were surprised by his unique idea to give this ship a almost ghost ship-like feel, which might actually help it out in a real-life battle. That is one hell of a creepy concept, kid. But I like it. Anything else you can think of that might make this ship even more dangerous? Naruto had a huge evil-looking smile upon his face as he then said, does she come in black? FCS. Phoenix, Land of Waves. Jiraiya was busy watching both his young charges and the slowly changing image of the Land of Waves as the ship moved closer to the docks and the great Naruto Bridge. All he could think about was the prospect of seeing his young godson again, hoping to explain his actions. The captain of the Phoenix walked up alongside him and spoke. I don't particularly condone what you did, you old pervert. I just hope you're trying to make amends with this kid and not make things for all of us any worse. Jiraiya let out a small laugh. I honestly don't know what to do anymore. But I'm not the one who is truly afraid of him right now. The captain then took one look at the one-eyed Jonin, who was at this moment overlooking the young genin and correcting them when they needed it. I don't want to be in his shoes. Before they could even say a word, they heard the lookout shouted out for all to hear, village deadhead. Everyone turned to the starboard roadside of the ship as they approached the village's port in their first view. However, upon getting a good look at the village, they let out a gasp at what they had saw. What the hell happened here? One of the crew members was heard saying aloud. As they looked at the ballistic tell that a large explosion of some kind had rocked part of the port area, leaving destroyed buildings in its wake. The sea. Ru then instantly went on high alert as they noticed a land of wind naval vessel mortar to talk along with several cargo ships all bearing the flag of the land of wind. The captain of the Phoenix immediately began to issue orders, hoping to avoid a conflict. I want the guns on standby, no one makes a move unless they do as that, understood. He quickly got shouts of acknowledgement from his crew as Raya looked upon the village, trying to determine what had happened, as he then heard the captain speak to him. Well, this is unexpected, should I be concerned? Jiraiya also noticed several sand ninjas standing on the dock and noticed one in particular. Yes, we should be concerned, that's Gaara. Over there on the dock. The captain began to feel his years catching up with him. Oh great. WND. Crow. Off the coast of the land of whirlpools. Raven's personal ship, the WND. Crow, sliced through the water, proving that although it was still heavily damaged, it could fight if needed, which was a good thing, since its younger sister ship still needed an experienced crew. Naruto had proven himself already as a competent captain and someone who kept his head in a crisis. Naruto, thanks to his unimaginably high levels of chakra, had been able to create a clone of not only himself but of the crew and ship, which aided them in their training. The two ships were trying their best to get in a perfect firing position, as they easily could match each other in speed and maneuverability. Naruto let his ancestors' experience as well as his own instincts guide him as he quickly made a sharp turn to starboard and quickly shouted for the crew to open fire. Within a second the clone ship was made into nothing but smoke as the shots hit true upon the hull and mast, clearly showing that the crew had improved greatly over the last 4 days of constant training. Raven quickly ran over to his nephew and helped him up, as he could tell that using his chakra in such a way was a major drain upon his body. The young man nodded his head to his mentor and great uncle as the old man then took the helm of his ship once more, guiding it back to the hidden port of call. Raven then noticed that his young niece Karen walked over to her cousin with a bottle of water, which he quickly consumed. You have done well. By tomorrow your black nightmare should be finished and ready to sail. Naruto nodded his head and wondered what was to come, as he still had one more day to train, but in truth he knew that they needed to train with their ship and get used to her. Do you think they're ready, uncle? Naruto asked him, hoping for an honest opinion. We don't know until they're actually faced with combat, but to be honest I think they have a strong chance of not only surviving but saving lives in the process, but only time will tell. The old man said as he piloted the ship into the dock, looked upon the ship that only a little while ago had been nothing but a still unfinished hull waiting to be given its name. Naruto was hopped to his feet as he then looked to his crew who had assembled before him waiting to leave the ship. He looked over all of them and gave a strong smile of appreciation and then spoke. I think you all but tomorrow we ready to ship to leave port. We not only fight for our home here but for those who cannot fight. The crew nodded their heads in agreement and waited for him to speak once more. That said, get a good night's sleep, for tomorrow we join with our ship as one and begin our journey into infamy. The crew began to shout and holler their excitement as they exited the ship. Raven watched his nephew and niece exit the hidden dock area together, which filled him with hope as he watched their two friends followed behind them. Tomorrow the real test will begin, my young warriors. Frozen Queen. Elemental Seas. Ken stood in the main engineering section of the Frozen Queen, looking at the two engines as he heard the unmistakable sounds of cursing from the ship's chief engineer. You boodle engines, why won't you work, you pieces of crap? Ken rolled his eyes and then spoke. Good luck, just fix the damn things, okay? The Sheer then gave him one of those are you crazy looks. N pointed to the busted engine and spoke in a let's get this straight kind of tone. This thing is busted beyond repair, okay? I can get it working again for a while, so it only be used in an emergency, that's it. What about engine 1? Ken asked him. That's the only thing on this ship that's still working without any problems, okay? Just tell her not to blow up my engines, okay? The engineer said, as he saw Ken nod his head and then walked up onto the deck of the ship right to his captain to tell her the news. Morgan looked to her crewmember as he walked up to her. So what's the damage? NG. Nay, number 2 is screwed, for the lack of a better word. He responded to her. She let out a sound of frustration. What about engine 1? Still operational, but he said to take it easy. She became even more frustrated hearing this. Can he fix Engine 2 at all? He said only as an emergency, and he was very persistent about that. Ken said to his captain, noticing her concern. We have to get back home as soon as possible, she said with a sense of urgency in her voice. He nodded his head to her and then spoke. It's going to be all right, my lady, we will get back home. She looked him in the eyes with a serious expression. It's not that, Ken, I got one of those bad feeling again, and on top of that as we get closer to the land of spring I feel something. He came very concerned as he knew what she was talking about. But why would the sword be sensing anything right now? I know this feeling all too well, Ken. When the Fire Lord joined us mariners we felt the same thing even though we weren't in his presence. But this is so much stronger than anything ever felt before, and it's got me on edge. She said to him. So it's that kind of bad then? He asked her, hoping he was wrong. She nodded her head again and said, I'm afraid so, as to get worse before it gets better. I just hope we get there before anything bad happens. Uzumaki compound, land of waves. Naruto had awoken early, then looked out of his new bedroom window upon what was left of his ancestral homeland with a sense of pride. Just then the door opened, revealing not only his uncles but also his cousin as they entered the room with a middle-aged woman. The woman immediately began to set up her equipment and motioned for them to walk over to her. She then motioned to a set of clothing and equipment and spoke with a clear purpose. If you going to save people, you'll need to keep yourselves in one piece in order to do it. These are what we call the battle skins. Raven then pointed to them and spoke. Each of SA shirts has been custom made for you both. Each one has specially constructed hard plate armor that is very light and flexible in all the right places so not to restructure movement, and a material that is quite both bullets and knives resistant up to a point. The two of them quickly began to dress in their new equipment and clothing as the woman then pointed to their pants. The pants are 4M fitting and have similar plates in but will not restrict your movement. The shoes are also built to give you the necessary traction you need but are not a hindrance in any way, knowing what you assassins like to do, running atop the rooftops and jumping around like you're frogs or something. Everyone in the room laughed at her comment that she then handed them each a different talk shirt. In Naruto's case it was a black and light red vest which he then put on only to feel it become snug around his back area. The woman then handed them each a black trench coat with a hood on it, and each one a little different. Naruto's had a 9-tailed fox on the back of it at the lower section and what looked like a section for holding things. As they both put their new coats on they felt the same connection as with their secondary shirts. The woman clearly noticed their looks and spoke. It's a form of magnetics and latches in the back of each one that holds them in place. Each one has been customized to your unique abilities. She then handed them their primary weapons. The weapons easily snapped into place, still leaving other sections open for more equipment. The woman then handed them both a BL pipe which they then attached to the weapon port on their backs and then were directed to put on their specialized wrist blades. She then handed them specialized armored guards to put over their WR East blades and spoke about them as she then demonstrated what she was talking about. These act as both protection for your arms and a storage section for both your blowpipe poisons as well as the phantom blade's spirit darts. Raven then pointed at the blow dart ammo and spoke. You can hold a total of 15 sleep and berserker darts in the left bracer and 10 additional phantom darts in the right. They both nodded as she then handed them to large firearms. For Naruto she handed him a double-barrel shotgun of unusual design, and for Karen she was handed a specialized sniper rifle. The two of them quickly sealed their weapons away as Raven then opened a case with very unique objects inside. These are the bombs we use in combat the most and will be quite effective against your coming enemies on the ship. The first one is a sticky berserker bomb which will detonate 5 seconds after hitting a target, whether it be a human or a wall, but remember to make sure there are no innocent people in the vicinity as the poison can kill in more than one way. He then picked up the second bomb. This is the primary explosive we use and it can cause a lot of damage to both your enemies and the surrounding area, so use with caution. And finally this small bomb is our high-yield smoke bombs which can literally cover an area in nothing but heavy smoke, and thanks to their size you can carry quite a few of them. Silver then pointed at the bombs and spoke, getting their attention in the process. The two anti-personnel weapons you can only carry about 6 the moment each and up to 10 of the smokes, so use them wisely, okay? Raven then brought out a rather large scroll which Naruto instantly recognized as a summoning scroll. this is the Uzumaki clan summoning contract. It allows us to summon up our allies the Eagles. Sign your names in blood and you will be accepted and able to summon them in battle. The two of them quickly nodded their heads and began to sign the contract, knowing that this would come in quite handy. The two of them nodded as they then followed their elders out of the room and into it in port. Raven then picked up a rather large black flag with a unique design in it. Your actions in the coming days will undoubtedly be seen as an act of piracy by our enemies, so it's only fitting that they fear the black flag once more. Haku and Suigetsu took one look at the flag and then at their captain, and gave him a huge smile and thumbs up. Naruto smiled at the flag as he noticed a red outline of the assassin symbol, and in the center was a nine-tailed fox with red outlining crushing a skull under one of its paws. Every member of the crew liked it, knowing full well this would strike fear into whoever saw it. Haku then glanced over to the ship and could no longer hide her curiosity about its name. So what is she called? Naruto looked her in the eyes and then turned to the crew. I already have a name for her. From this moment forward she will be known as Black Vixen. Crew cheered his choice as they felt a sense of confidence enter their bodies. He then stood before the walkway leading to the Vixen and spoke loud enough for all of them to hear him. Before we set out on this mission, I want to ask, is this really what you want? Everyone was surprised by the comment but listened as he continued. I know I need your help to save all the people out there who are now in danger because of the land of water, and I know that many of you have lost loved ones and friends thanks to their tyranny. There is a chance if we succeed that they will grant us pirates and put bounties on our heads so large they will think that we will not set foot into any civilized port. Everyone was quiet and listening intently. They will do this because they will be afraid of us. The why will threaten us with death, but what they do not know is that death is not our enemy but theirs. Both of his uncles simply nodded their heads in understanding with huge smile as he continued. In the first golden age of piracy they had a saying, a short and merry life have we. That was their saying, as at any moment their lives could be cut short from an enemy's bullet or to just falling off the ship's sail. Everyone present understood what he was talking about, so they danced with death, but not to mock him, simply to welcome him when it was their time to move on from this world. But for those who fought against them, death would exact a terrible price from those men, sending them where they needed to be even if it wasn't decked out in guiding the pirates to the next world and beyond. He then looked at all of them, trying to gauge what was going to happen next. So with that said, who will sail with me? Who will sail with the Black Fox into infamy and quite possible legend? Who here sails for not only their own freedom but that of others? All who wish to sail the seas with me step forward. Not one member of the crew refused as they all stepped forward. Very well, then let's get her ready and done as we sail for the land of spring. Every member of the crew picked up their personal belongings and a bit of equipment that still had brought aboard and prepared to get underway, knowing by the end of this day they would be in the open sea on their maiden voyage into the unknown international territory, Blue Sea. The night was calm and cool as the Blue Sea performed a quick patrol of the most likely area for the water fleet to be sailing through on their way to the land of spring. Sordiera had to take much in it after seeing the Order Council practically trying to take over the land of whirlpools no matter the cost. The Blue Sea was in blackout, trying to remain as undetectable as possible as they patrolled this stretch of ocean. She then noticed her father talking to one of the ship's communication experts who seemed to have some good news for once. Cyrus then walked up onto the main deck of the ship where his daughter was at this time navigating the vessel. Well, here's some good news, at least they're on their way and should be at the land of spring by tomorrow morning at, I would say, noon. She was surprised by this as she would finally get to see this monstrosity. Unfortunately, before anyone could make any comments, the lookout shouted, "Ships off the port bow." All Sordiera could do was look at the enemy fleet and say one sentence, "What the hell have we gotten ourselves into?" Cyrus then quickly turned to several men on the deck and spoke in a serious tone, "I need their position and speed as well as heading and when you expect them to arrive in Long Ice Harbor." The man quickly used their instruments and sea charts to make an educated guess. The lead scientist then walked up to Cyrus. "We expect them to arrive at some time between 11 to 11:30 tomorrow morning, sir." Sordiera instantly knew they had a problem. "What we do? We get back to the land of spring as fast as we can now. No matter what happens tomorrow, we have stalled them so that the kid can get there and change the tide of the battle in our favor." One of the crew members was looking through his personal and let out a curse as he then said to his captain. They're protecting the dreadnot heavily. It's the one thing that can change the battle in their favor. Without it they will have to take on the fort, which could be a suicide mission normally, but with the dreadnought they not only do a whole lot of damage to the normal fleet but can take on the fort was only minimum casualties. He said to his daughter and watching her closely as the gears in her head worked analyzing the data she had just been told. That's why you need Naruto and this super ship of his. She asked, hoping she was right. The rebirth class is the only thing that can both tear apart and cut that ship into two pieces, so it is no longer a threat. The Blue Sea is packing the biggest guns that this fleet has, but it's not enough to take that thing out. So without that ship we don't have a chance in hell, is what you're saying? She asked him. He then nodded his head and spoke in a serious tone. That's exactly what I'm saying, just start praying for a miracle. Long Ice Bay, land of spring. Cyrus and the crew of the Blue Sea watched the water fleet that was approaching them with a clear intention of war. I need a status on all of those ships, especially the dreadnought. One of the crew members was studying a computer screen, getting a close-up look at the dreadnought and could not believe what he was seeing. Captain, they have Generation 2 mortars on board the ship, their land of spring tech. Everyone was surprised by this bit of information. It's their technology. Yes sir, but it's very old. They're using Generation 6 now, but I do know that a month before Dodo was killed they had perfected the Generation 2 tech and were even mass producing. This explains why some of the inventory was missing when we get in inventory. When he was overthrown, the young text said. Cyrus then understood what this invasion was about. It's starting to make sense now. That's why the Templars took over this land in the first place. It's their research and development department and they want it back. Everyone was surprised and shocked by this. One of the lookouts then spoke so everyone could hear him. Sir, they are signaling. What's the message? Cyrus asked him. They are requesting a negotiation with the Lady Daimyo, sir. The man replied. Sortiera turned to her father and asked, what do we do? We grant them their negotiation. It will buy us the time we need for them to get here. Hen held up his watch showing that the time was 11:15. So we have to hold them for over an hour. We buy all of the time we can. Pray nothing goes wrong. 11:19 Main audience hall of the Land of Spring. A regal-looking man with an odd sword at his hip with a symbol of fire upon it walked down the corridor and into the main meeting hall. Where the Spring Daimyo waited for him, the man in question was a high-level admiral who then bowed to her as a show of respect, but it was clear from his face he had none. I am so relieved that you agreed to negotiate an end to hostilities with me, my lady. It would be a shame if your people were to have anything happen to them over a simple misunderstanding. You have 23 warships entering my bay and closing on my harbor, and among them is a super dreadnot. A simple misunderstanding does not begin to cover what is happening here. He was not used to being spoken to like this, especially a woman. I would be very careful what you say, my lady, as wars have started for far less. Then listen to your own advice, Admiral, and I would get to the point if I were you. She said, not mincing one word. Fine, your uncle was tasked with developing certain technologies for us. We've come for them and we expect payment for all the trouble you have cost us. And if we refuse, Admiral? She asked him, curious of his response. Then I hope pain and death is something you enjoy, Lady Koyuki. He said to her with an absolute look of loathing upon his face. Give us a few minutes to discuss things. Don't take too long, the clock is ticking, my lady. With high pieces said, he walked out of the room with the doors closed behind him, permitting any sound from leaving. No matter what we do, they are going to attack us. That seems pretty evident. We can't give up our technology to these people. If we do, there's no telling how many people are going to die in the future, and that blood will be on our hands. One of her military strategists said. She nodded her head in agreement to him and motioned for the doors to open once more. While the Admiral did not have to wait long, he believed as he walked back into the room that today was his. I hope you come to the right decision, my lady. It is not only my decision but that of my council that your proposal is unacceptable to us. We cannot in good conscience hand over weapons to people who've already committed countless acts of genocide against their own citizens and to have also been implicated in slave operations as well as forced occupations of several smaller countries and territories. Koyuki said. to him with a look of defiance upon her face. Now had a look of pure hatred. Very well, if that is your decision, you can all die. We will not attack first, but if you do attack us, I hope you fear death a lot. 1128 Long Ice Bay. Spring Battle Fleet. Cyrus watched through his spyglass as the water admiral boarded a ship and then began to bark orders, at which time all the ships began to move forward with only one objective. Here they come. Battle stations, get the chakra shields up and running right now and load the guns for immediate use. The crew immediately sprung into action, wondering who was going to make the first major move. They did not have to wait long as the dreadnought used its mortars to fire upon them, but was still just out of range. All right, war it is then. All available. Speed ahead, but keep some of it in reserve and close the distance. The Blue Sea maneuvered easily with 3 other ships joining it in its attack run. The other 3 were much slower but did their best to keep up. The mortars eventually began raining down once more, trying to close the distance, with the 4 ships barely missing them in the process. Cyrus eagerly watched for the next volley. Ing shot into the air and shouted out his orders, knowing that he needed to outrun this coming storm. All ahead, full, get us within firing range. The extra bit of speed was all that saved them the oath. Ships were lucky to have survived the onslaught with minor damage thanks to the shields. The Blue Sea crept closer and closer, trying to close the distance so she could fire not only her main battery but also for long-range weapons. One of the crew members then shouted out, "We are within weapons range for the mortars, sir." "Don't fire yet." "But sir," he shouted, surprised. Cyrus kept a close eye on the distance and then shouted out, "Fire the mortars now. Aim for the superstructure and their launchers." "Yes, sir," the crew shouted out as the mortars roared to life, firing heavy explosive rounds at the super dreadnought. The rounds struck true as explosions were observed coming from the bow of the large dreadnought. The crew, however, was shocked to notice that only one set of launchers was disabled from their point of view as they observed the damage they had inflicted. Cyrus quickly ordered the ship hard to starboard and the port cannons to fire at the dreadnought. As the cannons roared to life on the port side of the ship, their shots instantly hit the hull of the dreadnought, causing only minor damage but creating just enough to surprise its crew as sounds of shouts and pain could be heard. Cyrus to notice the damage and realized they could hurt the ship, but the problem was its massive size and the fact that the former had deflected some of their shots. He also noticed part of the attack strategy of their enemy, and instantly he felt a bit of hope and a bit of concern, but still needed one final piece to put his theory right. The Blue Sea had quickly fired off shots from its port side to cover the retreat of one of the fleet that needed protection thanks to the battle damage it had just received. He quickly gave an order for his ships to pull back to the safety of the remaining fleet. Much to everyone's surprise, the dreadnought and its 4 escort ships also pulled back. Cyrus turned to one of the members of his crew and spoke with a deadly seriousness, "I want AP lock point on their position as well as their fleet, and I need to know where they were before the attack and where they are now." The young crew member was surprised by what he was being told to do. NLY took him a moment to calculate everything and quickly brought the results of his labors over to the captain. "Here's your report, sir, but it doesn't make any sense to me," the young man said. Cyrus instantly took the report and thanked him as he had his worst fears confirmed. His daughter noticed the look upon his face and realized something was wrong. "What is it?" He handed her the reports as he RDERED. The communications opened with the fort. "It's a classic tactic with the dreadnought. They send ships forwarded a wave with the dreadnought included." "Why?" A female voice came over the radio. "To inflict as much damage on the enemy as they can. They then send first 4 ships to back the fleet for repairs and 4 fresh ones up front to take their place in the formation. Then the attack began." And again repeating the same scenario. "The only constant is the dreadnought. But unfortunately they are pulling us further and further out sea and away from the fort." The voice over the radio could be heard gasping at the realization of what their plan was. "If they do that, we can't support you at all. They can pick you all off one at a time." "Yes. And then they attack the fort with all their remaining numbers. The only advantage that we have is that this takes time to do." His daughter then came to the same conclusion as him. "So we used the tactic against them and buy enough time for Naruto to get here." He nodded his head in his daughter. "That's right, so we will change our tactical little bit as well." "Where your orders, sir?" one of his crew members asked. "Tell the fleet to say ND-4 fast attack ships with the best weapons we have at our disposal to the front of the fleet for immediate deployment when the next wave happens. Will that be enough, sir? The young man asked. Cyrus turned to the young man and said, for the moment it will. They are to attack the escort ships and inflict as much damage as they can. As for us, we are going to inflict as much damage as we can on the dreadnought. Danzo was very concerned as he watched his medical team work on the 5 comatose women of the Uchiha clan who had secretly survived that night so long ago, as he watched the medical performance their physical therapy to keep them healthy and strong and to prevent atrophy of their muscles from developing. It was still hard for him to believe that they had survived at all. If it wasn't for Itachi's quick thinking after he had discovered them all, they would be dead for sure. Among the women was the young apprentice assassin's mother. Despite what many people might think, Enzo really did have emotions. He just learned to hide them and turn them off when needed. At the moment, however, he found it very hard to regain his control knowing that so much had recently happened. Chief of the medical team, a young woman walked up to him and gave him a slight bow before she started to speak. Their conditions have improved a little bit, my lord, but I'm afraid we just don't have the medical experience or the equipment to bring them out of their conditions. You suggest we bring Tsunade into our little circle? He asked her. At the moment, sir, it's all we really can do. It was not for Lord Third and you, they would be dead right now. So we have confirmed the intrusion into the hospital did occur, and I take it they were looking for them? He asked. She nodded her head and then spoke in a serious tone. We should eliminate them now, they're becoming too dangerous. He nodded his head in agreement. We may have to move sooner than expected, and you are right, Lady Tease. Unaid may be their only hope. The only problem is getting her here secretly and quietly without tipping our hand to the enemy. The woman now stood before him. Around her neck was a symbol of the Freemasons. You will find a way, my lord. That is what your old friend always liked about you. He gave her one of his few genuine smiles as he then looked at a clock with a sudden feeling. I got one of those feelings again. The turning point has begun and I know that young Uzumaki is in the center of it. 1137 Long Ice Bay, Land of Spring. Cyrus watched as the enemy ships as they moved into a new attack position. He felt a great deal of concern knowing that his ships could not last in this kind of warfare for very long. But all he had to do now was buy time and then looked at his pocket watch. As the time stared him in the face, he could only feel the years catching up to him and knew he had to make a tactical decision right then and there. Inform the other 4 ships that they are only to attack the 4 cruisers and not the dreadnought. The young officer nodded his head as he went to deliver the orders. His daughter Sordiera was looking through her binoculars, feeling a bit of apprehension at the coming battle. Are we really going to do this? Afraid so, princess. All hands prepare for battle once more. The crew quickly sprung into action, preparing every gun on the ship for action. Cyrus watched as the ship moved forward on its suicidal collision course with the enemy. The other 4 ships remained on course and were quite spread out, not giving the enemy enough room to maneuver in an emergency. The dreadnought's mortars began to fire down upon the ships, forcing them to take drastic measures to avoid being hit. Within a few seconds they had regained their former position and were closing in upon their assigned targets. The Blue Sea, being the fastest of the fleet, quickly closed the distance with the dreadnought, letting their own mortars fly. Within a few seconds the mortars hit their targets and once more were the sounds of metal groaning and a few men who screamed out and were then silenced. The Blue Sea made a quick and hard turn to starboard, bringing its port-side guns to bear and let loose a broadside at the dreadnought's main battery area. Although it was at this moment it was heavily armored thanks to the hatch covers, despite this several of the rounds did penetrate the hull plating and cover. The sounds of screaming could be heard as the rounds exploded, internally signifying a successful attack despite the heavily armored enemy they were facing. As the ship continued its turn, they noticed that the 2 sides had done quite a bit of damage to each other as the Spring Fleet pulled back, completing their attack run. Unfortunately, it was easy to see that the Water Fleet had taken far less damage in this confrontation. Cyrus then received a signal that the guns had been reloaded. Fire the gun on those 2 water ships as we pass by. The gun CREUs instantly took aim and fired at the 2 retreating ships, causing a massive amount of damage as the rounds hit it. The ships in question were clearly not going to be in top fighting form anytime soon as the Spring Fleet returned to its own staging area. 1143 Water Flagship, Reliant. Admiral. Julian Kahn looked through his spyglass at the retreating Spring fleet and could not help but feel that something was going to happen. The Admiral decided to take immediate action. Right at this moment his son stood at his side. Father, why are we dragging this out? They test me, son. They test me and I shish. I'll destroy them for this indignity. I will chase them from the land of fire to the rocks of perdition before I give them up, he said with a cruel smile upon his face, thinking of the ways he would the Lady Daimyo submit to him before he destroyed her. He then handed the spyglass to his son and turned to one of his officers, informed the next wave to move faster than expected. I want them to bleed before I finish them off. The young officer nodded his head as he went to the communication officer to relay the orders, knowing full well what was to come. 1146 Spring Fleet. Cyrus looked through his spyglass and let out a curse. Son of a bitch, he's not waiting as long. Prepare the next wave immediately. Sordiera felt a bit of concern as she walked up to her father. But father, they are still not ready yet. He looked out upon the coming wave of enemy ships with both a sense of worry and a sudden determination. Tell our ships to move on my mark and not a second before. She nodded her head as she went to relay the orders and wait for the coming battle. Cyrus watched the enemy fleet approach and began to judge the distance of just how powerful the mortars on the dreadnought really were. He judged the distance, hoping to find some kind of weak point. At the moment, however, he had to act or risk the destruction of the fleet. He then shouted his orders to proceed, knowing full well that they needed to buy all the time that they could. Once again the two fleets engaged, fighting furiously amongst each other as shot after shot was fired from both sides as the sounds of man screaming and crying out for help and mercy as the blows struck true. The Blue Sea was a fury of action as every weapon was fired, trying to do as much damage as they could, hoping for a lucky hit. Unfortunately, their luck of not taking any damage ended at this point in the battle as a barrage from the dreadnought hit their port side as they made a strong turn to starboard. The blow itself was close to the bridge area, sending pieces of shrapnel right at the command crew, which had quickly ducked to avoid the flying debris. The worst damage to them was a few cuts and bruises, but for the crew members who had been at the epicenter of the damage, it was for worst. Cyrus looked down upon the deck and shouted for a medic to attend to the wounded as he then spotted one of the enemy ships closing in and wasted no time in ordering a full broadside fire on the approaching ship. Give them everything you've got. Keep the guns spitting, boys. The crew members who were uninjured quickly took up positions and resumed firing on the approaching cruiser, sending shot after shot into the ship's superstructure and below its waterline. The sounds of man screaming for help could be heard as the ship literally as blown in two as the main powder magazine had been hit, causing a chain reaction. Cyrus wasted no time in ordering the fleet back to their own lines, knowing that the enemy fleet would be doing everything in their power to try to save the crew members of the wounded and dying ship. 1148 Reliant, Water Fleet. Admiral. Julian Kahn could not believe what he was seeing as one of his ships was quite light. Rally destroyed and now sinking in the waters of the land of spring. He had no choice but to hold the attack and begin rescue and salvage operations, knowing that this would take quite a bit of time. His son was also surprised by this and could not believe what he was seeing. How can this be, father? They haven't even lost a single ship yet. His father, however, looked the Blue Sea over quite good. ND came up with a new strategy for the next attack. That ship is what is giving them the edge, my son, and we are going to take it from them. Once we've recovered everyone that we can tell the ship's to begin minimum repairs. But when I give my orders for them to attack, I want everything they have directed at those ships, especially that one. His son nodded and went to carry out the orders as Khan looked at the pathetic spring fleet and then touched his greatest prize, which now hung at his side, the trophy of the man he once called friend and had ultimately betrayed, even though he was finding it harder and harder to control this weapons and its awesome power, just as he remembered how that one night with that red-headed bitch and her weapon of a son who had derailed them so many of their plans and left him with a simple scar on his left cheek as a reminder. 1151 Blue Sea, Spring Fleet. Cyrus surveyed the damage done to his ship and could only let out a sigh of frustration as one of his officers came up to him and said, 5 casualties, no fatalities, thank you God. The damage to the hull is light, but the shields in that area are now down to 65%. Cyrus nodded his head and then spoke, what about the other ships? They're functionally and only took minor damage, sir, but we really need help. After losing that ship, I don't think they're going to go easy on us anymore. I have a feeling you're right about that one, Cyrus said as he looked out upon the enemy fleet and could only make a silent prayer that the kid would arrive soon. Right at this moment, as if his prayers have been answered, he heard his daughter running up to him. Dad, the proximity seal just went off. The Vixen's about 8 minutes away and closing. Cyrus instantly turned back to the enemy fleet and began to study them closely. All right, this is good news. I would say that we have at least 3 minutes until they're done with their rescue and salvage operations over there and decided to come and pay us a visit. One of his crew members nodded his head at this plan and voiced his opinion. That still leaves us another 5 minutes to kill before they arrived. Can we honestly last that long? We have to, gentlemen. I believe they are going to commit everything they have to the next attack. They weren't expecting to lose one of their ships so soon and for the dreadnought to take so much damage, Cyrus said, hoping for another miracle to occur. One of his crew then decided to add his own opinion. We do need to be careful, sir. They may have lost one ship to combat, but all of our own have taken more damage. How? Veer, I believe that they are still trying to figure out why we are not on the bottom already. He then turned to the crew and spoke in a commanding tone. Prepare the ship for immediate combat and fix whatever you can. Relay that order to the entire fleet. Let's end this. 1152 Frozen Queen, Long Ice Bay. Morgan looked out upon the sea before her and her crew, noticing the massive enemy fleet as they closed in upon the bay. She let out a growl and then gave her orders, knowing that combat had come. Prepare the guns for immediate combat. Yes, Captain, one of them shouted out as they all rushed to their combat stations. Morgan then felt a strong feeling she had only felt once before and turned to look at the stern of the ship to see another vessel closing in fast. Another of her crew also noticed the ship, and they could not help but feel some sense of hope for some reason despite this ship's rather ominous appearance. One of her crew members then spoke his concerns. Do you think we should be concerned about the ship? No, stay on course. The crew member then nodded as the ship prepared for combat. 1153 Black Vixen. Naruto looked through his spyglass at the ship that looks like part of it was made of snow and ice. He knew instantly that it was going in to engage not the spring fleet but the water fleet instead. Karen could not help but stand next to her cousin, feeling a bit of apprehension at what was to come. I've never seen a ship like that before. Neither have I, but I get the feeling we can trust that ship and its captain, but there's something else nagging at the back of my mind, he said to her as she looked at him with a bit of worry. Is this nudging something we have to be afraid of? She asked. I'm not sure, but I felt something like before when I found the Maelstrom, he said to her, lightly touching the blade on his back, knowing how special it was now. She nodded her head at this and turned back, knowing that there was no way they could make it to the fleet before the next attack would occur. She then watched her cousin put the spyglass away and then turned to the many crew members as he gave orders. Battle stations, load all the guns and prepare for combat. Everyone nodded their heads as the ship readied itself for combat. The main gun deck was a fury of activity as metal grates were being lifted up and out of place to reveal a heavy artillery round delivery system to each of the side batteries. The gun crews immediately began to load the guns as they had done during their practice drills, knowing that this was going to be the real thing. At the main armory, men and women were being issued their personal weapons like long-range guns and several grenades, as well as swords and other equipment. On the main deck a similar process was taking place, loading guns present as well. Other weapons were also been ready for combat. The RGs were being loaded and ready for combat as well. The crew below decks at the waterline were securing all cabins in case of damage and flooding. The bridge communication station came to life as the various stations reported in. Port side armed and loaded. Starboard side armed and loaded. Stern guns armed and loaded. Bow guns armed and loaded. Main deck armed and loaded. The last report came in as he let a small smile upon his face. A rather large eagle flew over the ship as it sailed the water as if it owns the sea itself. Right at this moment a strange black cloud engulfed the entire ship, with bits of red lightning going off here and there. The last thing to be concealed by the cloud was the Black Fox's personal flag, now flying at the top of the mast in all of its glory as it blended into the darkness. 1155 Spring Fleet, Blue Sea. Cyrus saw that the enemy fleet was done with their operations and very quickly began to advance upon their position. he wasted no time and ordered an immediate attack. Tell the fleet to engage any ship they can but not the dreadnought. He sighed to his communications officer as she then responded that the message had been sent. The Spring fleet quickly closed in and without a word they quickly opened fire upon any ship they could get a lock on. Within just the first minute of the battle many ships were now on fire with the sounds of men screaming as the ships limp on, but this did not stop them from returning fire to torture their own tormentors. The Spring ships however were taking for less damage with the shields in this engagement. Much of this damage was also being inflicted upon them thanks to the dreadnought, which had decided to reveal its full weapons capability. One of the first ships to be lost in the Spring fleet was in fact the Traveler, which Naruto had commandeered after the incident in Wave Country. However, the ship did not die in vain as it had acted as a temporary shield for another damaged ship. The small vessel had even managed to get off a few shots which did some surprising amount of damage to its tormentor before it slipped below the waves. The ship it had saved would soon follow, but not without a fight. Even as it was going down it must fire one more salvo from its main guns, which hit a lucky spot using the ship to literally explode and be split into two pieces as it slipped below the waves. Cyrus did what he could to direct the battle, knowing that he needed a miracle right now and hoped that Vixen will arrive much sooner to even the odds in their favor. He had to put these thoughts aside as he then gave a strong order for a quick hard to starboard to avoid being hit from a volley of fire. He then heard more sounds of heavy gunfire and looked out upon the scene, about to see a ship he had never seen before quickly decimating several water vessels. Sortiera was now very confused as she realized that was not the Vixen. Who the hell is that? Her father however had a look of mild curiosity as he then said, "Whoever they are on our side, and I think the kid is also on the way. Look." She then looked to where her father was pointing and could not believe her eyes. "What the? He'll be here soon, princess. All we need to do is hold on." 1157 Frozen Queen. Morgan gave the order to fire as soon as she could, knowing that time was of the essence. The powerful weapons aboard the Frozen Queen made quick work of a couple of ships that dared to stop them. She gave a cold SMI. As she watched the ships slide beneath the water, she then however was thrown to her side on the command deck as she looked to see a sight she was hoping never to see again. One for crew members shouted for everyone to hear, "It's Admiral Khan." She could immediately see the look of fear on everyone's face. She however quickly regained control of the situation and ordered every single weapon on her ship to open fire at that man who had betrayed them so heavily that day. Unfortunately it only did minor damage as the Admiral, who then fired a full broadside on them, severely damaging some of the repairs they had made. Below decks however the chief engineer let out a curse as to the main engine died on him. No, come on you piece of shit work." She instantly noticed the sound of the engines been absent. She quickly ran over to the communications to the engine room and shouted, "We need engines back online now." The reply she got however was not a good one. "Keep your panties on, all right. I'm working on it, just give me 2 minutes." "We don't have 2 minutes. She said into the receiver only to feel a tapping on her shoulder. She looked up to see one of her crew members tapping her on the shoulder repeatedly with a look of shock and fear as he then pointed out to sea. She then turned her head to see nothing but a black cloud advancing upon them, sending a shiver of fear up her spine as she watched it approach the dreadnought. What the hell? 1158 Reliant. The Admiral could not believe both his good fortune and the fact that they had dared to defy him by surviving his carefully laid plans to wipe out the water resistance navy. He felt a strong sense of hatred as he closed in for the kill, only to see a strange black cloud approaching the dreadnought. Then out of the cloud came a black ship as dark as night itself. He then noticed the ship approaching the dreadnought and felt a sense of dread as well as feeling from his current prisoner that something was wrong. But he was also feeling a sense of dread. He was afraid for the first time in a long while, and he felt the same feeling before he looked into that young boy's eyes as he cradled his dying mother. 1158 Black Vixen. Naruto steered the Vixen to the left, knowing full well that he needed to have the starboard battery ready to go at a moment's notice. He then noticed a rather large cruiser closing in on them and quickly sprung into action. Drop the port anchor. Despite their confusion at his tactic, they did as ordered and watched the anchor and chain going into the sea as he watched the dreadnought zero in. On where they were going to be in just a few seconds, his cousin could not help but feel a bit of apprehension at this strange plan. I hope you know what you are doing, because if you don't we are all going to die. He looked her in the eyes as he then said, everyone dies, I'm going to die and you are going to die. She did not look reassured as she saw the anchor chain still running off the ship and into the sea. She then looked into her cousin's face as he had a look of confidence she had never seen before. He then simply spoke 3 words, just not today. Just then the anchor chain went tight as the bow of the ship went deeper into the water as the anchor and chain hit solid bottom, stopping the ship's forward momentum in the process. Naruto quickly let go of the ship's wheel and let it spin wildly as the fast attack battle cruiser moved sideways thanks to the maneuver, just barely missing the large volley of incoming rounds fired from the dreadnought. Naruto, thanks to his eagle vis, Ion could make out the shocked expression on the dreadnought's captain's face as he then heard over the radio from Raven, let's drop some lead on those mother fire. He shouted over the radio as ERGs and the main batteries thundered out for all to hear. Both the Admiral and the dreadnought's crew thought nothing bad would happen as the rounds connected, only to be shocked as the large warship was literally being ripped apart with every impact. As soon as the main high-yield guns were done, the main battery opened fire on the dreadnought, causing further damage which exceeded expectations. Naruto smiled as he then gave more orders out, release the port anchor and reload now. As soon as the sounds of the anchor being cut away were heard, the ship began moving forward again, only to watch he dreadnought shoot all of its mortar batteries at them. Incoming. The crew members on the main deck brought up the anti-aircraft guns and began shooting at the projectiles, hoping to take some of them out, and also made a silent prayer that the shields would hold. Despite the hell of gunfire that went up into the air, about 4 rounds managed to make contact with both the shields and ship. The explosions were so strong to send many men and women off their feet all over the ship and created a black cloud of dense smoke that made the ship look as if it was on fire. The Admiral could only smile as his ship moved closer and closer to taking care of this new superior enemy. However, that hope was short-lived. In the engineering room of the Vixen, many people were now getting back to the feet with a look of determination upon their faces as one man shouted out for all to hear, is everyone all right? One of the older gentlemen who had taught the engineering team, called the wrecker. Everything they knew, held his ground at his station, admiring the work that he and they had done so many years ago, and responded, they aren't going to sink this battle cruiser, no way. As soon as the smoke began to clear, the Admiral, the captain of the dreadnought, began to feel their fear rising. Naruto received word that the guns were reloaded in record time and shouted for all to hear. Hit it, Without warning, the Vixen let loose her second barrage, began to tear the dreadnought to shreds, the words that the captain on the dreadnought could muttered as he had to literally duck down to avoid machine gun fire that was tearing his command center apart piece by piece, pretty much summed up his thoughts as he watched his ship torn apart. My God. The Admiral, on the other hand, watched as 2 ships came around to the port side of the Vixen, only to be fired upon as well, one of them being blown apart from one of the main gun salvo and the other being ripped apart by the main cannon battery. Morgan and much of the Spring Fleet could not believe their eyes as they watched the mighty dreadnought literally been cut down to size, as explosions were literally being ripped from one side of the ship to the other. Morgan couldn't help but speak her thoughts. Holy shit. One of her crew members turned to her, about to ask a question, as to the radio came to life. The emergency engine is online and I got the main engine working at half strength. She quickly shouted out orders with a new determined look upon her face. Get in behind the Admiral and stay there. Sir, you are out of your mind. One of them asked her. Not at all. He's going to attempt to attack that ship and we are not going to let him. Naruto watched as his crew fired round after round into the dreadnought, causing massive damage as they attacked. Unfortunately, with all this damage, the ship was still not sinking. Karen could not believe what she was seeing. Oh, come on, sink, you son of a bitch. Fire the torpedoes. With this order given, the torpedoes on the starboard side lifted up from its protective housing and fired its 2 fish into the water. Within just 2 seconds, the torpedoes hit home, causing the ship's structure raw spine to be broken and massive internal explosions occurring, including next to the ship's massive ammunition locker. One of the young crew members was running through this section as he saw flames beginning to kiss the ammunition and arms. While the others around him began to run in the opposite direction, he knew that his fate was sealed, son of a bitch. On the upper decks of the dreadnought, which were filled with nothing but fire and damaged metal hanging from all angles of the dreadnought, was a sight to behold, but this sight was nothing compared to watching the large warship literally jumped out of the water at least 20 feet into the air and bending at an odd angle in the middle of the ship, only to then explode, cutting the ship in two. The Admiral was shocked to see his fleet's trumped road literally being destroyed before his eyes, as many men were now jumping off the sinking ship that had once terrorized the ocean. He however noticed the Vixen closing in on them. Naruto now had a firm grip on the wheel as he set the Black Vixen on a collision course with the Admiral's ship, knowing that this one suicidal engagement could end this battle once and for all, but as he used his eagle vision to look at the ship and its captain, his eyes widened, realizing just who was on that ship and why he had those unique feelings, one connected to his sword and the other to his past that had been stolen, and felt an unusual amount of rage. Rage was one thing he could control as he had a job to. The Admiral on the other hand was unaware of what was coming to him and was about to shout out for his weapon's fire when he was hit from behind, completely destroying his engines and rudder with one salvo from the Frozen Queen. The Admiral then watched in horror as both ships maneuvered to ram his vessel at each side. He acted quickly and shouted for everyone to brace for impact. Both the vessels immediately rammed into the Reliant, breaking her back in the process and causing massive internal damage, despite the crew was ready for anyone to board them and ready for combat. Naruto exited the bridge and immediately motioned for everyone to be ready as they were going to board the enemy ship. Do everything in your power to cut as many of them down as you can, but leave the captain for me. The crew nodded in understanding as he used the quick release to shoot himself up into the rigging and began to navigate his way to the captain of the enemy ship. Naruto maneuvered in the rigging like he was a part of it and noticed just how many of sailors were now appearing on deck, and quickly took out his berserker bombs and tossed them into the mass of humanity. As soon as the bombs hit, they enveloped many of the crew in their deadly smoke and sent many of them into a blind rage, cutting many of their comrades down as if they were simple common murderers in the night. Morgan pretty much made the same orders, but then drew her white as snow sword and activated the rather unique abilities that someone like her, a Mariner Lord, could possess. Her hands now look as if they were made out of pure ice and was as sharp as steel, and now possessed wings made of pure ice which radiated the light through them. She then spread her wings and flew up into the air, looking for the man who had done so much damage and torture to people she had known. She saw him along with several men on the main bridge deck and pounced like a deadly cat, killing 2 of them in the process, only leaving 3 other men besides the Admiral himself. The Admiral himself smiled as he looked her in the eyes and pulled the sword out of its scabbard and shouted to her with a sick grin upon his face, "You sick son of a bitch, he was your friend." The Admiral however just looked her in the eyes and then swung the sword, sending a avenue of fire at her which damaged one of her wings, preventing her from flying, while the wing would eventually repair itself. She now had to deal with opponents, including 2 of them who were now coming at her. Despite the damage to one of her ice wings, she moves with a lethal efficiency, cutting the other 2 officers down as if they were nothing, only to then block the Admiral as he began his attack. Unfortunately, he was still far better at fighting with a sword than she had ever been, and eventually disarmed her of her weapon and kicked her so forcibly that she flew across the deck and hit the back wall of the bridge with such force that it almost knocked her unconscious. The Admiral then eyed her sword, but was surprised when she reached her hand out and quickly brought weapon back to her, catching it in her left hand. He just shook his head, inundated, and began to advance upon her, speaking as if he'd already won the battle. "I merely used you all, and that is all. After all, I am better than all of you. No, you're just another asshole who needs to die," she said to him defiantly, only for them to both watch as a strange spear-like object embedded itself in the Adma's son, which then jerked him into the air. The Admiral made one quick move of his hand, sending a stream of fire, cutting the rope, sending his son back to the deck as he then ran over to "My son." He looked into his father's eyes with a smile and spoke his last words upon this mortal coil, "Father, yours is superior." The Admiral quickly held his son close to his chest and muttered for all to hear, "I will avenge you. You don't have the right, Captain." This caught the Admiral attention as he turned around to see a young man in all black standing there before him with a hood covering much of his face from view. The young man in Weston did not move but looked at both the sword the Admiral was carrying as well as the young man in his arms. "He died in battle, Captain, isn't that what you always wanted?" the young man asked. The Admiral overtook this as a great insult as he rose to his full height with the strange sword now in hand ready to be used upon this stranger before him. "I will destroy you, boy, but before that I will make you understand who it is who has beaten you." The young man, however, let out a small chuckle as he responded, "Well, you haven't changed much, Captain, but you've underestimated me once again." Khan was surprised by this reply and was curious as to why this young man was calling him Captain. "I am the Admiral of this fleet, boy. You will show the proper respect to him before you die." The young man, however, led the sword off his back with one hand and with the other pulled down his hood, revealing a head of spiky blonde hair with hints of red piercing blue eyes and what appeared to be whisker-like birthmarks on his cheeks. The Admiral, however, now had a practical heart attack as he looked up on a face he was hoping never to see in all of his life again. As you." Naruto could not help but let out a laugh and then addressed the Admiral in the eyes and put his hood back on. The ghost of Christmas passed. The Admiral and the fox quickly engaged in combat to see who was the best in this life or death struggle. Morgan watched the battle with interest as she saw them attack and block as it was nothing. The Admiral felt like trying to attack the boy's emotions, hoping that will make them sloppy. "Your mother was so easy to kill, you know that. You could live for another lifetime, still not defeat me. I am better than you at everything." Of course, what the Admiral didn't know is that he had literally lived more than one lifetime thanks to his ancestors, using all of the skills he had received thanks to the bleeding effect and his intense training over the last couple of days with his uncle. He quickly proved to be more than a match to the Admiral, and even managed to get a hold of the strange sword with the symbol of fire upon it. The Admiral still had his hand on the sword in a death grip but started to feel a strange sensation going through his body. Both of them could swear they heard the sword and the soul connected to it talking to them. "Free us. Finish him." Another voice from the sword as it shouted out. Naruto looked at the blade and then in the Adma's eyes as he said, "And my village called me a monster. You have enslaved a soul and a sentient weapon against their wills that have not chosen you." Captain Khan now had a look of defiance despite the pain he was now in thanks to the sword. "They have risen up against you. Free them." Despite the pain the Admiral was in, he looked Naruto right in the eyes and spoke in a dark tone. "I am superior to you all, and this sword and soul are mine, forever." Naruto quickly wasted no time and headbutted the Admiral and with one quick motion managed to cut his arm off that held the sword. With the sword no longer in his position, he looked down to see that the seal which allowed him to control this weapon as well as wielded it was now severely damaged. He looked up into the young man's eyes now pleading for some hope to save him. "Please do something, help me. If the seal is not repaired I will die. I will give you anything you want." Naruto then held the sword up, revealing that his severed limb was turning into nothing but ash and falling away from the handle of the blade. "There is only one thing I want from you. Name it. Give me back my mother." The Admiral now had a look of fear, any bit of defiance, as he realized that nothing was going to save him this day. "No, boy. The game's not over yet. They will hunt you down and destroy you." Naruto, however, looked him in the eyes with a cold expression and said, "I long ago learned to do what is necessary to protect those precious to me, and because of that I don't have to kill you and ruin my soul, but at the same time I don't have to save you either." The Admiral, however, wanted to get his last words in. "From hell's heart I stab at thee, for hate's sake I spit my last breath at thee." Morg and was surprised by all of this as she waited for her wing to reform and listened as their conversation continued. "Besides, I'm just an assassin. It's my job to kill people like you and it's God's job to forgive you. But like I said, I'm just an assassin, so I don't have to. May you be judged for all the darkness you have done in this world fairly, and find peace among the dead." She watched as the Admiral was literally consumed by the fire of the Phoenix's blade. Naruto and Morgan felt a strong power come over him as he then began his first transformation that only the Mariner Lord blades could produce. The only other known blade to could do something similar was the one now used by the renegade member of the Seven Swords, now served the Red Clouds on their quest to punish those could already been sacrificed. The Reliant's main deck was a fury of movement as the water crew fought back with ferocity against their boarders. It looked as if the water crew was going to win the battle until a strang Who was absolutely terrifying looking, began to cut through the crowd, killing many of the water crew members, cutting them into pieces. Everyone was shocked by this, only to see what looked like a wall. King Skeleton wearing clothing with what looked like blue wind surrounding it, which then went on the attack. The strange figure was wielding two swords of immense power and began to cut the water crew members down as if they were nothing. Suddenly the wind changed to a blue-green like water surrounding the skeleton, acting as the skin of this strange being. It can shot out tentacles of water which both pierced some people and grabbed others, throwing them off the ship like it was nothing. The next part looked as if it was a dark purple like lightning surrounding the skeleton as it then began to attack the enemy with lightning attacks, killing many of them in the process. However, the most terrifying part of this being had yet to occur, as it quickly grabbed one of the high-ranking officers still on the ship and held him in the air as the final form occurred. The skeleton was now surrounded by what looked like smoke and red-hot ash, as if it had come from interrupting volcano. Behind the figure, E9 tails began to form, three of them looking like the previous shift of the elements that had occurred. This strange being then noticed the blood-red jewelry of the Templar order came from the man's neck and looked him in the eyes as the man then asked, "Who and what the hell are you?" Naruto would have had a smile on his face if his normal flash was in place. He remembered a song he heard as a child and the unique home at the end, spoken by a man with an incredible voice for sending fear down people's spines. Darkness falls across the land, the midnight hour is close at hand, creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize y'all's neighborhood. Virtually everyone was in shock at what they were seeing as the level of fear rose in their chest. This was only amplified as he looked up to see Morgan flying through the air, waiting for an opportunity to pounce as he continued to speak, "And whoever shall be found without the soul for compassion must stand and face the hounds of hell and rot inside a corpse's shell." Morgan herself had to admit even she was a little bit afraid of this young man and the power he clearly wielded. The man in his grasp, however, was trying everything to escape. As the fear rose in his chest, threatening to stop his heart in its tracks as he then continued to speak, "The foulest stenches in the air, the funk of 40,000 years, and grisly ghouls that you have eaten from every tomb are closing in to seal your doom." Several members of the water crew looked as if they were about to jump overboard, then stay on board with this deadly thing that now haunted their dreams from this moment forward. And though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to shiver, from no mere Templar can resist the vengeance of Black Fox. As soon as he finished that statement, the black smoke and ash engulfed the Reliant and its crew, going all throughout the ship, even below decks, freaking through parts of the hull, causing massive damage, almost entirely engulfing the ship from view. Then suddenly the smoke and ash stopped and began to recede back to where it had begun. As the smoke and ash receded, it revealed nothing but burned corpses in its wake from the water crew, leaving only a few members unharmed. For every corpse there was a small piece of red jewelry in the shape of a cross sitting in a pile of charred bones and ash. As the smoke and ash returned to its master, it revealed a young man who looked like a madman and was holding a skull and spinal column attached in his hand. Hanging from the spinal column was piece of Templar jewelry, as he then crushed the skull in his bare hand and let out a maniacal laugh for all to hear all over the fleet of the land of water, instantly breaking them from continuing their invasion. He then looked at the Phoenix Blade K, knowing that he would be carrying it for some time until the new owner could be found. In the past test that both the blade and the soul of the past owner had set forth, he then turned to see Morgan Lan ding as she returned to normal, keeping the blade at her side in case any of these water dogs decided to attack. She gave a quick bow to him as he returned it and then returned to normal, knowing that he had much to learn about these new abilities that the sword had gifted him with. The two of them then turned and looked out upon the field of battle, that all the surviving ships of the land of water were now surrendering rather than be destroyed. There were not many of them left, as some of the spring fleet and lure them in range of forts, sending many of them to the bottom of Long Ice Bay. Naruto walked to the edge of the railing and looked out upon the field of battle, knowing full well that they were still not done, but also knowing they were close. He then turned to his cousin and motioned for her to check the ship for anything useful. Raven then walked up to his nephew and looked at Morgan with a smile upon his face. "It is a true pleasure to see that you're not among the dead, Lady Morgan." Morgan was shocked to be standing in the presence of none other than Raven Uzumaki himself, and then realized just who the young man who wielded one of the 7 blades really was. "You're Naruto Uzumaki, the boy who helped my niece free this country from Dodo." Naruto was surprised by her comment and looked back at the water as he then said, "That is who I am indeed, but what has happened to me the last couple of months? I would appreciate it if you would keep who I really am quite for now." She nodded her head to him in assurance that she would keep his secret. He then asked her, "By the way, who is your niece? The daimyo of this country, you seem to have a way with people." She said to him, "To the good people I am guardian, but to those who do evil I am an assassin and a plague upon them." Morgan was honestly surprised by the comment but could tell that this young man had much on his mind. Before she could even ask any more questions, one of her crew members walked up to her with a look of seriousness. "We have 5 casualties on board with 2 fatalities, milady. We did everything we could but it just wasn't enough." She nodded her head to him as another of her crew walked over to her and said, "Captain, we have to beach the ship, she's taken on too much water." Morgan looked to the 2 Uzumakis who nodded for her to do her work to save her ship as they began to leave themselves, knowing that this captured ship would soon join the others at the bottom of the bay as he dragged the prisoners off the ship in chains. The Golden Dragon Inn, Hidden Leaf Village, Land of Fire. Iruka said at a nearby table in his favorite restaurant in as he watched a young woman with purple hair walking into the room and sit beside him. Enko was surprised that this meeting was taking place so soon, but she figured that something had happened. "So how did your meeting go?" she asked him. "So far so good. No one suspects that the Blackbird is secretly our respective group's informant," he said to her, as the old war hawk made his decision about what to do with them. She asked him, wanting to know the answer herself. Nodded to her and then said, "We've decided to bring Tsunade into the fold. She's the only one we can do something about it." Enko nodded her head at this. "I wish they were both still here to guide us. I honestly don't know what to do as I never completed my training. It was Blackbird's job to finish your training when she was taken from us. I'm not even sure his training is complete either, and with what happened that night it's going to be a long time before we can complete what's been denied us," he said to her, reading the menu as they ordered their food, knowing full well that many things had changed over the last year. "I just wish we could have done more for him. What they did to Naruto wasn't fair. I know, we are the students of his parents and their orders, and we could do nothing to protect him or even guide him. Thinks of that damned seal." She then put her hand on his knee in a sign of affection. "Don't worry, my Templar Knight, we will help him stop these people when the time is right." He gave her a smile as the food arrived and then said before they began to eat, "I know, my little assassin, I'm just worried it might take a very long time before we see him again." The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.